Good morning, everyone. I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. It is 10 o'clock and it is August 20th. Before we move into a salute of our flag, I just have two things I wanted to say at the beginning of the meeting. This Board of County Commissioners has heard from many of you on the South Valley's Regional Park unsolicited proposal concerns. If you're here to speak to us on that matter, that's certainly great, and we want to hear from you. But I do want to make it clear that the Parks and Open Space Commission unanimously voted against this proposal, and there are no plans to bring this to the Board of County Commissioners at this time. If it were to come back, it would need to go back to the Parks and Open Space Board. So I do want to just make sure you know that that won't be on the agenda today. We will not be discussing it, and it will go back to the Parks Board if it were to go back. I also want to give some kudos to members of our community who helped with our Gold Ranch fire that recently happened. On August 13th, a fully involved vehicle fire on I-80 near Gold Ranch spread to the surrounding bush. Pushed by winds, the fire grew by 674 acres. And before the fire was contained, it destroyed one home and threatened hundreds of other homes. The fire burned into tall timber, producing flame lengths of 50 feet or more. Many agencies came to our aid in Washoe County and the city of Reno. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of these incredible agencies who came to our aid. Washoe County Emergency Management, and I want to give a big kudos to Jessica Adams Lopez. She's here today, and she'll be leading us in the pledge, but she was very instrumental to ensuring that she worked with all of these different agencies, evacuated the area, used our perimeter technology, which is relatively new to Washoe County, very well, and stayed calm in the face of a very difficult time. We also want to say thank you to Washoe County Sheriff's Office, the Raven team, Washoe County, or the Reno Police Department, Nevada Highway Patrol, Washoe County Animal Services, REMSA, Reno Fire Department, the Sparks Fire Department, North Lyon Fire Department, Central Lyon Fire Department, the United States Forest Service, Story County, the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, Carson City Fire Department, the Tahoe Douglas Fire Department, North Star Fire Department, Olympic Valley Fire Department, CAL FIRE, East Fork Fire Department, the BLM, the Clark County Fire Department, many contractors, RK Construction, who gave us access to water and resources, Nevada Peer Support, who helped our first responders take a break during this difficult time on site, Boontown Casino, Truckee Meadows Water Authority, Washoe County Sheriff Department, and NV Energy, as well as Union Pacific. And so let's give a round of applause to these incredible public servants. That fire was so scary to so many of us. And Jessica, if you will please lead us in the pledge. Thank you so much for your commitment to our county.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, if we could do the roll call.
Of course. Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Mariluz Garcia.
Here.
Claire Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown. Our DA this morning is Mary Canderas. And I'm Jan Gallassini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We will now move into our invocation, who will be led by Phil McKay.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to give the invocation this morning, and thank you guys for all that you do. My name is Phil McKay, and I had the honor and privilege to serve our country as a Marine, and now I have the honor and privilege to serve in our community as a pastor at Calvary Chapel. And let us pray. Dear God, as we begin this meeting today, we want to start by acknowledging you, our Creator God, the living God, who made heaven and earth. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the same God who so loved the world that you sent your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, so that whoever would believe in him should not perish but receive everlasting life. And today, God, when we lift up our eyes to the mountains, please remind us that our help comes from you, the maker of heaven and earth. And that includes this beautiful valley that you've given to us, Washoe Valley, and all of the amazing people who live in Washoe County. On all their behalf, I pray that you would bless this meeting today. I pray that you would grant wisdom to this county commission and the fear of the Lord. I pray that you would bless our county with good policy, with truth and liberty for all. Heavenly Father, I ask that you would equip each person on this county commission to serve you and to serve the people in a self-sacrificial way that puts our needs first. Help them to identify and do away with things that are evil and harmful to our community, and help them to identify and promote that which is good, true, and beautiful in your sight, so that the people of Washoe County can flourish and prosper. Help them to have the wisdom to recognize the difference between bad ideas and good ideas, and to choose accordingly. And God, we just thank you for the blessings and the grace that you've given to this country. I pray that you would just turn our hearts and our eyes back to you, so that we can continue to enjoy freedom and liberty and pursuit of happiness each day. I pray all of these things in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into item 4, public comment. Manager Brown.
Item 4 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items, with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole, and virtual public comment is eligible when facilities are available.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
We do have several people signed in, so the second name, please queue up and be ready to speak. First up, we have Cliff Lowe, followed by Mark Picker.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Cliff Lowe, Washoe Valley. And during this 5-week break, at least from these meetings, I hope that each of you enjoyed some time doing what you want with people that you care about. And given the massive agenda, at least in paper depth for today, and some of the public comment that is likely to follow that will be different in subject and perhaps in tone, I also hope that you remember the message that I'm delivering you today, not just today, but actually for some months to come. I have something to read to you. It may be familiar. The South Valley's planning area is characterized by abundant cultural resources, wide open spaces, access to public lands and recreation opportunities, and active agricultural and working lands. The primary vision for this area is to maintain the area's natural and cultural heritage through scenic protections like Washoe Valley. Future residential and development should mirror the existing development pattern and density, with a focus on maintaining open space, supporting agriculture-related uses, maintaining opportunities for livestock and farm animal ownership, and providing trail connections. Now, if that sounds familiar to you, it's from the master plan that you folks approved less than a year ago. That's from the vision statement from the South Valley's area plan. So I hope you recognize that and appreciate the emphasis on it. I'm also going to mention 2 other words to you that for some of you may not be as familiar, but if things go the way they appear to be going, you will hear about it in the future. And those 2 words are Sierra Reflections. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mark Picker, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, members of the Commission. My name is Mark Picker. I am the chair of the Northern Nevada Council of Jewish Nevada. I'm here to speak to you regarding agenda item 10I6 and the proposed donation through Commissioner Clark to our organization, which was mainly designed for the purposes of our Milk and Honey Festival, which was coming up on September 15th from noon to 3 p.m. at McKinley Arts and Culture. Milk and Honey is free to attend and open to the public, showcases local food vendors, live music, interactive area for children, culture, and community. Our goal is to create an inclusive festival inviting community members and the public to come learn about Jewish roots, Jewish culture, Jewish traditions, and to celebrate with us. This is an annual event. It's an opportunity for all ages to come together in a peaceful, welcoming, and entertaining program. This event started in 2021, and we had about 250 people attend that year, which we thought was amazing. Last year, we were up to 350, and so far, we've had such great reception to it. I believe that we're going to be close to 500. So it's become a very well-known event in the community. Security is always present. Reno Police Department officers patrol the site, but we also have booths from Washington County Sheriff's Department, Reno PD, Una RPD, and Sparks PD. There are more than 40 community vendors registered, including mostly small businesses and nonprofit organizations, as well as religious institutions throughout the area. Help the Bees. Help Save the Bees Foundation, Bees for Vets. We've also partnered with Ryan Goldhammer of Noble Pie as our food ambassador. He's handling our food area this year, which means that we believe we're going to be another level higher. More than 10 local artists are going to be participating in our art gallery this year. We also have a number of local authors on our authors table. The Kids Zone will be a little bit more special this year. We have a number of students from Israel who are going to be here and are going to be handling the Kids Zone, interacting with the children. We're also bringing in as entertainment a klezmer band from San Francisco, and if you've ever heard klezmer music, it will put a smile on your face with the first notes. So we hope that you'll join us. We're also bringing back a raffle this year. Sponsors include the Atlantis, City of Reno, PBS Reno, KUNR, and of course, the Washington County Commission, we're hoping will join us with that as well. Washington County School Districts as a participant. Hope you'll all join us for that. It's a joyous event. It is the hallmark of what we do culturally in the area, and it's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Kathy M. Drake.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to address social interaction and education when it comes to homelessness. When kids go to school to receive an education, a lot of what is learned is through social interaction. They get to know their teacher who teaches them every school day as to what to do and as to what to say. Their teacher wisely guides them down the right path of reading and writing and also of math. The kids are given books that they are told to read and are given other things to suit their learning need. In class, they learn a lot as how to progress, and then they play with other kids during their recess. Then after recess, they all return to class where their teacher gives them more to learn. So with their teacher, they have a lot of social interaction, and with other students, they have a lot of interaction. But if kids are homeless and don't go to school, they are being deprived of a valuable learning tool. If kids don't have a teacher and don't have fellow students too, they are less likely to learn what to say and what to do. When children are of such a young age, it's the best time for them in school learning to engage. Children need to receive a good education, and a major factor is school interaction. With social interaction, not only do you learn, but you also get a chance to learn how to learn. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back if I've learned what I should say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Beautiful.
Kathy M. Drake, followed by Paul White.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Kathy Drake. I live on Bellingham, about 6 blocks from Galena High School. I'm here to oppose the stadium on Wedge Parkway. One apt example is that there are 1,200 students at Galena High School right now. An 8,000-person stadium would mean that it's like 6 times the entire student body of Galena High School leaving school at the same time. That's what the impact would be at that stadium. We all know the other parts of it with traffic, with infrastructure, with community interaction, better access for our children as they practice soccer and baseball. It's in the wrong place. There is another facility proposed off of Parr Boulevard. We all know about the Golden Eagle facility in Sparks. It's not in the right place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul White, followed by Audrey Keller.
Paul White with Education Crusade. I just want a chance to have you shorten the meeting a little bit. I notice you have some agenda items on people wanting to talk about more programming in line with what the CARES campus does for the homeless issue. If you've been over to our group was inside the homeless facilities recently. Here's what we saw. 6 machetes, that's inside the tent. 238 pistols. Fentanyl being openly dealt there. Gangs fighting for turf in there. And this is with where we're told by the county that it's safe now because you have a metal detector. I don't know how, they must be low on batteries. It could not be worse. I would urge you to read a op-ed that'll be coming out in the Nevada Globe today about the CARES campus, piggybacking on Pastor Phil's prayer, things that are evil and harmful. It's both. Good news in that soon we've waited as long as we can for you all to have any interest in seeing there. Every single one of you I contacted, nobody expressed any interest in a presentation on what's really going on there, not one of you. We've got good news is that we'll be having a press conference soon. The county commissioners don't want to do it, the council's going to do it. We've got a private group. We're going to remove every homeless camp from off the Truckee River. That's a violation of local, county, and federal law. And yet, when does this come up on your agenda to get these off of there? They're poisoning the water supply for over 500,000 people. How successful has the CARES campus been? 7 years ago, when they did the point-in-time count, there were 80, count them, 80 homeless people. 7 years later, we've got 1,800. Okay, that's over a 2,000% increase in 7 years. Now, at that rate, the 2031 point-in-time count is going to be 36,000. You've got to do something different. The op-ed you'll see offers, there is a definite option to this. We just got done clearing 40 squatters off a guy's 200-acre plot up off North Peavine. Sex trafficking, meth labs. One of the gentlemen we cleared off is in jail going to trial for attempted murder. Tried to bump our car and push it over into a ravine. We're clearing it for a private property owner. It's out of control, folks, to just not be interested or take their word for what they're telling you over at the CARES campus is ridiculous. Not once since they've opened have they been able to show one success story, not one in terms of an unsubsidized person out of that program. We look forward to seeing you at our press conference.
Audrey Keller, followed by Katie Nepper.
Good morning. My name is Audrey Keller. I'm a senior citizen, a retired CEO, and resident of Reno since 2022. I volunteered for the County Audit Committee because I took a course on the Nevada State Women's Leadership Alliance, encouraging county and state leadership. I have professional experience. I'm a CEO, my own firm. I have extensive high-level volunteerism, especially on governance and ethics. I'm here to correct a Washoe County record. I was wrongly accused in public comment at the Audit Committee meeting on July 18th of being a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. by a familiar public speaker named Mr. Scott Finley. Let me assure you, I am not a lobbyist from Washington, D.C. That's not me. Mr. Finley wrongly Googled me, unfortunately, and your audit committee then made a joke about it and proceeded swiftly to elect the other candidate that you will hear this morning about, Ms. Grennett, as your next member. This action, I believe, was unfair, as Mr. Finley is a known agitator to you all. I believe he speaks frequently. Not one committee member asked me any questions. Nobody asked if that was true or not. So on June 13th in the minutes, your current audit committee member, Ms. Hart, asked your internal audit manager, Ms. Klidowski, how Ms. Grennett, the applicant, was deemed qualified without any required personal references. No references. I don't know if any folks here have applied for a job without a reference, but maybe that's highly unlikely. I am baffled as to why Ms. Grennett's county online application process appears to be favored. Was it already decided before I actually applied? The county application says, please attach letter of recommendation. However, it doesn't say optional. How was she qualified if she didn't actually submit a reference? Finally, at the end of the county application online, it says, please agree with the following statement with a box to be checked. I certify that to the best of my knowledge, the information I have provided in this application is true and correct. If this information is false or incomplete, it shall be sufficient cause for disqualification and removal. Ms. Grennett's application is 100% blank in this area. The copy's gone. How did that happen? I have no idea. But bottom line is she didn't sign it. Simply put, Ms. Grennett submitted an incomplete application. She should be disqualified and removed. I thank you very much for your time and appreciate it. I am a qualified audit committee member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Nepper, followed by Johnny Hammond.
Katie Nepper. On 6/18/24, I addressed this commission in regard to our ongoing issues with Safe Embrace. Safe Embrace was informed of my presentation, and their attorney complained to our attorney that my statements were purposely false and misleading, which would be unlawful. I am here today to set the record straight. Safe Embrace did not sue us for attorney's fees, and it was not a lawsuit that was dismissed, as I stated in June. Safe Embrace filed a motion for attorney's fees. The judge dismissed the motion. Not being a lawyer, I confused sue and motion. This was a major issue for Safe Embrace's attorney. So to make everything perfectly clear and accurate, I have Judge Hardy's order denying motion for attorney's fees filed 3/6/24, which I will read, so if there was a misunderstanding, it will clear it up. It's right here. Order denying motion for attorney's fees. Before this court is Safe Embrace's motion for attorney's fees. This court has read the moving papers and orders as follows. This court cannot invoke NRS Chapter 18 to award fees to Safe Embrace. The dispute was genuine and prosecuted in good faith. There was competing evidence and law that could have resulted in success to either side of the dispute. Indeed, this court wrestled with the issues and altered its analysis several times. Plaintiffs did not bring the action to annoy or harass. They acted in good faith reliance upon evidence and law. This court acknowledges the imperative to construe NRS Chapter 18 liberally to punish frivolous, vexatious, and groundless litigation. However, none of those features emerge in the dispute. The motion is denied. I don't like being accused of something unlawful, especially from an entity whose documents submitted for the SUP you approved last November were knowingly inaccurate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Johnny Hammond, followed by Brandon DeRizo.
Good morning, Chair Hill and Commissioners. I'm Joni Hammond. I have two things to talk to you about today. The first is the proposed soccer field in South Valleys. I appreciate that Chair Hill clarified what the process was so that we all know where to go and what to do in the event it comes back. But unfortunately, things that are bad often do come back. Think again about the terrible location. Why would anyone want to live with a two-lane road, traffic, noise, lights, disruption? No one would. And the owner's daughter has stated publicly that her father would not think this soccer field fits with the parameters of the land donation. If it comes to you, please say no. The second item is your budget. I don't think I've come up and talked about that before. It just seems to grow by the day. Every commission meeting, we seem to approve, we being, I'm part of the public, so I elect you, so it's we. It grows and it grows. I think at times commissions forget who pays for all this. We do, the taxpayers. I often hear from folks, well, that's federal money. Well, where does the federal money get their money? They're supposed to get it from taxpayers. We all know the federal government today is just printing paper money that it doesn't really have, and our debt's growing. But it seems to me that a lot of what the commission is spending our tax dollars on are things that we should look more carefully at and think, is this really where we want to spend the limited money that we have? Please think about that as you approve, at times, millions of dollars, because all of us are struggling with inflation and continual taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon DeRizo, followed by Cecilia Ansel.
Good morning, Commission. I don't envy your positions in the climate of today. I thank you for being here to hear us out. My name is Brandon DeRizo. My company, Last Chance Presents, is a concert presenting agency in the area here. Since 2021, we've done a handful of high-profile artists at the Hawkins Amphitheater. There are some vendors in the Hawkins Amphitheater that are sort of relationship-based with the county and go back quite some time. I am of the opinion that old relationships are no longer serving new times, and that Hawkins Amphitheater should be set for a request for proposal situation. My company could outperform the vendors you have currently, and you won't run into situations like I did this year where I'm getting charged different things by the same vendor for the same service. You won't run into situations where I can hire a staffing company that puts 6 bodies on the property for the same amount that Star Sound Audio puts for 1. There's an entire system of event promotions here in Reno that's drastically broken from casino abuse and old relationship abuse. Hawkins Amphitheater is one of the most beautiful assets in the state of Nevada. I present Stephen Marley there, son of legendary Bob Marley. Stephen prefers Hawkins Amphitheater to almost every venue he plays on earth. We can't price Stephen Marley and Grace Potter and Infamous String Dusters and Aaron Watson out of this park in favor of presentations that aren't living up, in favor of entities that do not share the park with the community, and in favor of an overall archaic system of booking that doesn't work in that venue any further. With that said, my highest compliments to county staff. Joanna Schultz, Jen Roebuck, absolutely wonderful people, and they do a great job. If put to a proposal, my company can offer the services that most of the vendors that are parsed out for Hawkins, we can make that a package situation. We also have an intention to gift a sound system to the county so that there's no more issues with who's providing audio and who's doing this and how much it costs. And mostly that's just about, you don't want to receive $70 an hour bill for the labor one time and $80 or $90 the next. Just brings too many questions to mind. Thank you all for listening. Good luck with the rest of your day. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Cecilia Ansel, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good morning. I just want to publicly state that I strongly oppose the South Valley Stadium complex. We live in an area that is already seeing an increase of noise, pollution, traffic, and congestion. This is a residential area, and we really value our green, quiet space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Mark Nelson.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. Questioning elections is not new. It's not unlawful yet. If the Democrats have their way, it will be. However, I'd like to say, and I've said this before here, Hillary, Kamala, and the Democrat Party have in the past questioned the elections. In fact, in 2016, the Democrat Party wouldn't even show its face at the inauguration of President Trump. And they started a campaign of resist. In fact, they said resist, even if it's a good idea, resist. Now that's a party that looks toward the good of the country. And please note, when we talk about disenfranchised voters, right now, the current Democrat person that is being put forth on the ticket got not one single vote in the primaries. Went to a forum the other day, and it was stated that the cause of election questioning all falls on the shoulders of former President Trump. Not true at all. Like I said, Hillary and Kamala both have questioned elections. Did Trump cause them to do that? Also at this forum, it was stated that there was not enough money for parks, but there certainly is a lot of money for the CARES campus. I don't know if I'm going to be here later, but when you get ready for the library appointment, I appreciate that one of the commissioners has picked up the phone and called everybody, not just people that she's got connections with. And I want to also state that when you're voting for someone, think of appointing someone, you think about someone who, like Gianna Jacks, reached out to the community. Not one single other one of your appointees ever reached out to the rest of the community and said, I want to hear what you have to say about our libraries. Not one, only Gianna Jacks. Thank you.
Mark Nelson, followed by Eugene Gerskovich.
Good morning, honorable commissioners. Thank you for your public service. I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of these meetings, and I feel your pain. I ran for office once. I'm 0-1. That was the end of that. My name is Mark Nelson. I'm a retired development executive, operating vice president, and planning director for a Fortune 150. I did billion-dollar projects when $1 billion was still a lot of money. Don't seem to be such the case now. I live up Mount Rose Highway, and I oppose the unsolicited stadium, so I guess that makes this an unsolicited comment. During my career, I've lived by a stadium before. It was a 3,000-seat baseball stadium. I've also lived by a 13,000-seat indoor arena. Noise, traffic, public urination, drunks, parking, fights. They don't belong in residential neighborhoods. It's just that simple. I filed the commission comments on what I think are developers' misrepresentations of the other stadium projects. They range from a Superfund site to redevelopment of a Marine Corps base to a minor league baseball stadium redevelopment into a soccer stadium. These aren't in residential neighborhoods either. These are established areas that have had sports for quite some time. So I think you need to vet, if it does come to the commission, you need to vet what the developers are saying. Some years ago, I was forced to donate a 7-acre beach parcel to a county. And part of the forced donation, and obviously it was a bit of a quid pro quo on some other deal, was that I had to give them enough money to operate the parcel as recreation forever. So it was a non-wasting trust. It's the kind of thing where you just kind of smile and say, well, it's cost of doing business. Wasn't here, was in a California county, big surprise. But I do want to say that if that stadium comes to this commission, that's a really good model to think about. They could donate the stadium to the county. They could donate a big enough bucket of money that it would never cost taxpayers anything. And even at that point, we would still want to see if the benefits of that stadium outweigh the damages to the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eugene Gerskovich, followed by Elise Weatherly.
Good morning. This is in reference to items 18 and 23 of today's agenda. They deal with a proposed 20-year tax bond for the benefit of the county libraries, and I have two comments. First, for the last 19 years, my family has been taxed to pay for the Washoe County $1.1 billion budget that includes $12 million for the county libraries. Second, I am being told that the deadline to include items in the county budget was July 26, which we are beyond that. For the above two reasons, I am against the proposed 20-year library tax bond, for which I might not be alive to pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elise Weatherly, followed by Judy Reed.
Good morning, Elise Weatherly. I know I look awful, I feel awful, but I have an obligation and a responsibility to keep telling people the truth. Now, next week will be my 9-year anniversary of the removal of my terminal non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, apparently caused by Roundup. I heard the words, "I'll sustain you." That's all I heard. He didn't tell me how long, he didn't tell me for what purpose, but he said, "I'll sustain you." So what I have noticed here is that I think people don't want to die because they know what's coming up. We all know what's coming up, right? We're going to give an account of our lives. Now, if you had information about false accusations, false allegations, bad-mouthing, all these kind of things and did nothing about it, do you think you're going to stand before God and go, "Well, I didn't know"? Yes, you did know because somebody stood up and said something about it. By the way, BLM. My dad worked part-time for BLM in Ely when he wasn't school teaching. He was quite a guy, and I appreciated that. Phil McKay, I wish he would have stayed, because I would have said, did you know that the King of Kings, his name is not Jesus? Did you know it's Yeshua? Did you know that it translates into Joshua? Yep, somebody made up that name. What are you going to do about that? Also, so here we have people, there is no God. We just happen to have unique DNA for no reason. We have unique fingerprints for no reason. We have unique footprints for no reason. And we also have irises that are very unique. It just sort of happened to come into play, right? Whatever. Somebody had said about Cares Campus. I was very upset about Cares Campus. Do you know why? Do you know how many years and how much time and how much money I've spent on homeless things? A lot. So I told a young man, I said, let's just keep an eye on corruption, because there's going to be corruption. And yes, bad things do happen over and over again. Why? Because nobody stands up for what's right and what's good. And so the bad stuff keeps coming back and coming back and coming back, and nobody wants to do anything about it because that might be politically bad, right? Also, something is either true or false, it's right or wrong. How do we know if something's right or wrong? Well, God tells us. We have on and off switches, we have bits and bytes, we have programs, and if somebody ignores, like me, I'm a character of bad behavior because I wouldn't shut up about my HOA situation because there's corruption taking place there. If nobody stands up and does what's right, is it just going to go away? No, you guys, it's not going to just go away. Just letting other people handle things. What's that called? Oh, evil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Reed, followed by Adrian Santiago.
Hello, my name is Judy Reed. I have lived here for 6 years. In those 6 years, I've enjoyed the green spaces, the parks, the rec, the BLM land for biking, hiking. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the proposed soccer stadium in the Southwest Reno. I see no need to have a soccer stadium built in Southwest Reno when there's a viable privately funded plan for another stadium in a non-populated, well-situated area with easy freeway access. The proposed Southwest Reno Stadium would pose a horrific impact on traffic and noise, and that ultimately would be funded by the taxpayers for maintenance in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Santiago, followed by Joyce Rack.
Good morning. My name is Adrian Santiago, Executive Director for Northern Nevada Literacy Council. I'm speaking regarding Agenda Item 19 and approve the allocations of the American Rescue Plan, the ARPA funds. Northern Nevada Literacy Council was awarded $345,484 of ARPA funds through the Washoe County Reinvestment Funds with a performance period of January 23rd through December 24. We were grateful for this partnership with Washoe County addressing the literacy needs of our Washoe County community. By December 2023, NNLC had exhausted the Washoe County Community Reinvestment Funds 1 year sooner than the expected end of the performance period. The need is great in our community for literacy programs resulting in achieving a high school equivalency certification, enter into training, and then starting careers with sustainable wages. As previously reported in my December 19, 2023 presentation to the Board of Commissioners, through these funds, NNLC helped 124 adult learners achieve a high school equivalency certification here in Washoe County. These graduates went on to career training programs, and we continue to track, record, and monitor their success for completion of training programs and employment. NNLC respectfully requests funding to continue addressing the literacy needs of our community. Currently, NNLC has nearly 350 enrolled learners, with an additional 190 learners on a waiting list, ages 16 and older. Unfortunately, funding and space limits continue to challenge us and our ability to provide essential literacy programs to the residents of Washoe County. Securing ARPA funds through Washoe County would enable NNLC to serve these adult learners and meet the growing demand for literacy service in our community. Additionally, NNLC has been working closely with the Reno-Sparks Chamber of Commerce through the Chamber's Care Workforce Program. I'm proud to report we have our first participant, a resident of the CARES campus, starting his welding training program today. So we're super excited. NNLC initially proposed an additional funding of $347,992 for fiscal year 23-24 to sustain our literacy program. The current amount before the commissioners is $100,000. While this is significantly less than our proposed amount, we sincerely appreciate the opportunity to continue this partnership. We assure the Board of Commissioners that NNLC will continue to deliver measurable and documented outcomes, helping underserved adult learners achieve their educational and career goals. We respectfully request that Washoe County Board of Commissioners approve the ARPA funds proposed under Agenda 19, Item 19 for NNLC, enabling us to continue supporting the literacy needs of this community. Finally, NNLC would like to express our sincerest gratitude to Gabrielle Enfield and her team for supporting our request for additional funding. We especially want to thank all of the members of the Board of Commissioners, with a special thanks to Commissioner Clark for his support with the CARES.
Joyce Rack, followed by Troy Regas.
Good morning, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am Joyce Rocky. I live on Wedge Parkway, close to the unsolicited proposed stadium, and like so many others, I am against it. I know it's not on the agenda. It apparently is a big issue because it seems like I've read in different meetings it's not on our agenda, but we're still speaking about it. You all said that the open space and parks, and plus I'm only 14 months old in Nevada, and I'm already fighting for Nevada. But the open space and parks apparently unanimously oppose the stadium. So I'm asking you all, what does it take to act? You all said if it comes back to us, it's really going to go back to them. Well, they already said no. It's obvious by the comments that the public has said no. So I don't understand all the politics, the process in Nevada, but I'm asking everybody if it was already unanimously voted against by the open space and parks, why is it not being on the agenda by somebody else to squash it, put it down, put it away, and not that I have to worry about yo-yo, that I have to look, is it coming back when, next month or next 6 months? I'm on vacation, I'm not gonna make a meeting, so I would like to be instructed, I'd like to be educated. Why can this not just be voted down because it already was from the open parks and space? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Troy Regas, followed by Drew Rebar.
Good morning, Commission. My name's Troy Regas. I have personally known the members of the Branded Few for over 30 years. Never once have I heard them espouse hate towards any group of people, not to Jewish people, and not to any other group, race, or religion of people. The actions have been quite the opposite. They have done toy runs and fundraisers, supporting all races and religions, all people in this community for over 30 years. The only hate I've witnessed is in this hallowed chamber. Your hatred of Commissioner Clark possessed you to defame the Branded Few publicly and without ever investigating them or asking them to talk to them. You are supposed to be the commission for everybody in this county, including the Branded Few. You have let your hate of one man cloud your judgment. And as these leaders of this community, that is unacceptable. The Branded Few have spoken publicly about what the bent cross meant to them. It has nothing to do with hate. I would like to share something with you and the voters due to the efforts to score cheap political points and to not afford due process. The Branded Few have decided to be the adults in this room. The Branded Few have boldly decided as an organization to remove the patch you sought to defame them with. From now on, it will be replaced with a BF patch. They took this action so that no one, including you, can ever attempt to defame their character again. I, for one, am proud of them. If at this point you do not vote to approve the discretionary funds of the commission, Herman and Clark, your hypocrisy will be so blatant and on full display for all the voters to see. Just wait until the national Me Too movement finds out what you have done to women who have been sexually assaulted and know justified continuing to enable their perpetrator. Camellia would not be proud of you, nor should she. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew Rebar, followed by Bruce Parks.
Good morning, Drew Rebar. For the record, please maintain my words in the record. Like my broken cross? You know where that's at? Guess what? Nevada Department of Transportation just installed that. Isn't that great? We got swastikas in Reno, freshly paid for with tax dollars. Do they mean evil things? Is this why we shouldn't give money to kids? Just the first part of my question. That's to follow up, Mr. Regas. I support giving money to the kids for Christmas, for kids that don't have a whole lot. That's the first part of my statement. Next part, let's go talk about the library. Let's not do any more taxes on the library. Let's get rid of those taxes. That's probably a pretty good thing. Libraries have become divisive. Pretty sad. I hope all of you guys have gotten my emails over the last week. I titled them Twilight Zone, Violent Librarians and Transsexuals Locking Children in Libraries, Keeping the Public Out. I'm trying not to file lawsuits. I'm giving you guys options to go around lawsuits. I truly am. I'd much rather come to some policy agreements so that we can make our county a better place for the citizens. I have messaged County Manager Brown several times, and all of you have been CC'd in the emails, so hopefully you've been getting them. If you haven't been getting them, let me know, and I'll send you some emails and show you the texts and the communications. It's really disappointing in how the county has lied about me. County employees have physically struck me. I've got a video where a county employee is pulling a door shut like this on me, after a Reno police sergeant told me I could enter a public library. You'd think if a Reno police sergeant tells you can enter a public library, you should be able to enter a public library, right? But your violent librarians, they slam the doors on people's legs. And then they file police reports against them saying that their violence caused them injury and I should be punished for some reason. I'm kind of confused about how our system works here. It's you know, I just try to be reasonable and look at things from a reasonable point of view, and these things are not reasonable. So why are we promoting all of this sexualized agenda in libraries, in schools? Why are we trying to take money from kids because we don't like a motorcycle club's broken cross that was started by a Native American, and that's a symbol that they've used throughout their histories, but I guess we don't want to do that. Washoe County makes no sense. Thank you very much.
Bruce Parks, followed by Mike Hudson.
Bruce Parks, for the record. First of all, I'm here as a just resident. I'm not an agitator, even though I come here frequently. I'd first like to talk about the idea of appointing or requiring the registrar of voters to be a lawyer. That's a very bad idea. I could get into all the reasons why, but I just want you to think about it a little bit. What could possibly go wrong? I'll leave that to you. Bad idea, folks. Now, if they happen to be a lawyer, that's one thing, but making it a requirement, I strongly recommend you rethink that. Next issue. I want to, first of all, say ditto to everything that Paul White said. I've spent countless hours in homeless camps, not just here in Reno, but all over the country. There's a lot of commonalities. The one commonality that first comes to mind is for us as a society to allow anybody to live like that is a crime against humanity, and we're all guilty of it. Every one of us, but especially those that could do something to fix it. And we're not. Let me give you the metric by which you can measure success. And Paul hit on it. We measure success by returning a homeless person to being a productive, tax-paying member of our community. Anything short of that is not success at all. All you're doing is creating a situation where the taxpayers are still burdened with that individual's daily subsistence. Not fair to the taxpayers, certainly not fair to that individual. Another commonality that I have seen firsthand, not only are a lot of these folks just suffering the consequences of extremely poor life choices, but there's two things they're not interested in, the majority. Now, there is that certain portion that are just not capable of managing their affairs, and we as a society must assume responsibility for those folks. But the vast majority of them are opposed to two things: rules and responsibility. They don't want either. You have to find the motivation, and it's there, to change that behavior. Anything short, you're not going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hudson, followed by Victoria Rios.
Hello, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Mike Hudson, for the record, I am a South Reno resident. I'm here today to put some comments around the soccer stadium, though I realize when I walk in with all the signage, you're actually not going to talk about that today. My challenge to you as we go forward is to point to your mission statement and request, as another member already did, that you vote. Exercise the authority given to you, follow the lead by your Parks Board, which said, as Chair Hill said, unanimously against, but they also went on to say that no further conversations or engagements with this proposal should happen. That was left off, but should be included, and I would again strongly encourage that you vote to end this. I think the chaplain's comments were a call to action to this individual board. Perhaps because he was a Marine and I spent 30 years in the Marine Corps, we both have fought and understand what bad actors look like and how bad things can happen when they removed from the beginning of the conversation in the light of day and they shrink back into the shadows to regroup, reform, and to come at it again. I would challenge us to look at the comments of the most recently risk associated with, and let me define that. My background, as I said, is law enforcement, then in the military. I now support critical infrastructure, and I do work in suicide prevention, looking at human risk. You do not want to take a piece of critical infrastructure, as DHS defines it, and put it into our neighborhoods. You do not start with the neighborhood as your center of gravity. You start with the risk you wish to introduce, and you do mitigations around that. This is flipping the model. You're actually coming at it at the wrong answer. Safe and secure. You do not get that around critical infrastructure. I've heard people talk about a mitigation, well, it's just a little bit of traffic. The idea of temporary or inconvenient. There's nothing inconvenient or temporary about an incubator of crime and risk. Critical infrastructure brings three critical things according to DHS. You're going to get terrorism, domestic violent extremism, crime. You don't need to look much beyond that Google, and you'll see classic examples. But if I even make it more animated, in the last 30 days, you're probably tracking the issue at the Hard Rock down in Florida and that soccer event. Granted, it's an economy of scale mission, much larger, but all the crime and things that took place associated with that. Let's go to the Taylor Swift concert. Again, I understand a much bigger than a 5,000 to 6,000 person. The idea, though, is size is not your security blanket. It simply means instead of 40 or 50, it could be 10 or 12 of your citizens. You do not want to introduce that in here. So your challenge is vote on it. Put an end to this. Just come up and go, exercise the leadership you were elected by us to do, and stand up and say, put it on the agenda, let's get an up or down vote, let's comply with the park board recommendation to cease and desist all conversations with this, and let's put this back in the box and go about other important business that you clearly do here each and every day. So that would be my request to the board, is that you consider the opportunity to end this conversation and to actually put your mission statement and your duty of care responsibility in.
Thank you.
Victoria Rios, followed by Nathan Oliot.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Rios, Director of Youth Programs at the Northern Nevada Literacy Council. And the reason I'm here today is to inform this board. We are excited as Northern Nevada Literacy Council has been awarded the U.S. Department of Labor Youth Build Grant, and the only nonprofit organization awarded in the state of Nevada this year. Youth Build Construction is a program that provides pre-apprenticeship training and job placement in the building and construction trades for at-risk youth between ages 16 and 24 in Washoe County. We expect to serve 60 participants focusing on youth who have dropped out of high school, to offer them an opportunity to re-enroll them into high school clemency program. We hope to work closely with the Washoe County School District and other community partners. Northern Nevada Literacy Council is excited to launch Youth Belt to train the next generation of trades, apprenticeship, and professionals. The program uses national pre-apprenticeship program modules and materials known as the Multi-Core Craft Curriculum, or MC3, developed by North America's Building Trades Union. The MC3 curriculum trains participants on the basics of working in construction industry. It includes modules like construction industry orientation, tools and materials, construction health safety, blueprint reading, basic math for construction, heritage of the American worker, diversity in the construction industry, green construction, and financial literacy. For more information with our Northern Nevada Literacy Council Youth Build program, please feel free to contact me directly. And my number is 775-357-7005. And we welcome any future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Oliot, followed by Julie Adams.
Hello, good morning, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Herman, Vice Chair Herman. Nathan Oliot, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Reno, for the record. I'm here to just thank you for your consideration of item number 19, which partially through ARP allocation could help fund support of the River Ranger program in downtown Reno and along the Truckee River corridor. The River Rangers exist to provide a positive experience in our park system and along the trail, along the river, to help environmental sustainability projects and programs, and to connect our residents from Washoe County and from Reno and our visitors to the downtown district to a positive experience there. So thank you very much for consideration. This will allow us to bolster the ranks of our River Rangers and provide 7-day coverage from open to close in our park system, and again, try to keep footholds from things that are negative behavior and provide a positive experience for people that come in. So we're also looking to create a River Ranger volunteer program where folks will help and get engaged in cleaning up our rivers, working with our partners. I see Ben Castro here behind me with Karma Box Initiative, who really need to get people connected with those programs so they can be a success story that we're looking for. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Julie Adams, followed by Nick Martin.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Julie Adams. I just wanted to support the toy run. It is a small amount of money for this county, but a large amount to the biker community to bring some fun to children that excuse me, are from families that are struggling with necessities. There are historical photos of this controversial cross. You guys could look it up. As I get more involved with politics on a local level, on up to a national level, I am learning a lot. I'm also a little slow, but have finally figured it out. The government spending is just a money laundering operation. The CARES campus is a perfect example, hundreds of millions of dollars, but little success in actually helping people learn how to succeed. But that is besides my point. And that is why no audit has been ordered or approved of to show transparency of where taxpayer monies are being spent. Our government is we the people. We're supposed to have a say in how our monies are spent, not top-down telling us little information. But I believe that light overcomes the darkness and all corruption will come out sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Martin. Nick Martin, followed by Dina Swelgart.
Good morning. You know, I've been a Reno resident since 1979, and I also travel quite a bit. And when people from out of the area ask me, do I like living in Reno, I say I love Reno, but it's not the same city it was. What do you mean by that? Well, the downtown area when I moved here was vibrant, it was exciting, it was fun, And there was a gradual diminishing of the quality of life in Reno. It's probably true in most cities in the US. But for many, many years, that was due to economic reasons. They opened up gaming in California, sucked out part of the market. Vegas exploded and priced us out of the top-notch entertainment market, that kind of thing. So things changed economically. But now that demise is on hyperdrive. And I'm guessing Paul White wasn't lying when he said that 7 years ago there were 80 homeless in the program, now there's 1,800. And we all see it. The downtown area has really gotten kind of crappy. It's tough to walk around and not get accosted by homeless everywhere you turn. I walked from the Calneva parking lot, the garage, to the city building, only a block, and I was accosted by 6 homeless people, and I stepped over a big pile of human feces. Okay, that was 11 o'clock in the morning. I did see 2 other people walking around, 2 normal people, might have been tourists, I don't know. So my question is, why is this occurring? Why are we in hyperdrive now? In my eyes, it's the woke narrative. You know, people worry about climate change and social justice and DEI and all that instead of taking care of business. Okay? And we're all getting frustrated. We're all getting real tired of it. And one thing that allows that to happen, because the majority of people aren't for unsafe parks, dirty streets. We're not for that kind of stuff, but yet that's what we're getting. So what allows that to happen, in my eyes, a big part of it is the corruption in the election system. Now recently, we had an opportunity to do a hand recount with that vote, and it was your opportunity to prove yourselves. And my understanding is Beatles was going to pay for it, so there was no cost to you. And why you wouldn't do that, and why anybody looking at that, why wouldn't you do that, is very suspect. It's almost like an admission of guilt. I mean, why wouldn't you do it? Prove yourselves, okay? But that's what allows this stuff to happen. And we had a hero on the team there for a while. Somebody changed their vote, looked like they were opening the door for that hand count, and then the next day changed their vote. So I'm sure there was a little pressure there. Well, I want you to remember the people putting that pressure on you that made that happen are the same people that want to destabilize our society with this woke narrative.
Thank you.
Dina Swelgart, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Good morning. My name is Dina Swigert, and I'm here with Notable Music Therapy Services. Very short. I'm just here to thank the Commission for your support over the last couple of years. As you know, we purchased a building in 2022, 17,000 square feet on 3 acres. And we have since, just in March of this year, completed that renovation. The county funded our sound attenuated acoustic ceiling tiles, which has made a huge difference in quality of sound, privacy, HIPAA compliancy for our participants. As you know, we serve people of all ages and abilities through adaptive music and dance programs and music therapy. And you have also increased our ability to provide services in the community. Through county funds, we have been able to serve hundreds more of adults and children with disabilities, people in transitional housing, people working or going through addiction. And so you're making a big impact through us, and we just really appreciate that support. We have an agenda item, I think. I don't know if it's today, but we're hoping for your continued support in that. We have big plans for our 3 acres outside, and your support will also help kind of finalize the few things that we have on the inside of the building, privacy and security related, and also our solar panels, which is an energy efficient thing we hope to continue to have in our building. So thank you again. Hope everyone has a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Penny Brock.
Victoria Meyer, you started the clock before I started talking. Can I have my seconds back, please?
Please continue on.
Thank you. Victoria Meyer, just real briefly on the soccer stadium. It sounds like nobody is for that. I don't live terribly close to that, but in the vicinity. And it sounds like a project. We already have a professional soccer stadium, so I just want to be on the record as a no on that. The proposed library tax bond, I don't think is necessary. I'm here to ditto Drew Rebar in everything he said. We've been maligned in our efforts to protest some events at the library, and there's plenty of video footage to show who the real aggressors are. We have a media that's sold out to someone. I think Julie Adams was talking about slowly coming to an awareness of what kind of government we actually have and who the people are that are running it. I want to ditto Nick Martin, most of what he said, degradation in our county. I've been here since 1976, long-term Washoe County resident, seen a lot of things change here. I also want to talk about the library board appointment. These books, you guys all know about these books. We've read them here. We've been shut down by the attorneys. We've read them all over town, city councils, library board, here county commission, and the obscenity there in these books. Yet here is Vaughn Middle School on the Destiny Library. Vaughn Middle School advertising the top 13 most challenged books of 2022. There's some of the books, it's hard to read them, unfortunately. And here's directions for the citizens to actually go in and look for yourself on the Destiny Library program. You can look up any of these books yourselves, folks, and I encourage the public that's listening to do so. And you can go here and see excerpts from these books. And you guys tell us, I think the majority of people agree that they don't belong in front of kids, and yet there they are. This is a persistent problem. And one of the ways we can fix this is to get more balance on that library board. And you guys are going to appoint somebody today, I think. And I'm just encouraging you to vote for some diversity. We have several appointees in District 1 and 3 and 2, but nobody in 4. So that might be a clue.
But we just want some diversity and balance. Let's get rid of the controversy. Libraries should be a place of learning and a place where kids can go and feel comfortable. My granddaughter, those people locked her in the library, okay? They locked her in, and she...
Penny Brock, followed by Stephanie Pham.
Penny Brock for the record. Why are the required county commission meetings being canceled almost every month when the vice chairman is available? Why is required notice not being given as required by NRS? We have an issue here. We, the citizens, are being denied our First Amendment right to come before the government. We are being denied that right. What's happening is at least one meeting a month is being canceled. The last meeting in July was canceled. The first meeting in August was canceled. And here today, we have a jam-packed agenda that we, the people, cannot properly make comment on. That is not right. There was a candidate forum up at Incline last Thursday, which our county commission chair was part of that forum, along with Marcia Burke-Bigler, who's running against her. At that forum, candidate Hill said, our country is run by federalism. I believe in federalism. Now, the problem of that is federalism is top-down rule. I feel as though we see top-down rule being done by our county chair. She did not mention local control or state control or the Constitution. The news is our county commission is not to be run by top-down control. As Marcia Burke-Bigler said, the chair does not hold a higher position than the other commissioners. The chair is merely to run the meeting and to set the agenda. The chair's role is to work with all the commissioners. She also said that we are ruled by law, the rule of law. I would appeal to her that if she believes that, then she needs to follow the county commission rules and procedures. Point 5.1 that says that all regular meetings of the county commission shall be held at times specified in the county code 5.017. What does that say? It says that the county commission shall meet 3 times a month, and it specifies those dates. The other thing, point 4 under that code, which means a law, is the Board of Commissioners may cancel a regular meeting.
Stephanie Pham, followed by Dave McLaughlin. And I do have documents to distribute for Ms. Pham.
I'm sorry, I'm really short. Okay. Hi, thank you for having this meeting tonight. We really appreciate it. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. So I am here because I have some concerns with your budgeting. It seems as if the budget priorities do not align with those of the majority of the people. For example, you guys have a bunch of extra curriculum activities, but what about the homelessness problem or the drug addiction problem that we have, the fentanyl problem, human trafficking with the kids? I mean, I could go on. Secondly, I have some concerns with the law. This was not known to me previously, but it is now, so I came to share it with everyone. Because the system is not just. You can find this document in Jurisprudence Secundum. Here it says clearly, his first duty, this is in regards to an attorney, is to the courts and to the public, not to his client. If you look at the bottom there, it says, an attorney means to turn us over to the court to give you guys jurisdiction that you guys don't have otherwise. If you look at the bottom, it says that it converts us into wards of the court, saying that we're incompetent, but we are competent. My next question is, the Constitution says that you guys cannot use our private property without just compensation. So how is it that you guys use our private property, our cars, force us to get driver's license and registration and charge fees for it, and forcing us into an easement contract? Okay, so here's the Supreme Court case law. I have pages right here for you guys. And that's about like several pages that shows you that you guys don't have authority to do that. I also want to put you guys on notice, deprivation of rights under color of law, because all of you guys are color of law workers. I have 8 petitions, so we can recall anybody who doesn't want to listen to us, because it's clear that our concerns are falling on deaf ears. So I have that for anybody who wants to sign it. And then also, we're going backwards. Let's look at our healthcare sector. If we look at the stats from the year, we go back to the 90s, the stats, mind you, every year, billions and billions of dollars get increased and put into the healthcare. Then how is it that if you look at the number of deaths and sickness are increasing by the millions every year? So where's the money going? What's the money being used for? All the money that we used to fund all these programs, what's it being used for? Okay, secondly, I disagree with the way you guys tax us. You guys we go to the store, we buy goods, we pay tax there. We're taxed on interest charges through our banks. We're charged fees. We're charged multiple times for each transaction, and I think it's a little bit excessive. Now let's look at housing market. I got stats. You can go on Fred. Anybody can go online and find that, and this is from your government site there. If we look at the housing increases, this is unsustainable for anybody, and I shouldn't have to work 2 jobs to pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave McLaughlin, followed by Tara Webster.
Hello, Commission. I'm Dave McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director at Good Shepherd's Clothes Closet. So I'm here requesting funds from the county for our program. What we do is we give away clothes free to those in need. It's clothing donated by the community, and we give it out for free. We've been in the community for over 28 years, and our goal is just to continue to help those in need no matter what. We have had conversations with the CARES campus on how to partner downtown, and we've repeatedly called them and haven't heard anything back yet. We really do want to partner with CARES and figure out how, because we have a surplus of clothing within our facility, and we really do want to get it to the people that need it the most rather than going into landfills and helping those in need. We recently had a ribbon cutting with the Eddy House, so we're partnered with the Eddy House in downtown Reno, and we have taken over their little clothes closet. Recently earned a grant from Molina Healthcare for $52,000 for a truck for our microcloset expansion project to really clothe the entire city and county as much as possible. There's not a lot of programs that are doing exactly what we're doing, so any support we could get would be amazing. We really work hard, small budget, and work hard to help as many people as possible. It's over $70,000 worth of clothing we give away for free every single month, and that's over 700 people within our storefront, and I'd love to give you all tours. Please come down and be a part of what we're doing. But what we're doing is really providing hope and dignity to those in need with free clothing. And with our partnerships with the Microcloset Expansion Project we've done, we're helping even more than ever. So any support the county can provide would be wonderful. We don't sell any clothing. It's all free. And it's just donated by the community. But as you guys know, operations and everything else does cost. We're powered by volunteers. That's really where we are able to push our mission forwards every single week. So over 32 volunteers, 2 paid staff, and we're outputting over $70,000 worth of clothing every single month. It's a great operation, and I'm proud to be the executive director. All sorts of partners within the community, just like Andrea Pelto and other people throughout the city that were able to make even a bigger impact. And our goal is to open up 4 microclosets by the end of the year, but we can't do that without your help. So whatever support you can provide would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tara Webster, followed by Roger Edwards.
Hello, and good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. For the record, my name is Tara Webster, and I'm here today to speak on item 17, to fill the vacancy for the Washoe County Library Trustee seat. I am a community outreach advocate and have been an educator for the past 11 years. I applied to serve on the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees because I believe that access to knowledge shouldn't come with a price tag. It should be free, shared, and protected. Our public libraries are the true heart and soul of our community, and access to public libraries are fundamental to bringing communities together regardless of age or social class. Books are an integral tool for inquiry, adventure, knowledge, and personal growth. They don't discriminate. They don't care if you're rich, if you're poor, if you're well-educated, or if you're just learning to read. They're a space of refuge for the homeless during extreme weather conditions, and a space for collectors of knowledge to connect with the world. Libraries in our community provide access to diverse books and learning opportunities so that parents and familial guardians can be involved in their child's learning and growth. They provide legal education services for free and different types of educational programming, all sorts of wonderful story hours for kids. And they really provide a space for mental health for people of all backgrounds to congregate. While I was in college, the campus library downtown and the libraries at school were really a place of refuge for me. I'm a science educator, and so now I've spent a lot of time there educating kids, doing a lot of science outreach. My husband and I are avid readers and book collectors, and we really want to instill that love for reading with our son. I love to bring him to the downtown library and see his face light up when he sees that atrium walking in the same way that mine did when I was a kid. Like I said, I'm an educator. I've dedicated the past decade to ensuring that everyone has access to learning and literacy. I have firsthand experience of the knowledge and needs of diverse learners of all ages, and I really just think that being on this board is a place where I can help bring compassion and build trust with our community, build a lot of genuine connections, and have genuine conversations. I'm committed to our community, serving on the City of Reno Parks and Recreation Commission. I'm a founding board member for the Desert Peach Montessori School, and I just recently accepted a position on the executive board for the Sierra Club Tioga chapter. I work a lot with the community, with various mutual aid groups, and am very compassionate about the unique needs and challenges that our public libraries face, and hope that you will consider me for this position.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Nicole Willis Grimes.
Well, it's almost good afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon, Board of fellow public servants. Please enter my comments into the permanent record, as all public comments should be, and we shouldn't have to request it. You represent us, okay? Now, behind me is 100+ residents that would rather be somewhere else, except those folks that are thanking you for my tax dollars that I don't remember voting for. But anyway, I'm also an ignored volunteer for the Library Board of Trustees position. I came to this first commission meeting in November of 1974, and I've seen lots of people take your places. But what you need to understand is that each one of you has equal value to the community. The electorate is split up into 5 districts, and you each have one. That's about 90,000 plus per one of you. Each one of you needs to represent the needs of the people that elected them. And not just the chairman. Every one of you have equal value to the community. and my commissioner is not being heard. A lot of other people's constituents are not being heard. Now, I think threatened is a terrible word and shouldn't be used in a human language. I'd rather replace it with promises. I have hundreds of people in District 5 that are not being heard. Now, I promise you that I can motivate hundreds of people to fill this auditorium that are not satisfied with how my commissioner is being heard. And I'm sure that other commissioners have hundreds and hundreds of constituents who would like to fill these places also. And as happy as I am to hear that we have given $100,000 here and need to give $100,000 over here of taxpayer money, and we should, because you guys have the opportunity to spread my tax dollars around to where they're needed. But I'm telling you, I promise you that if my commissioner is not being heard as evenly as everybody else's commissioners, I promise you I can fill this auditorium, and I will. Thank you.
Nicole Williams Grimes, followed by Mark Radow.
Hi. For the record, Nicole Willis Grimes. I'm the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of Western Nevada, and I am here to speak to you about Agenda Item 19, Sub-Item 5. This is regarding additional funding from the ARPA funds to support CIS in going into 4 more schools this coming school year. Just so you know, for those of you who are not familiar with our program, we're part of the national leading dropout prevention program throughout the country. We're one of 3 affiliates here in Nevada. And my affiliate in particular serves nearly 10,000 students in 16 schools now. I almost said 15. 16 schools now, all of which are Title I schools. We are co-located on school campuses. We provide direct support through basic needs, for example, clothing. We have co-located food pantries, school supplies, hygiene items, things like that. But then we also do tiered supports for the schools, partnering with the school district, our school support teams, in addressing attendance, behavior, course performance or grades, and other things like that. These are the students in these schools who are facing barriers day after day, who face the most risk of dropping out of school. We also recognize that students don't wake up their junior or senior year of high school and think to drop out. It actually starts early on in elementary school, middle school, and on and through high school. We did receive previously support through the county of ARPA funds, and with that support, we were able to go into 3 additional schools. 2 actually mid-year this past school year, which we typically don't do, but principals had seen the need, understood what we do and how we can support them, and we were able to act quickly thanks in part to the ARPA funding we have previously used. So what is on the agenda today is additional funding, like I said, for 4 more schools. This is a match that we also have through private philanthropic dollars. We do have a public-private partnership with the school district, with state funding, ARPA funding, but we also primarily philanthropically raise approximately 60% of the funds that it takes to put our site coordinators into schools. And so with that, we really appreciate your support. Like I said, we do focus primarily on attendance, behavior, course performance, and things like that, trying to remove barriers for our students that they face on a daily basis to keep them in school and through the graduation stage. Just to share with you, we did distribute over $230,000 worth of basic needs in our 15 schools last school year. And as of today, our graduation rate for our case-managed seniors in the high schools that we were in was 92%. We also provide lifelong skills and things like that and support post-graduation. So thank you so much in advance, and would appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Mark Radow, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Hi, my name is Mark Radow. Thank you for the opportunity to come speak with you this morning still. I think we can all agree it's a great idea to have people in our community engaged in their government, and I thank everybody for being here today. They all take their time out of their work days and their personal lives to be here. This commission has our attention. I know this because this commission has received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails. And I know that the commission does not normally receive hundreds and hundreds of emails on a singular agenda item, on a specific topic. And I've been copied on these hundreds of emails that have your emails to them, so I know they're received by you. And many are very articulate. All of them have been emphatic in their absolute opposition to a stadium on Wedge Parkway, a private use, something that was to be taken public parks away, compete with public use, against the deed. I can go on and on, traffic and noise and on and on. But why do you have our attention and the focus of what we're talking about here? It's because this commission, your commission, each and every one of you has been indecisive and ambiguous. I got an email yesterday, and the whole county has been ambiguous. I got an email yesterday from Aaron Smith, Division Director Operations from Community Services. I very much appreciate his email, his response. But he starts his message and says, I assure you, there are no current plans to bring the unsolicited proposal for a professional soccer stadium at South Valleys Regional Park to the Board of County Commissioners. Let me just focus on a couple of words. There are no current plans. No means no. No means decisive. No current plans is the gate of heaven wide open here. Chair Hill commented to me personally in a side conversation that a future commission could bring a Wedge Stadium back. I'm not asking about a future commission. I'm asking this commission.
Sir, please.
You.
Please.
Sorry, emphatic.
Calm.
I'm asking this. Sorry, you're interrupting me, so pause the clock. I'm asking this commission. This is on your watch. No means no. You guys make the vote. We'll worry about the next commission, and we'll be here for them. You guys make the vote clear, unambiguous.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Nicole Harris, and Nicholas has a document to distribute.
Okay, Nicholas St. John, for the record, living, breathing, real man. I have a number of things before you, a number of items that we would like placed on the agenda. The first one is requiring the ROV to scan into the polling books every paper ballot brought into a polling place at the time it is brought in as officially received. In the last election, the primary, they did not scan any of the mail-in ballots, which means that no one would know whether someone had taken their ballot and used it already against them or not, only to find out later, perhaps even days after the election had closed, that their ballot had already been hijacked. Second, discussion to sequentially number every mail-in ballot printed and mailed for accountability and to reduce the possibility of election fraud. Now, I'm not saying there is election fraud, however, actually I could say it, but then I'd be an election denier. But anyway, the ability to have these open doors where there's fraud that could be perpetrated, I would think we would want to close all those doors. And having mail-in ballots with sequential numbers on them would certainly close that door. Third, removal of the unconstitutional metal detector that is only present at the county commissioners meeting under generalized suspicion as cited by Justice Ginsburg, that would not be allowed to override the Fourth Amendment, requiring a warrant issued under probable cause for an individual. We've addressed that before. This thing is not constitutional and is not reasonable. Number 4, removal of the sign prohibiting signs from the BCC meeting in violation of the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Penny Brock was so good at pointing out that our chair here in the forum indicated that there was that we had to follow the law. While the law is the highest law in the land, is the First Amendment. It guarantees a right of freedom of speech, and this sign is valid because it's under 100 square inches. My 18-inch by 24-inch sign out front was not allowed because apparently Chair Hill gets to override what the county commission can say. 5, an agenda item to require all county commissioners hold a town hall meeting every 2 months with concerned people of their district or districts impacted by unredressed grievances as outlined and required by the First Amendment to resolve these issues without us having to be limited by 3 minutes and then be ignored. Finally, Commissioner Hill, we're still telling you, we're demanding that you resign immediately because you are not bonded according to law.
Nicole Harris, followed by Corrine Vaywick.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff and everyone who is listening at home. My name is Nicole Harris, and I've been sitting here listening to some of the topics. I do want to point your attention to the Washoe County mission statement. I'll read it. We are working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. On the other hand, I'm looking at the Washoe County strategic direction. Washoe County will be the social, economic, and policy leadership force in Nevada and the Western United States. Great mission statement, great strategic direction. I've been sitting here in these commission meetings over a number of years, and I'm puzzling how these two statements are helping us to progress further. You've heard lots of testimony here, also from the Zoom, and there are 3 areas that I'd like to direct your attention to, which seem to have common areas needing improvement. One is the library tax, the library appointments. I don't think I need to go over all those particulars in the Library Commission. Second is the Register of Voters. We've talked about having blue ribbon commission. We've talked about requiring maybe the Register of Voter having a law degree. We're talking about hand counting ballots. I understand on one of the things you're going to talk about is BDRs concerning recounts. To me, those are going to be our mission statement, also our strategic direction. If those things are so good for us, what is our vision? What is our short-term goal? What is our short-term objectives? We, the people, need to know where you're coming from. I'm getting tired of coming here every meeting and say, hey, what about you guys doing this? What about you doing that? You work for us just like we elect you. We are in a partnership for a healthy community. We need to hear from you. Why don't we have town meetings? Why don't you come to our precinct meetings? We want to hear from you, and yet it's hard, and I'm limited to 3 minutes. But I have to show up in person or I can be on Zoom. The other area is the stadium project. We have told you over the years we do not approve of a soccer stadium in South Valleys. That does not conform to our mission statement. So, 3 topics, 3 general things. I like to hear a response from our commissioners, whether it's in writing or in public on these items.
Corrine Baywick, followed by Jeff Fisher.
Hi, good morning. My name is Corrine Vieweg, Executive Director of Family Respite Care of Nevada, founded in 1995 as the Northern Nevada Ray Family Foundation. I am here today on behalf of a funding request we've submitted in item 19. We provide respite, a temporary break to caregivers raising children with special needs, including children with disabilities, special health care needs, children in foster and adoptive care, and their siblings who reside in the home. By providing a much-needed break, strengthens families, helps to reduce abuse and neglect, reduces caregiver burnout, and improves mental and physical health for the whole family. Our center and community-based programs provide a safe, fun, social environment for a spectrum of children and young adults with special needs, while also providing youth volunteer opportunities for 6th through 12th graders. We provided respite care just under 600 children this past fiscal year in Washoe County, including 102 children in foster and adoptive care. A total of 663 Nevada children, including Reno, Sparks, Carson City, and Elko. We also provided hands-on volunteer opportunities to 320 youth who collectively gave more than 8,000 community hours to our programs. There are more than 10,000 children in Washoe County who qualify for our programs, and more than 61,000 children across the state of Nevada. We are the only organization in the state of Nevada providing the support we provide, and we are only scratching the surface of this need. We have provided respite services at no cost to families in order to continue to reach more children and impact more families. We need to secure new funding. This request is a first-time request, though we have providing services to Washoe County community for nearly 29 years. We thank Washoe County Department of Social Services for their continued support, and we thank you for your time today and this funding opportunity.
Thank you.
Jeff Fisher, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Good morning, my name is Jeff Fisher. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day today. I'm not going to burden you with more on the soccer field event, what's been said here. I just want to be in agreement with it for a no vote, especially when it was ruled against with the park commissioners as a no vote for them. It was supposed to be on the agenda and pulled somehow today. That's part of the smoke and mirrors that developer's using. The folks, the constituents back here, this is confusing to them. Why don't we get a yes or no answer? Just put that in the back of your head to think about. Second thing I have going on is I've had the wonderful opportunity over the years to participate in the toy run. It helps out a lot of kids. I would think it would be a travesty to pull any funds over the misunderstanding of somebody's logo. It helps out a lot of folks. It helps out a lot of kids that would not get anything. So I encourage you, please, do not pull any funds from the COC, the toy run. Thank you very much. You folks have a great day.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianacca, followed by Jenny Williamson.
Good morning, Commissioners. I've watched from a distance the goings-on around here recently, all notable, and most of it embarrassing for you guys. You've all had multiple occasions to right some wrongs, and only one of you's done the right thing. Thank you, Jeannie, once again. You have another chance today to try and provide a tiny bit of balance to the library board, and I'm praying to God that you can do that. And actually, we do have applicants from District 4. I'm hoping you noticed that, Clara. And thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for being the only witness to the cluster that you've all created with the library board. You've actually shown up to one of their meetings, and I appreciate that effort. I've repeatedly asked that discretionary funds to commissioners be eliminated, and one of you's agreed with me on that. Thank you, Clara. It is buying of votes, plain and simple. There's no other way to look at it. In the case of RAVE, I would agree that it's a just cause. They do amazing work in this community. For those of you who don't know that, they save families. The fight about money going to the toy run is over the top. I've watched that and shaking my head, thinking it's insane. My father-in-law, who recently passed, lived next door to Troy Regas for decades. And if those of you who don't know Troy Regas, he's presented to you many times. He heads up the toy run. My father-in-law never locked his door. Most of the time, he never put down his garage door, even though we chastised him over and over and over again. He died at the age of 92 without ever having an intruder in his house, and there's a reason for that. He lived next door to Troy Regas. Troy Regas plowed his road. Troy Regas looked after everything on that street. And I'm telling you that because he's a decent human. The brouhaha that's happened over that toy run and that logo that somebody thought was a swastika is insane. I have a problem with several of the things that have been donated to, not the least of which is the hundreds of thousands of dollar garden down on 2nd Street, probably the most expensive garden in the world. But I haven't come here week after week and bitched and moaned about it. I haven't gone on television and made a brouhaha about it in the RGJ. I think it needs to die. And all that money that we give out to all these charities needs to die. We need to build it into our budget if they need money. It needs to be a budget item that we can all see and talk about.
Thank you.
Jenny Williamson, followed by Cliff Nellis.
First of all, this is my first time here, and I just appreciate each and every one of you that serve our county, no matter what your political views. You have a difficult job, and I hope more good people will take to the calling of serving the public. So just thank you, first of all, very much. I wouldn't trade places with you. I am here because I'm the founder of Courage Worldwide, and we build homes for children who are sold for sex. And we are on your agenda item today for consideration for funding. We have no place for children when they are recovered by law enforcement in the county to have therapeutic residential care. And that is what our organization wants to change. We're so excited with the county's purchase of West Hills and that there's going to be an immediate crisis placement for these children. But after that, there is no long-term placement. So we are honored to be able to bring this program to the county and to these children who have no voice. Most of the kids that come to us are already in the foster care system. And there are those that prey on these children for their profit and their pleasure. And if it happened to one of our children or grandchildren or brothers or sisters, we would be screaming at the top of our lungs. We would be asking anybody for help. But if you're a foster youth and you've run away from that home and you don't have a mom or a daddy who's out there fighting for you, then you're left to the mercy of the traffickers. So I am just so pleased that you have thought of our proposal and are so pleased to bring this project to our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Linda Schmidt.
Well, I want to bring up the election, the primary election again. I am not an election denier. I'm an election questioner. I wonder why we can't hand count the ballots, and I'm not going to relent on this. I went to Sheriff Balaam, and he pushed me off on Under Sheriff Jones. I said, we need to confiscate these ballots and have a hand count in a warehouse with Democrats on one side, Republicans on the other. Not just for the recounts. I mean the whole election. I'm a questioner about what goes on inside that little room. And we cannot see anything that goes on inside that room. Oh, trust us, the electronics are great. Anyone who would vote on a computer is crazy. Computers can be hacked. That's what we're doing. We're voting on computers. I have a friend in Virginia. They have machines. You stick the little card in the machine, and you get a card, walk up to the machine, fill it out. You stick it in the machine, it reads it. It shoots the ballot into a box. And guess what they count when they recount? The paper ballot. They don't go by the machine. So maybe we can implement something like that in this county, and we could have a restored confidence in our elections. Maybe you guys can appoint maybe a Republican to be the ROV this time, which it's never going to happen. The organized crime syndicate called the Democrat Party runs our elections. Yeah, it's been that way for 20 years, you know. So we want things changed. The first thing you can do is whatever warehouse you put those ballots in, can you pull those things out and let's have a recount and stop threatening our county commissioners? That's the other thing. The overreaction proves to us, you are hiding something. And what I'm really concerned about is the school board candidates. I really do not think those candidates really won. I think Bob Beatles is right. The numbers were moved from Paul White and my daughter Alicia Wu over to Perry Rosenstein. He's the only one that's running in the general because the other two somehow got 52% of the vote. Now, how did that happen when Mr. Woodley absolutely had no campaign? Not even a website. And he was appointed before that. He had no name recognition except among a few people. And Bev Snanahan was running a super campaign. How? Well, we know how. You're controlling the numbers.
Linda Schmidt, followed by Melanie Denny.
Everybody's taller than me. Good morning, Commissioners. Linda Schmidt, for the record. Pardon me? Oh, you can't hear me? Okay, sorry. This is my third time here as consideration for being appointed to the library board. I just want to come and tell you, I'm still very interested in serving there. I care about our seniors, our children. I care about everything. The most important thing I care about is that there's representation from District 4, and that's where I live. So I would really appreciate your vote today, and I hope that you would give me an opportunity to come and serve the community in a very special way. Thank you.
Melanie Denny, followed by Meg Shea.
Hi, Melanie Denny. I'm the COO for Accelerate High Sierra Industries and WRC. And I'd like to start with thanking each of you for your service to our community. This looks to be a very hard job, so thank you. I'm speaking in support of item 19, which is the allocation of American Rescue Act funds. Using these funds to support our transportation and critical services in our community is a great way to improve the quality of life for everybody in Washoe County. Thank you also for including support for programs that assist people with disabilities in our community. This is often a very neglected group of folks that we don't really see too frequently. I'd like to highlight Family Respite Care of Nevada, because families that we run into describe them as a critical lifeline. They're a very important service in our community, so thank you for supporting them and other organizations like them.
Thank you.
Meg Shea, followed by Gary Schmidt.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Meg Shea. I'm the Executive Director for Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada. Thank you for your time, and I want to acknowledge all the other organizations in the room and all the great work they do. Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada provides seniors, veterans, and those living with disabilities a way to age in their homes, the most affordable place for them to remain safely. Everything from fall prevention to critical repairs to their home at no cost. We have been, we've just been over the top grateful for the support that Washoe County has provided, Gabrielle Enfield's team, the funding that we have received. And under item 19, we are being considered for additional funding so that we can continue to help more and more households in our county age in place safely. So we greatly appreciate the consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Gary Schmidt. Thank you. We will distribute documents for Mr. Schmidt. Go ahead when you're ready.
For the record, Gary Schmidt, and I'd like my comments recorded in detail in the minutes under NRS 241.035(1)D. Before I get started, I'd like to thank everybody for attending this commission meeting here. I, like Roger, one of the few people here that have been attending county commission meetings for in excess of 50 years. And I'd like to dedicate my comments to 4 persons that were faithful attendees here for decades in the last century. Guy Felton, Juanita Cox, Garth Elliott, and Barry Bouchard. They went before, through the chair to the audience, they went before you, as did I and Roger and Sam Dene, whose health doesn't permit him to attend anymore. Having said that, the Gerlach Wars, they still continue. I've passed out some documents here regarding an issue that continues of the people of Gerlach, the Gerlachians, in part led by me and Willie and Lacey and Ralph and a few longtime Gerlachians, if you would, against a rogue General Improvement District Board and some co-conspirators in the county, such as Dave Solero, and in part, maybe due to his lack of attentions, Eric Brown, the manager, Kelly Mullen, and others who are continually ignoring the rule of law. Real briefly, I have 2 issues that I would like to have a meeting set up with my attorney and Nate Edwards, the chief civil attorney, and Eric, and perhaps Jeannie, she's a commissioner out there, because the county is continually violating 2 provisions of state law. The one is 278-3195, which says that anyone aggrieved by an action of the Board of Adjustment may appeal it to the county commission. I'm so aggrieved, and I've appealed it, and I'm being denied that appeal. Another provision of state law, 278-310, says that any person aggrieved by a decision of any administrative officer, which would include a code enforcement officer, may appeal directly to the Board of Adjustment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next up we have the Incline Village people. And while we are getting ready for that, I do have emails that were submitted for the record that we will place on the file.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So first up from Incline, we have Patricia Morris.
It looks like that is Yolanda, and she's on mute. It looks like she's her own tech here, so we'll wait a second while she gets that together.
Patricia Moja Morris had to leave. She had a doctor's appointment.
Okay, we've got you up, Yolanda.
Yolanda Canuck, for the record. First, I want to say that I'm opposed to the library tax. Very few will notice if the library tax is voted down. Our libraries are funded by the county. The library tax only provides extended hours and extra books. Second, some are saying that the library tax could end today, and of course, I'm in favor of that if that's possible. The question on this is, did the county commissioners get an extension on their ballot measure? The deadline for the ballot measures has already passed. The problem with our county commissioners is that they passed a $1.1 billion budget. Some say they can't increase taxes without a vote, so I'd like that to be clarified. I think there are ways to increase taxes without a vote of the people, things like increasing gas tax, sales tax, and also bonds. Just for the record, I'm opposed to bonding. I'm already paying over $1,000 a year for bonds. The school and county bonds total up on my tax bill for over $1,000 a year. And of course, everyone pays a different amount depending on the property. And I'm also opposed to bonding the stadium. I am opposed to the South Reno Stadium. Please stop it. Also, I'd like to say, please update your voter rolls. In the past, you've sent out ballots to dead people and people who no longer live here. Also, I am in favor of hand counting ballots. Also, I think that the machines should not have Wi-Fi, because when you have a Wi-Fi hookup for your ballot machines, they can be hacked. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, we have had a fun morning of public comment. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 12:15. Thank you very much. Okay, it is 12:16, and I will bring this Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order. I just want to go over the agenda that I hope to get through before we break for lunch. I would like to get through our announcements, our presentations, donations, consent, and our block vote. If you are here for anything beyond that, it will be after the 1 hour, 45-minute, not sure where we're at, for lunch break. So please be cognizant of that, but looking forward to continuing moving the agenda forward. We'll now move to item 5. Manager Brown, if you'll lead us into that.
Okay, item 5 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown. Do you have anything for us today?
I do, Madam Chair. A few items. Number 1, as this is our first meeting of the month, like to announce that the Board of Equalization has an application deadline for 2 openings. The deadline is September 13th. These 2 members will have terms that begin in January of 2025 and will be set to expire on June 30th, 2028. So if anybody's interested in that, please visit the Washoe County website for more information. Number 2, I'd like to share that for the commission, we are planning an update. Staff has been doing a lot of good work to update the strategic plan, meeting with the goal teams, and we should be presenting you, the commission, with a written update here in the month of September. But I also want to suggest that we schedule another strategic plan workshop, as we did a year ago, at the end of October. So we don't have to discuss that today. I just want to plant that seed with everybody so that you can begin thinking about that. And then the third item is to share that the Registrar of Voters has been working closely with the Secretary of State's office on the implementation of the top-down voter registration and election management system that actually started the first week of August. And if things continue to go as well as they are, we're expecting to wrap that up by the end of this month, if not by the end of the week. The transition is to the new no ink system, which will put all 17 counties in the state on the same voter registration and election management system. The Secretary of State's staff is driving the implementation, and I want to applaud our group here in the Washoe County Registrar's Office, which has been working closely with them to make it happen. Once it's implemented here in the next week or so, we begin training our staff on how to use it so that they become familiar with it. We're also in the process of upgrading all our standard operating procedures, the SOPs, which were previously written for the old system, no longer being used. So that's a big part of what our efforts are right now. We are planning to have an open house for the public and for the media, probably in mid to late September, kind of depending on when the implementation is complete, so that people will be able to visit the facility and see how it works. We are anticipating, as with any new system, that there will be some bumps in the road, but we're putting all our resources into the successful implementation and making sure that we get the system right before the November election. I do want to again thank the ROV team, which has been working tirelessly to make sure that this happens. And Madam Chair, that's my update for today.
Thank you so much, Manager Brown. We'll now move to Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would request that we continue 10D1 to a future meeting as soon as possible. I am on the audit board, and I viewed a meeting where I feel like some of our applicants for the position that was open at the last meeting, it wasn't fair. I voted against it, and I was the only one that voted against it, but I believe that we should bring this back and give all 3 applicants a fair chance. And just a note, there was a video taken of the meeting, so I think it would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman and Commissioner Garcia. Okay, Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to extend a huge shout out to not only County Manager, but the staff, Truckee Meadows Fire Chief Moore, and everyone who worked diligently with the flash flooding that occurred on July 21st in the Hidden Valley residents. We had a follow-up meeting where we listened to everyone and took not only that information, but have provided responses to a lot of the inquiries, and that will continue to go out. The first one went out yesterday, and those, again, subsequent follow-up as it really is an opportunity for Hidden Valley residents to then be updated with all the current information. There's going to be an additional volunteer cleanup day, but more to come. And I would like to also recognize the communications team for, really keeping everyone up to date, and certainly the fire, which you've already, Madam Chair, shared the accolades of the amazing community. But to have back-to-back like that to a certain extent really shows a testament to everybody working together for the betterment of our community, and I'd like to recognize everyone for their hard work. And my heart goes out to everyone, including the person who lost their home, who I know with the fire, but also the just the Hidden Valley residents and what they've gone through and what they're continuing to go through, and the response to do everything we can to support them. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got several things I'd like to talk about. We seem to have these meetings few and far between anymore, so I've got a lot of things that have built up over time. But just yesterday, well, a couple of weeks ago, I had a meeting over at the Wilbur May Arboretum, and with the parks folks there and the folks that are taking care of that. So I thought last night I'd take my grandchildren out to the Arboretum. They like to go there, so we went out. It was kind of cool in the evening, go out there. On my way, though, I took Virginia Street the whole way because I was trying to avoid the freeway traffic. And I happened to look up at the City of Reno's building there, their City of Reno's office, and I looked at the flag on the top of their building. I'm just wondering if we have anybody that keep an eye on our flags. The flag on the top of the City of Reno's building, and obviously we have no control over that, was tattered, torn, just a rag up there. About 30 to 40% of the flag was missing. I'm wondering if the county on our flags, do we have somebody that keeps an eye on them? I know there's a proper way to dispose of flags that become tattered and torn, and I just thought it was so disrespectful to the federal flag of the United States of America to be in that kind of disrepair fluttering in the breeze up above City Hall in Reno. So next, we finally get to the Arboretum, and there's lots of people enjoying the park, and about 7 o'clock at night, and the restrooms are locked. So my question to the county, it's a county facility and a lot of county parks, What are people supposed to do after 7 o'clock at night? Are we supposed to go behind a tree? I mean, how unsanitary is this? What the heck what are we doing with our parks that we locked down the restrooms? There were dozens of people roaming around there and no place to go. What do you do with little kids when they have to go to the restroom? To send them behind a tree? I mean, this is outrageous. Why is if the park is opened, the restroom should be opened? It's as simple as that. So I think something needs to be addressed with that. So my request is, what are the restroom hours on county parks? And do they coincide with when the gates are open? It's just a human function. People need to use restrooms. If the park is open, we should at least accommodate basic human requirements. So that's the start of things. Next, I got a letter from the DA, and I heard rumblings from the Secretary of State and the Attorney General of the state telling me that if I didn't agree to certify the elections, that I was encouraging people not to believe in the system. So that's the premise that I'm going to use for this next part that I want to talk about. I sent a letter, an email, to a county employee, and a copy of it I'll make available to anybody, and asked if we could take the Community Assistance Center over from Reno. Reno built this building. I talked to the assessor. The land is worth about $16 million if you just scrape the building. It costs about $20 million to build the building. And I'm thinking, and what I've heard is the city of Reno let this fall into disrepair. They didn't maintain the property in a safe and sanitary fashion, leaky roofs, water damage, on and on and on. And so coming back from our tour of the Miami model, I saw them take a building, an old dilapidated public service building there, and completely rehab and refinish it and remodel it and make it worthy again to be used for kind of an intake center down in Miami. And I thought, geez, this would be great for the county to do the same kind of thing for women and children at this particular community assistance center. So I asked about it, and I was told that the city of Reno had other plans and the county wasn't interested in this. And then lo and behold, I'm going to read this statement to you. Community Assistance Center statement. When I was watching the August 14th Reno City Council meeting, I was interested in what would be done with the CAC building. Never did I expect my name to come up on the dais. First, I want to say how much I appreciate Candy Ramos and how she keeps me up to date and answers questions that I have at the Board of County Commission meetings, and such a valuable member of the county manager's team. When I received an email from Candy, I didn't think much of it and had so many people urging me to learn if the CAC building could be repurposed by the county for homeless services, primarily women and children. When I received the email, I read through it and shared the information that would appear in the city of Reno. It appears that the city of Reno had a different idea for the building, so the groups trying to work on using the CAC for services should find a different spot. I never thought the Reno City Council would go on the record at the city council meeting that no one had been in communication with Washoe County about my question. Now I know Candy would not just send me this answer without getting this information, so somebody needed to convey this response to her. I'm not going to demand to know who that was. What I am going to do is put this on the record. Whoever advised Candy to send me this false information, this response, should come forward. Jenny Breckis is right when she asked if there had been a private conversation. I try always to lead with transparency, and in this case, the county needs to do so as well. So what I'm saying is, here's an example of me asking a question, and then the county, somebody at the manager's office, directed a county employee to give me a false answer, an incorrect answer, a lie. It's as simple as that. Disinformation. This is a constant battle here. I ask questions, and they're always bullshitting me, okay? I'm tired of it, all right? I got another question. So this is not just a one-off. This isn't a hiccup like we always have around here. This isn't a glitch like we always have around here. Then I asked the public records information. I asked for some information about any communication about the soccer stadium prior to this coming before the Parks Commission recently. I was told there had never been any discussion with the former commissioner or the Parks Department about it, and the county couldn't find any records about it. And lo and behold, Mr. Ratto delivers to me 5 different emails from 2022 from him and the Parks Commission about the soccer field, saying it was unfeasible to think about having a soccer field there. So the county told the last person who asked it that it wasn't a good deal and they weren't interested in doing it. When I asked about it, the county told me the records were unavailable. So here's a second example in about a week of the county absolutely lying to Commissioner Clark, District 2. Do I have to lawyer up here? I'm sick and tired of the county, and if they're doing this to me, they're doing it to you. And when I opened my opening statement was when the Attorney General and the Secretary of State said that I was causing people not to trust the elections, I'm going to turn that around and say the county, Washoe County, is doing this in such a way that I don't trust the county. And I don't trust the county, and I'm going to urge all the citizens not to trust the county. When you ask for public records, they're not giving them all out. They're not telling the truth. They spend more time trying to cover up things than fix things. It's disgusting. They lie to me on a regular basis. I'm tired of it, and you should be too.
Okay. With that, we will now move on to our presentations. Manager Brown.
Item 6 is a presentation from Benjamin Castro with Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality, or RISE, History of RISE and the Multiple Strategies to Address Homelessness.
All right. Good afternoon, all. My name is Benjamin Castro. I'm the Executive Director of RISE. I appreciate you giving me some time today to talk a little bit about our history and some of the projects we're working on together. I will try to be brief. I know you have a very long day today. So a little bit about me. I helped co-found this organization going on almost 14 years ago now. So I've been doing it for a little bit. For the first decade of our existence, we were 100% volunteer operated. So it was just a bunch of citizens who cared, right? During that time, oh God, what was my day job? I was doing human resources management, and my degree was in finance and economics. So what makes me an expert in human services? Well, frankly, I'm not. But the people we serve are. They're always the experts in what works, what doesn't, where the gaps in services are, and more importantly, what works for them and why. So that's why we say our greatest resource is and always has been the people we serve. Our flagship operation at the time when we got incorporated in 2011 was the Rise and Dine project, which was essentially a community potluck that we hosted in the parking lot of the old Community Assistance Center on 4th and Record Street. When we first started doing that, again, it was me and a group of friends who were tired of feeling helpless. I mean, we spent a good amount of time bearing witness to our neighbors' suffering. And you go through all the traditional routes, you volunteer, you try to do petitions, all the rest of it. But then one day we decided to cook a bunch of food and throw it in the back of my truck and take it down and hand it out. And that sort of direct action, direct engagement kind of captured my heart ever since then. And I knew that activism, as far as the way I saw it, would never be the same. So it didn't take us long to figure out that cooking food for 500 people in a kitchen built for 2 probably wasn't going to last very long. So the first thing you do is get incorporated, right? If you're going to ask people for support, you need to be transparent and accountable with their funds and the resources that they give you, which, by the way, all of our 990s can be found online at our website. But so we get incorporated. The next step is, do we put the project on hold while we pursue federal funds or USDA funds and try to start a soup kitchen a la St. Vincent's, or what else can we possibly pursue? And I think it's this moment that really kind of defined us as an organization. At that time, we had decided to put an ad out in Craigslist. So we figured that if we were so attracted to this sort of engagement with our neighbors, that other people may be as well. So we said, you know, we're going to be here every Saturday, and if you would like to join us and cook your favorite recipe and bring it down, we welcome you to do so. And the community did not disappoint. In fact, that was our model for operating Rise and Dine for about 9.5 years, just soliciting community volunteers. And it definitely made me proud to call this place home. So anyways, we did that for about 9 years. During this time, and I say this a lot, but I had the incredible privilege and honor of meeting some of the most generous people in this community, in my opinion. And when I say that, I'm referring to both the people who came to volunteer and the people who came seeking services. Throughout those years, I was even more fortunate enough to have a lot of those people join my team, or join our team rather, again, from both sides of the table. And they're the ones that have evolved and changed this organization into what it is today. So something that I figured, or I kind of referred to us as just a network of volunteers all advocating for the dignities of our unhoused neighbors, became a 501c3. We started launching other ancillary projects to complement Rise and Dine. So in 2013, we had the free market. Here you can see our first one. We were just giving out clothes. So then that started evolving into hygiene products, feminine hygiene products in particular, other survival items for our neighbors. 2014, we launched Giving Gardens, where we were growing food to subsidize the overhead costs of Rise and Dine. Learned a lot of lessons there on that. Most importantly, I think, would be the power of routine and consistency for the people we served. We had recruited a lot of them to help tend the gardens, and I think there's a lot of power in people being able to build something and quite literally enjoy the fruits of their labor. So I had a lot of fun doing that. Oh, we've done a lot of stuff, bear with me, guys. In 2015, we had our first intern. She was our chaplain, and she liked to walk along the river and just be present with our neighbors. And that, well, to earn their trust, to validate their experiences and try to motivate them to become the best versions of themselves. That engagement model led to our peer-led outreach team, and it's still the model we use today. In 2016, we launched Living Room. Briefly, the original concept of the Living Room was a form of reverse transitional housing. So the idea would be that the organization would acquire property, and we would put people in it on a sliding scale for rent. Typically, it would be transitional housing. Families would move in, people would move in, they would move out once they got back on their feet. But eventually, we imagined that we would find a group of people that didn't want to leave, that they wanted to stay and maintain the house. So instead of asking the residents to transition out, the organization itself would transition out. And we would turn over the water bill, the power bill, waste management, and eventually even the mortgage over to those residents, and ta-da, we solved their homelessness, right? Because now they're homeowners. Of course, trying to get a loan for that, I didn't get a lot of callbacks. So we had to pivot that model into doing motel vouchers for folks that were traditionally deemed as program resistant, but I do challenge that notion. I don't think they were necessarily program resistant. I think a lot of the people that we supported were not program qualified. So at the time, we were looking at sponsoring people with pets. We were sponsoring couples. A lot of them were at the age of, this is going to sound rude, they were retired but not retired. So it was around 55 to 60. So they're still of working age, but they didn't qualify for any of the benefits yet. They didn't have any substance use disorders or mental health issues. Again, all of these seem like strengths, or they should be strengths, but there wasn't too many programs that would accept them. So we started doing hotel vouchers for that particular demographic. We did that for many years. 2018, so we started at Rise, a kind of funny story, but we started launching training opportunities for community to host, community volunteers to host their own outreach services. Some of the more notable ones was training a lot of members of the faith community to staff the overflow tent that was in the CAC for the winters of 2017, 18, and 19. Some of you may remember that. So the CAC was full, the Washington Street overflow shelter was full, and then we had to put a tent in the parking lot of the CAC. So we helped train a lot of those volunteers. The reason we called it At Rise is because we had a huge shared Google Doc that us and all the other faith community members were working off of, and anytime they would assign something to us, they would put At Rise. And it happened so frequently, we just started calling ourselves At. So, kind of funny story. 2019, again, this is all just a trip down memory lane. The CAC became a closed campus, and all outdoor meal providers, all volunteer groups, were asked to vacate the CAC and find somewhere else to serve. This was actually our first experience working with the county and the sheriff's department and local law enforcement. They had asked us to move about 1.5 miles down the street on East 4th Street, where CARES campus is today. During this time, if you can imagine, a bunch of volunteers who cook food for free probably have really big hearts and probably even bigger personalities. So there was a lot of, there was a lot of room for that to be extremely contentious. I think we were very beneficial in trying to smooth that out and coordinating everybody to move willingly and keeping everybody coordinated. What do I have, a minute left? Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. So now we're moving into current projects. So these projects we actually do host. In 2020, we signed an agreement with One Truckee River to operate the Portland Loos, to maintain and perform outreach services around them. There are 3 loos in our community. There's Broadhead, John Champion Park, and the one by City Plaza. Also in 2020, we were selected to operate our place, which I'm sure many of you have been to. In 2022, we partnered with the City of Reno to operate outreach services underneath our Clean and Safe umbrella. I can go off on that as well. In 2022, we were also selected to operate the Women and Families Crossroads program, which is sober supportive housing for women and families in our community. This year alone, through TEMWA and the Truckee River Fund, we launched River Stewards, which is kind of a hybrid of outreach but with an employment caveat to it. Also this year, we partnered with One Truckee River and the Nevada Forestry Department to operate the Truckee River Urban Tree Workforce Development Program. So that's going to be super exciting. 2 other programs. About a month ago, we were selected to operate the Men's Crossroads program. And about a few weeks ago, through the Continuum of Care, the COC, we are sponsoring the Lived Experience Advisory Board. And I know I'm out of time, you guys, so I can stop there. I know you have a very long day.
Mr. Castro, maybe you could let us know what this board needs to know. You've been such a great partner to us, and any sort of sum up comments, and then we can ask questions certainly as well.
Takeaways. I think honestly, there's one slide, but
yeah, let's see it.
This one, I think, is kind of a big takeaway for us as an organization, something that started as a simple food insecurity project by a bunch of college kids, morphed into what we are today. We're officially designated by the governor's office as a recovery-friendly workplace, meaning that we provide support and guidance for our colleagues if they're in recovery. We have 101 employees now. I don't like that word, so colleagues is better, majority of which are women. 72 of our colleagues have self-proclaimed lived experience, and for a majority of the people in our leadership team are held by women. I think that culture has really contributed to our success. But I'll just stop there, I know, and happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Well, I have a question. Your work for the River Stewards, and then also with the City of Reno. I'm just curious, what are the major barriers you're seeing or support you may need to do that outreach work? Where are the gaps that the county can support or other agencies can support that work of finding folks and getting them the services that they need and building that trust? I know that that's a lot of work.
It is, yes. And so for those who aren't familiar, River Stewards, we are contracting with folks living along the river to help clean up the trash, a lot of times some of which they produce directly. It's source point control. But the strategy, so picking up the trash is the byproduct. Really, the strategy is to activate people's sense of purpose and belonging. Nobody's going down there and offering these people jobs, right? We're giving them shelter, rehab, or just straight eviction notices, but nobody's actually employing these people. So the team that we have is peer support specialists who have successfully gone through recovery themselves. So we're recruiting them, again, activating their sense of purpose, dignity, self-esteem, et cetera. That does take time. And then by the time they get their first paycheck, hey, maybe we should put this in a bank account. Let's not cash that immediately, and we should start saving, and all of that kind of motivational interviewing. How can other agencies support us? The City of Reno has been pretty good. They're letting us use their waste management account. Otherwise, we'd be paying quite a bit and a lot of the trash that we're picking up. I think, and then working with Nathan and his team with the River Rangers has been great. We haven't really, I mean, we focused a lot in Reno and Sparks. We've done some unincorporated Washoe, but you know, if I do run into barriers that I think this board or others can support, I will certainly reach out and let you know.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
know you and your team do great work. Commissioner Clark, have you signed in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one comment. You said nobody's offering these people jobs, and I think if you, I don't know if you've worked with Ann Silver at the Chamber of Commerce, but she doesn't offer jobs. She offers careers, the training, the clothing, the safety equipment, teaches people how to brush up and get their GED if they need that. So she's got a course that she's developed to help people. So you should talk with Ann Silver because she is looking for people who are interested in working. And these are good paying jobs. Some of them are $40,000, $50,000 a year jobs, decent jobs. They're not just working at fast food places. So there are others in the community who are seeking folks who are looking for work. And so maybe you should reach out to her. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that connection. I mean, there's, and you all know this, sometimes we're all so siloed or we're just so focused on our own specialty that we don't notice that, you know, if it's a good idea, we're probably not the only ones who had it, right? So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Castro. I appreciate the timeline, even though you looked excruciatingly like it was going too slow. But I really appreciated that timeline because many of us don't know what a tremendous story your organization has. So I'm glad you took those minutes to dedicate to that story because I think it's really impressive that you started off as a volunteer-run organization, a totally grassroots efforts, and now fast forward, look at where you are, and you're building capacity, you're expanding services, and you're doing a lot for our region. So I commend you for taking the time to walk us through that. There's a lot of people on our staff here at Washoe County that are working with individuals on their worst days. You know, we've got CPS workers who are seeing children in foster care, removals from their biological parents. We've got animal services people who are dealing with neglected and abused animals and you know, seeing horrific things out in the streets. First responders, the same thing with fires and emergencies and incarceration. All of these really difficult things to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And I don't know if folks really give much time to think about how our operators, like RISE, also have people with lived experiences that are actually doing the work day in and day out and see really, really challenging things. I just wanted to know, that was my first question is what kind of support services do you offer to your colleagues to make sure that they're able to do the work day after day during difficult circumstances? And I forgot my second question, so go ahead with the first.
Yeah, well, if it comes back to you, please. So, I mean, you know, trying to do employer-sponsored health care, obviously, pay time off. But I think, you know, for us, it's kind of weird. When I first started, my focus was on the people we served, right? And that was my direct engagement, and that was my passion. And throughout the years, as I've gotten replaced, you know, that other people, more qualified people maybe are doing that direct engagement, my colleagues have become my focus. So everything from when they first interview to when the first time they step foot on campus to their first tour to everything I like to be involved in because I know that if I'm focusing on them and making sure that they're setting healthy boundaries, that they're practicing self-care, then they're delivering a quality service. So and I'm not taking credit for anything like that. I'm just saying it's a culture that we've developed to where we only have each other, you know, and making it safe for our colleagues to tag out when they are feeling burnt out or if they're experiencing compassion fatigue or if they're having thoughts of relapse, making it safe for them to talk to their leadership structure or to HR or to whoever it is that they feel comfortable for, and removing the stigma and not chastising them for having that moment, and then being able to do those sort of early interventions. So it's not, I mean, money helps sometimes too, but honestly, it's engagement, I think, and being keenly aware of the unique struggles that your colleagues are going through, and not making them feel like it's their fault. So that has been our strategy.
And your lived experience advisory board, that was my second question. Can you talk to us about that?
Oh, sure. So it's not, actually, they're going to be speaking next.
Okay.
So that is through the COC. They're amazing. I don't want to steal any of their thunder, but I'm very impressed with a lot of work they've done.
All right, thanks.
Awesome. Any other board questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. All right. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Castro. Thank you for the work that you and your colleagues do for this county and for our most vulnerable community members. We cannot do it without you, and we look forward to continuing the partnership and seeing how we can grow. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
We'll now move on to our next presentation, item 7, Manager Brown.
Item 7 is a presentation by Echo Gill, Lawrence Dotson, Marshall Lindsay, and, excuse me, Art Clark to provide an introduction to Lived Experience Advisory Board, or LEAB, as well as the results of their Coordinated Entry Focus Group project. LEAB provides community recommendations on how to improve homeless services in northern Nevada.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Echo Gill.
I'm Lawrence Dotson.
Thank you for having us today. We're here to just kind of introduce ourselves and share with you guys a little bit about what we do. So, there we go.
These are the things we'll be talking about today. We will do our best to be brief.
Will you
and
go to the
know how
microphone,
precious your time is.
sir? Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Let's see. LEAB has been in existence for just over a year now. All of our members have navigated the system from one point or another. We have some that have moved on to permanent housing and some that are still navigating the system right now.
Our vision is to make a safer, healthier, and happier environment for everyone in our community. We want housing to be a human right and wraparound services available to everyone who wants and needs them.
Our mission is to use our experience to improve homeless services and the way that people are experiencing homelessness are treated in northern Nevada. I personally have two years of lived experience of homelessness. I spent 1 year in a shelter here in Washoe County with my husband and my kids. We were able to move on to permanent housing. We have a place now, steady jobs, and everything's great, but it took a lot of work and we needed a lot of help to get there.
Our vision is to make a safer, healthier, and happier environment for everyone. That's the same
You're
one.
on the wrong page.
Oh, my goodness. The purpose of the Coordinated Entry Focus Group project was to assess the coordinated.
It's supposed to be your intro.
God.
Let's see. Sorry about that. Give us 1 second.
You're fine. You're fine.
My name is Lawrence Dotson, and I have been on and off homeless for about 10 and a half years. I bounced around from shelter to shelter for a while, and finally I got some help from some of the people here in this, actually in this room, and I've able to, get my life on track and get a good job and work, and everything's been good. But like Echo was saying earlier, it was a struggle at first, and to have those organizations and to help you get to where you can, feel some sort of firm ground underneath your feet is amazing.
So some of our past projects so far, last year we participated in a rating and ranking committee. We helped with pit count. We did COC policy and procedure reviews and gave recommendations to the county. That we actually have a coordinated entry committee now that we're putting those into effect. so that's pretty cool. We also do NCLC monthly and raw since we started, and we are working with the AB 310, and we did our coordinated entry focus group project, which we will explain about.
Purpose of the Coordinated Entry Focus Group project was to assess the coordinated entry system and determine ease of access for both clients and staff.
We began by contacting local HUD-funded agencies with special focus on DV services to schedule our focus groups.
We conducted surveys with leadership, frontline staff, and clients. We also conducted 50 surveys with people experiencing homelessness.
And once we completed the surveys in the focus group, we compiled all of our data. We gave individual recommendations to each agency that we went to. Those recommendations were not shared with anyone else. And then we gave community recommendations to everybody.
Once we completed our recommendations, we contacted the agencies we held our focus groups with and attempted to provide them with their individual recommendations. If the agency was unable to meet their recommendations, we sent them by email. Individual recommendations were kept private and not shared with anyone but the individual agencies themselves.
Our current projects, we're currently working with Two Hearts on a workforce initiative project, which is also tied to the AB 310. We are working with them and UNR and a lot of other agencies in the area to try to develop a training program for students coming out of the universities and the colleges into this field so that it's more cross-training happening. Not everybody just knows one thing. We kind of let everybody know a little bit about everything. Let's see. Sorry, guys.
We are currently working with Two Hearts on our workforce initiative project. This project is to involve students in vertical integration, just exactly what she had just talked about just now, to better prepare them for entering the homeless services workforce. That's been going pretty well. We've been doing that for what, about 2 months now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We also are working with the Nevada Homeless Alliance out of Vegas. We have a contract with Wing Wolf Innovations, and we just started working with Ben with RISE for a contract with the county on our rating and ranking again.
This is the contact information for Echo and I.
Oops, partners. Sorry, guys.
Feel free to reach out to either one of us at any time. We are glad to answer any questions and provide help wherever and whenever we can.
Thank you so much for your time and your patience. I know we were a little bit of a mess, and I'm sorry. But we are happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Oh, you are not a mess, and I am blown away by the work that you've been able to do for the county and statewide. It's so impressive, and we're really lucky to have you on our team so we can make sure that all the work that we do is going through a lived experience lens, and your experience and all of the work that you're doing is incredibly valuable to the work that we are doing. So I'm so touched that you took the time to come and speak to us. I wanted the community to see that we are working with lived experience community members and listening, and I'd love to hear any thoughts that you have on how we can continue to ensure that our work is helping, everyone and meeting people where they're at in the county. So if you have any thoughts on that, but I just want to, if you don't mind, I would like to give you some applause for your work, Ms. Gill and Mr. Dotson. Thank you so much for your work for our community. Amazing. And I don't know if you have anything extemporaneously, that's terrible, I can't say that word, that you'd like to provide to us, any thoughts?
The only other thing I'd like to say is that we do encourage everybody to use people with lived experience when you're working with this. It doesn't have to be us. I mean, it can be anybody that you want, but it's always good to have somebody like that to look through it, because the people closest to the problem are closest to the solution.
Yes, beautiful. Do you have anything else, Mr. Dotson, to add to that?
No, I think she pretty much summed it up right there.
That's great.
I feel the same way.
Thank you. Looking to the Board of County Commissioners, yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Well, thank you so much for sharing the work that you're doing. I'm wondering if you can share what the long-term is and how you're going to approach, bringing in opportunities for other folks that have lived experiences and how that can be expanded. And I'm just wondering if you could maybe share what that plan looks like.
Yeah, we do intend to bring on more people into our group. We're looking for people right now. It's a little rough in this situation, but we're currently looking for people, so you send us anybody that you think might fit. But we pretty much right now, all we are doing is making sure that we continue to gather contracts and continue to have a presence with the county so that we can be directly involved in as much as possible.
We're building a resource flyer too as well. We just getting all the organizations together and getting names and numbers and stuff to where somebody can actually. I know there are a few resource flyers here in Reno, but we're trying to get one, make one ourselves, and we're getting other people with lived experience to help us, contact information and stuff from the different organizations to put in the flyer. So we've got that going on, and hopefully there will be some more things in the future.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do. And I guess, if I may, Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'm just wondering what was the catalyst in terms of motivating you to actually do this? I'm just really curious because obviously you have shared a little bit in terms of, moving from where you were at to kind of where you now are, and then the commitment to the community to help with that. And I'm just wondering what was the catalyst for you to do that?
I was actually staying in the shelter at the time, and one of the workers let me know about a group that was coming that wanted to discuss our experiences and things, and she suggested I go. It turned out to be the Nevada Homeless Alliance from Vegas, and they were starting a lived experience advisory board. And my experience being at the shelter, I try to help everybody and mother everyone. So I wanted to, even though I was in the shelter too, I was trying to help everyone else all the time. So I figured that this was a good place to put all that energy.
Mine was kind of the same thing, but I went to my caseworker and actually asked if there was anything that I could do to get involved to help, because I noticed, I was staying at the shelter, I noticed things that, sometimes I felt like we were unheard. I felt like maybe, not generally at the CARES campus itself, but just the people that I would speak to, you feel like maybe you're just a little bit below them, and maybe your needs just aren't getting met. And I thought, well, if we could get somebody to talk about this. So I went to my caseworker, and then she pointed me to Nevada Homeless Alliance, and then from there, it just went on.
You both should be, and the whole team. There's other people on your board that aren't here, so thank you for your commitment, and thanks for sharing that. And then more importantly, I hope you continue to work with the county and continue to help blossom, because it isn't, I think, there isn't any replacement for those that are trying to help. Everyone's trying to help, but those that have lived experiences, I think, really make a huge impact. And so thank you. Thank you.
And looking to other board members to see if folks have any other comments or questions. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us. I know we're going to have you at the CHAB board as well, and really looking forward to continuing the discussion, and we'll talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to our last presentation, item 8, Manager Brown.
Item 8 is a presentation by Cody Shadow, City of Reno Director of Public Safety Dispatch, to provide update report for Hexagon Unified Computer-Aided Dispatch and Records Management Suite Software Replacement Project as of August 2024. And he's got some other visitors, and if I could interject, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We're so fortunate in this region to have a talented group of dispatch professionals in the City of Reno, City of Sparks, Washoe County, and they actually work well together if we just give them the resources and get out of the way. So with that, I just want to point out these folks are doing great work.
Thank you. Cannot wait to hear about it.
Awesome. Manager Brown, thank you for the comments. Cody Shadle, Director of City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch. I was asked here today to give you a brief update on what we're doing in this exciting project. And as you mentioned, I do have representatives from our local agencies here with me. There are other agency coordinators. Eric Woolrich with Washoe County, Sheila Licious-Ill with City of Sparks, Kenny Kitts with the Remsa Health, sorry, I tried to call you Public Health there, And in the back, we also have our vendor project manager, David Bonini, with us, who's also here to support us. So for the purpose of the conversation, I know it's almost been a year since we've talked about this topic. So I just want to give you some background for those who may or may not remember the project in its entirety. So I'll just give you a brief update. Then we're going to jump into some key accomplishments we've already achieved in a very short amount of time that we've been working this project, and talk about how that's going to meet our regional goals, and then we'll give you an update of what's to be expected in the next year before we go live. So as I mentioned, background, this project, whether you know it or not, actually started back in 2020, early 2020. We saw an aging CAD system, which is our computer-aided dispatch system, as well as our records management system, and those are the backbone of what our public safety community is working off of. So with an aging system ahead of us, we started to look at options for how are we going to replace it, how are we going to make sure that we're meeting the expectations of the public. One of the first steps was getting a consultant on board to help us establish an RFP and walk us through that process of evaluating the vendors and opportunities that we had in front of us. We did hire Federal Engineering. They were an excellent partner in helping us do the RFP process, and they've actually stayed with us through implementation, have been a key component, and kind of acted as our regional project manager and kind of kept all of us on track, which has been just a huge help to us. That was an exhaustive process, that RFP. We went through site evaluations, vendor demonstrations. It took over a year, actually closer to 2 years to actually accomplish that. But it was important. It was important to get all of the regional partners and stakeholders at the table to have their opinions and have their voices heard. So that's why we took so much time to do that. Now, simultaneously, and not directly related, but some of you may recall back in July of 2022, there was an effort from all the local bodies to hold a concurrent meeting and talk about regionalization of fire, medical, and 911 services locally. During that work group, during that concurrent meeting, we actually took direction from this body as well as City of Sparks and and Reno, that we knew and identified that the 911 system had problems. Specifically, how we handle callers in the 911 system just didn't seem to be working and meeting the needs of the public. So we took that direction from you and said, how are we going to incorporate that into this project? At that time, and we took the project from just a replacement project and made it an expansion project. How are we going to redesign and restructure the technologies that we're using in the 911 system? How are we going to make this better? Which included bringing REMSA, our outside medical partner, on board, which has really changed this project. And we were a regional project from the beginning, but now it really feels unified from a 911 perspective. Out of that, we also built significant governance systems. So everybody loves public bodies, but we decided to create 3 boards that were going to oversee the health and resiliency of this system as we move forward. We wanted to make sure everyone had equal representation, that all partnering agencies could have their voices heard, and that the system could remain safe and intact for years to come, because this is no small investment. It is a significant undertaking, and it's important that we keep it intact. So just a brief overview on that. We did establish a managers board made up of the managers from the City of Reno, Sparks, the Washoe County, as well as REMSA Health CEO. They provide direct oversight over the other boards as well as the overall project. The executive board is made up of our leadership at the executive level, so we're talking about our chiefs, our department or directors, our department heads or directors, and they're doing a lot of the meat of how are we going to administrate the system, how are we going to make sure the financials are intact, how do we make sure everyone pays their share, and how do we kind of stay on track. And then lastly, we have a change advisory board, which is really just made up of subject matter experts. Their goal is to make sure that any new requests that come into the system are vetted, they're stable. We make sure that any changes that we make on the system are not going to hurt any partners or anybody that's already in the system. So as I mentioned, we did choose Hexagon for our on-call dispatch and on-call records. This is just a visual. I know it's probably hard to see, but they've been a tremendous vendor for us. And as I mentioned, it was a long process to get there, but it was a unanimous selection when we did choose to go with Hexagon. So that project actually kicked off officially November was kickoff, but the real work started in January of this year. So in that time frame, we've had a few things that we've already taken care of. We've brought in the hardware and the software installation, so that means the servers, the infrastructure, it's all brought in, it's on site. We've actually brought in the software and we've started working and configuring it. So that's where you see initial system build. That's us and our teams have actually just been putting a lot of information into the system so we can start to use it. When we start talking about configuration, that's how we're actually building the system to work for us. So we're going in, making those changes, our teams are vetting those changes, and they're working exhaustively to do so. The other thing that we've done is we brought in a lot of external third-party integrations. So this is all of our vendors that we use. And if you can remember the 911 system, I don't know if anyone's actually sat in the 911 center before. But your 911 operator doesn't have everything available to them immediately. A phone call comes in, they have information coming from their phone system. It has to be then carried over into the computer-aided dispatch system, so that way we can pass that through to the officer. Additionally, we don't always have the best location information, so sometimes we have to go to another third-party source and try to get better information. Things like Rapid SOS, things like Prepared Live, and there's a lot of those products that we use to do our job. Similarly with the records teams, they're using a lot of third-party products to kind of bolster what we're doing. So in this project, we said we want to streamline as many processes as possible. We want to take the inefficiencies out of the system. And so it was a really big effort for us to get all of those integrations. There's over 50 of them into this project, to get them involved and to get those vendors to support us. So we've made a lot of contacts with over 27 vendors and over 50 integrations. And that's a huge load. It's a big, heavy lift. So why is this important? Regionally, I mentioned that concurrent meeting, we heard the bodies. We heard that the systems needed to be better. We understood that we need to pass information more easily. One of the first things we need to do is create a common language. If the city of Reno calls a medical event a chest pains problem, if we call it chest pains, then we need to make sure our partners call it chest pains. Or if they're calling it cardiac, then we need to call it cardiac. It seems really simple, but you're talking about 20 years of databases and 20 years of systems and people and processes that have really attuned to some of these things, and so creating that common language has been important. The other thing is we're building for integrated responses. We know that our fire agencies have agreements. They respond to things in different ways. Well, we said, regardless of agreements, let's build the system for the way it should work. Let's make sure that when I have a certain level, if you have an automatic aid agreement that says Reno Fire and Truckee Meadows Fire should both go on this call at a certain level, well, let's build it into the system so that way it just automatically does it. And we're not waiting for dispatchers to make those decisions, because every decision has the possibility to be wrong. So we're going to integrate those responses from the get-go, and then we're going to automate them. If you've ever called 911, and I hope you haven't, but if you have, I'll use a medical example because it's the easiest one to get to people. So when you call 911 for a medical event, we're going to ask you a series of questions. We're going to determine your location. We're going to ask you some basic information about the complaint, and then we're going to give it over to REMSA, because that's who we use for medical transport locally. In doing so, we're also, that first dispatcher you talk to is going to enter a call for service. They're going to enter that information so the fire department can be dispatched, so the police can be notified, because sometimes there's overlap between police and fire. However, all of that information they're entering doesn't go to REMSA currently in the system. That has to be reobtained, oftentimes involving asking multiple questions repeatedly. And then they have to enter their own call. So as you can imagine, there's a delay there, there's a duplication of process. So in doing so, in bringing in automation into the system, it now allows that first dispatcher to enter one call for everybody. Everybody gets the same information at the same time. We're eliminating delays. We're putting all of our local agencies on the same information system and using the same language. So this is a tremendous effort here. And when I talk about regional processes, we're not just bringing everybody in the same environment, but we've actually challenged our teams to look at this from a redesign perspective and a regional perspective. Instead of just making decisions that benefit the city of Reno only, or Washoe County, or Sparks, or REMSA, we're asking them to say, in the entirety of this call, or in the entirety of crisis, how can we build this so that regionally this should work the right way? At the end of the day, the citizens don't care when they call 911 who shows up, what the fire department logo says on the side of the truck, or the same with the police car. All they care is that when they call 911, they get a response, and that it's timely and efficient for what they need. It's our job to make sure that that happens, and so that's kind of the way we're approaching this project. As I mentioned, we have some time left to go on this. We have about a year. So in the next few months, we're going to continue configuration through the rest of this year. We'll begin testing at the beginning of next year, and then we'll move into a training phase across the summer. It's going to be a tough training time for us because summer tends to be busy, but we've taken on the challenge, and we're going to make it a priority to go live in September of next year. So some key takeaways for you. We are on schedule at this time. We are on budget. Our vendor has assured us that we have all the right resources in the right places, and we are fully supported to go live on September 9th of 2025. So that's all I have for you today. I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Wow, you got it in 10 minutes. Good job.
I was watching that clock. It was making me nervous.
Super impressed, and you all have such a hard job managing our community's worst days. And so working together to see how we can best respond is just incredible. So thank you for your work. Looking for board questions or comments. I'm not seeing any. We're all very excited for September 2025 and just continue to keep us appraised on how we can support you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Great work, team. All right. If Commissioner Garcia feels comfortable, I'd love if you could help us read those donations into the record. Item 9.
I was just remembering my son calling 911 and from a dead cell phone with no data plan. So that does happen, parents. Just
Wow.
remember. Okay, back to work. Donations. So we have 3 donations today. We had some clothes and supplies for children in Child Protective Services that came in, Narcan, toiletries, and clothing for those experiencing homelessness. And a special thank you to everyone who donated to the summer fan drive for our seniors. And with that, I'd like to make that in the form of a motion to accept all 3.
Thank you very much. I am looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on donations? Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to our consent. I understand that the Vice Chair wants to pull 10D1, and I would like to just ask some questions on 10I5 and 10I6 for the Reno Toy Run donations. Any other folks who want to pull items on consent?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull 10E1 and 10E2.
E2, and then do you have questions on these items?
Questions, I have comments.
Okay.
All of the above.
All right, all the things.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to make a disclosure on 10H1.
Okay, great. Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
10H1 is regarding an interlocal agreement between UNR and Juvenile Services. Just want to go on the record and state that I'm an employee of the University of Nevada, Reno. I have no part in this interlocal agreement. It's a Juvenile Services, to my understanding, has a lot of these partnering relationships with other agencies in the region.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, before I take a motion, I just wanted to ask a few questions of Mr. Regas on the Reno Toy Run donation, if you don't mind coming on. I don't know if he is in the audience. And I don't see him.
He just stepped out.
Yes, Commissioner Andriola?
Somebody might be going, so may I just?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, Vice Chair Herman, was it 10D1 that you were wanting to pull? Just making sure for clarification. 10D1, correct?
Yes.
In terms of pulling the item or tabling the item? Pulling the item for further action.
Bring it back.
So that's.
And Manager Brown?
You don't want to discuss it. You want to discuss it at a future meeting. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to clarify.
I don't want to put words in your mouth either, but I can share just for full transparency that I feel we need additional information on 10D1. So tabling, I think, would be helpful, and just tabling it so that we can get additional clarification on several things that have come to light. I've been contacted, and maybe others have as well. So I just wanted to get that clarification if you wanted to table it or if you were just wanting to pull it for action today. I'd like to table it if that's amenable to the Vice Chair.
Okay, sounds like the Vice Chair is in agreement. Okay, and then Mr. Regas, I saw him come down. Thank you so much. On item 10I5 and 10I6 for the Reno Toy Run donation, as you know, there's been a lot of back and forth about whether this group was coming to accept this donation originally wearing a Nazi symbol with the swastika and the eagle. And Mr. Regas, I'm so thrilled to hear that the Brand of You are taking the swastika off of there and the eagle.
The bent cross.
off of their jerseys, or I'm sorry, their vests. I don't know, I'm so sorry, I don't know all the terms, but their vests. So thank you very much. I'm just curious, calling for your stance on the swastika, or does this mean that your organization does not permit folks who have this type of regalia to be part of your event?
Okay, so once again, it's a bent cross. We do not call it a swastika like you do. That's your words, not mine, not ours. Like I said, we've known this group for more than 30 years. They've handed out a card, the meaning of that card. So you standing in this room today calling it a swastika does not make it so. So it's a bent cross. Now, they're changing it. That's them doing that. That's not our COC or Toy Run putting that pressure on them. That's their decision, and they made that.
And so folks who do wear that symbol can still participate in your
So no folks wear what you call a swastika in our group, and never have. So if you want, do you want to talk about our group and where our group comes from so you have a little more understanding about our group?
Ms. Rodriguez, I'm just asking questions about participation, seeing that there are many opportunities for government monies to go towards great causes, and I want to make sure that we're not disenfranchising other community members when we do
We're
those
not
donations.
disenfranchising anybody, like I said, and we're not going to change our stance on what it was or what it is. But we do not allow hate, et cetera, in our COC, and I think we've said that. I think there's been ample people that have came forward and said that same thing. I have not heard anyone come forward and say anything about us being a hate group or some kind of Nazi sympathizer. But you keep throwing it out there, and we're not.
Well, I am happy that the Brandon Few are looking to change their logo, and I do think it's because of many of these discussions that have been happening at the dais, so that is a positive. So thank you very much for that. But it sounds like it's still permitted, that symbol, to participate in your organizations.
Once again, that symbol is not permitted. Just, what was it you said, that Hitler took it from everyone else, therefore it's not good anymore?
Yep, that's what I said.
You said that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they're Indian descent. Their grandma was using it before World War II. It's probably in some museum somewhere with that bent cross on it. And here we are having the same argument we've had. They've changed it. Nobody else wears anything similar to that in our COC or our Toy Run. But yet, you keep pushing your same narrative. Are you done with it? Because I am.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we have the tabling of 10D1. I would still like to pull the Toy Run donations on 10I, 5, and 6 to be voted on separately. And then Commissioner Clark, on 10E1 and 10E2, would you like the same, or would you like to talk to staff about those items right now?
I would like to table them for a future meeting. I've got some other questions that I would like to get answered first.
I'm hesitant to do this because I know that there's been a long time that we've been waiting for these pro tem names to come before the board, and for these folks to have an opportunity to be essentially a substitute judge, especially folks who are running for office who want to, try to see if they like it. What is the concern, Commissioner Clark?
Okay, well, let's get into it if you want to get into it. I have questions about transparency. We're appointing, and I'm not saying any of these judges the attorneys are not qualified. I believe there's transparency involved here. A number of these judges, attorneys that want to be pro tem judges, first of all, have run for office and didn't get elected, so now the county's going to appoint them to a judgeship, even though it's not a full-time judgeship. They're going to get an appointment even though they lost elections, and I supported a particular individual, but I see his name on the list here. and that's an issue. Then I see other names of other attorneys on this list who've been employed by people sitting on this dais. There's been other people that are appointed, looking to be appointed, who've supported candidates in this race. So, without getting into so I don't get gavelled down, I think that there's some disclosures that need to be made by the county manager, by other commissioners, about people that are on this list. There's business relationships with these people. They've been employed, some of these attorneys have been employed by these folks sitting up here, and I think that needs to be disclosed. So
Great.
Once we get full disclosure on all this, then I'll be happy to vote on it.
So I'd like to pull it as part of the consent vote, just like we will the toy run items, and we can discuss them and vote on them separately. If there are disclosures, that's up to particular commissioners to decide if they want to disclose, but I have a concern continuing tabling this item because we have had folks who have wanted to participate in this process for a long time, and I'd like to see that opportunity be made to them.
And to your point, since we only have meetings every 4, 5, 6 weeks or whatever it is, maybe we could have brought it up at an earlier time, and maybe we could have discussed this at an earlier time, and maybe it'd be behind us in the rearview mirror now. But when we keep pushing these meetings off, and then all of a sudden we got to get it done today with not the discussion that needs to be happening here. The public needs to understand that if I have a business relationship with an attorney, and the next thing you know, I appoint him to be a temporary judge, people need to understand that. It has the appearance of impropriety. I want people to disclose their financial and business arrangements. If I go to hire an attorney, one of the first things they do, if I'm going to try and sue somebody, they look it up in their records and see if that person's retained them, and they disqualify themselves. So I want elected officials to disclose their position with folks. There wasn't too long ago in this very chambers that you wanted people to wear badges if they had a relationship to anybody, disclosing who the heck they had a relationship with. But now, when I want disclosures and from people that have business relationships with some of these attorneys and their interlocking inner workings of business relationships, I think the public has a right to know that, hey, I used to use this attorney all the time, and now I'm going to appoint him to a judgeship, and we're going to use public money to pay him. So I think I can tie this up pretty nicely and make sure that people understand what's taking place here. Most of the folks in this audience don't have a working relationship with attorneys just based on their names. So let's talk about it.
Great. Well, we will have that discussion. So I will, just to make it easy, make the motion for consent minus 10D1, which will table with staff looking into those items that were brought up, and minus the toy run on 10I5 and 10I6 for discussion after and vote after the full consent, and then minus 10E1 and 10E2 for discussion and vote after we approve the full consent calendar. So that is the motion. I am looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on those items?
We do have public comment.
Thank you.
First up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Roger Edwards.
Penny Brock for the record. I'm here to address this consent items we continually get. I feel it's unconstitutional because the First Amendment says in part, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of, et cetera, et cetera. The last part says, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. When you put 15 pages of 26 items into consent, we the people are not being allowed to redress the government. This violates the rule of law. It violates our very Constitution. I believe it violates maybe the NRS. I didn't look into that, but I know definitely the highest law of the land, the First Amendment. You are not allowing us to redress the government on these individual items. So we are prohibited from petitioning the government. I would like to address item 10I4. It's a recommendation to recruit the ROV, a position, it sounds like an attorney. Now, what other agency has their own staff attorney? Why can't the ROV use the district attorney's office if they need it? So I object to this position and spending our taxpayer money for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Troy Regas.
Is Troy speaking on the toy run? Troy, are you speaking on the toy run?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Roger Edwards for the record. Please enter my comments into the permanent record. And while I'm up here, I'm talking about 10I4, but the whole thing, my problem with that item is that have I made my point about being close to the microphone? Nobody back there hears you. And it's your responsibility, and you told me you were going to take care of it. Little tiny people with little tiny voices, they got to just about swallow the microphone before it works.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank
I
you.
will remember. to do that.
10I4. You got to be kidding me. Requiring an attorney's Juris Doctorate to apply for the Registrar of Voters position takes the classification of that position completely out of normal. Be sure you enter my comments into the permanent record, please. It takes applying for that job completely out of the normal applicant's range of possibilities. You know, I've got an associate level degree, credits, no degree, and I've been in charge of people that go to war and been in charge of people in war, and I can't apply for that job. I've been charged with the responsibility of people's lives. Have you? I can't apply for this job as Registrar of Voters. You got to be kidding me. And who is this John Corn Ferry? That sounds like a made-up name anyway. It's not listed in here as member of some law degree or law firm or some county employee or whatever. Who is Corn Ferry? This person reviewed and evaluated by Corn Ferry. What's his qualifications? Where'd he come from? Who is he? He, she, whatever it is. Maybe it's AI, I don't know. Anyway, what's this, later on in this description, it says, a position being filled and active at a time while the other position remains vacant. What other position? I've got all kinds of problems with this. Please pull it and let's discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've moved the other commenters back to the items that were pulled out of consent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so no more public comment on that. We have a motion and a second on consent. Any questions from the board on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Clark in the negative. We'll now move to item 10E1 and 10E2. I do think we have a staff person here. Commissioner Clark had questions on that item. And take it away, Commissioner Clark.
So I've got some comments, and then maybe you can see if there's any questions you can answer. I'm looking at this list. We've got a list of more than 40 names on this list. Are the local judges that busy that we need 40 backup judges?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill and Chair and Commissioner Clark.
And your name for the record as well, thank you.
Julie Paholke, HR Manager, Human Resources, for the record. 10E1 is here because we had a list of people who were on the list for the Pro Tem Justice of the Peace, and James Conway reached out to Human Resources, which is our process, to let us know there were a few more folks interested. We processed them. Our staff reached out to the people who were on the list to determine whether or not they were interested in being considered. Many of them were. And those who Mr. Conway sent to us, we added. And those are the people who are on the list that you're looking at.
So the question I was asking is, do we need an extra 40 temporary judges to fill in for the full-time judges that we have working here?
Madam
in the
Chair.
county?
Yes.
I might be
DA
able to
Kinderis.
assist with this question. I also believe the pro tem judges handle some of the code citation, the administrative hearings, and so that's a far larger number than just the regular judges. So they're doing kind of a dual role. They might come in the morning and cover like justice court arraignments.
Sure,
or-
sure, I can read that, and I see that
Yep.
that's what they do, administrative work, but my question is, do we need an extra 40 people sitting on the bench?
Well, they don't sit on there at one time, so we wouldn't want that.
I
No.
was using a baseball analogy, okay? Do we need 40
want a
other
deep
players?
bench. We want a deep bench, that's what I would say. Sometimes, especially with the hearings on animals, code enforcement, you have conflicts, there's a lot of hearings. So actually, I would say we do need that deep bench.
So the Administrative Enforcement Code authorizes hearing officers to preside over administrative hearings when the county commissioner elects not to conduct the hearing itself. Washoe County Code, WCC, Section 125.225 requires the county commission approve a list of all persons to serve as hearing officers. Hearing officers operate under an independent contractor agreement with Washoe County Manager's Office. On April 13th, 2010, the county commission approved the use of pro tem justices of the peace list for administrative hearing officers.
Commissioner Clark, you're reading the staff report. Can you please let us know what you'd like?
Yeah, I'm getting this in the
understand?
record, okay?
No, the staff report is in the record.
Wait a second.
What would you like to
Do
discuss
you
on
want
this
to,
item?
are you AI for me? That's the question. Let me talk when I want to talk and quit trying to interpret my thought processes, please. I don't interrupt you. Can you give me that same courtesy? I was reading this to Mary let Mary know I understand what it's about, so I was getting that on the record. So now what? What's the question now? After you continually interrupt me, and then train of thought is broken, and how do you do this? What gives you the authority to continually to do this? Please tell us that.
I'd like to move the meeting along.
You'd
Commissioner
like to
Clark.
move it forward. I'd like to ask some questions.
Great. What are your questions, Commissioner Clark?
Okay. Well, you're not going to like them, so get ready, get the gavel out. You know, I've got a situation here where we've got somebody running for office. Jennifer Richards is a candidate running for Reno Justice Court now. So why don't we let the citizens vote her in if she's going to get in? She's supported by your good friend, Reno City Council member Devin Reese. Then we've got Carter Conway, who also is running now for that same position. Let the citizens decide whether they should be judges here or not. Why is the county appointing them? So there's two. Then we've got a fellow by the name of Jason Ganasso. He's on the list. He's a former law partner of council member Devin Reese. Here's Reese popping up again. Supporter of Commissioner Clara Andriola. He made a video for her campaign. I'd like to make sure that Commissioner Andriola gets it on the record that this person has worked for her campaign, and now we're going to appoint him to position so he can get taxpayer funds when he sits in on these meetings. That's what I'm talking about, transparency. Okay, it goes on and on and on. We've got, and these are, I'm not saying they're not good attorneys and they wouldn't be good judges. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the transparency from this body.
Commissioner
Let
Clark,
me
you can
finish.
file an ethics
No, let me
violation
finish.
if you
I've
have
got
a
more
concern.
examples. I want to bring them to your attention, please. Ann Hall, the wife of the Reno City Attorney Carl Hall, she's on the list. You know, she's the Senior Associate General Counsel for the Morello Group. Isn't that the same Morello Group who supported Judge Kathleen Segerstrom? And now the judge is the same judge who wouldn't allow the media into the courtroom for about the hearing on city manager. So there's so many conflicts here. We've got the wife of the attorney, and this is the part you're not going to like, who represented Manager Brown's wife. Okay, now we're going to get, she's probably a great attorney, but yet she's going on the list to be an attorney after after her husband represented the county manager's wife. I'd like that disclosed to the public. I don't care if we vote for him or we don't vote for him. I want the disclosures and the transparency. So when all of you put your heads together and decide you're going to be transparent and announce your relationships with these people, then maybe we should vote on this. Transparency.
Okay.
Not camouflage.
With that, I think it's prudent that we go ahead and vote on these as a block, 10E1 and 10E2. I am happy to make the motion for that. Is there a second for 10E1 and 10E2?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. It seems like, Madam Clerk, we do have public comment.
We do. Gary Schmidt has signed in.
For the record, Gary Schmidt. Having recently gone through this so-called administrative hearing process, let me just tell you, it smells real bad. It doesn't work very well at all. First of all, in the way of a little background, state law, I had a minor code infraction up in Gerlach, was instigated by the General Improvement District as a retaliatory action because I beat them in court 2 or 3 times for denial of access to public records and some other matters. And state law provides that I could appeal that to the Board of Adjustment. But the county County Community Development Services doesn't acknowledge the state law. They're in defiance of it, and they forced me to go to a hearing officer. I was unsuccessful at the hearing officer, and then I could appeal to the Board of Adjustment. But I go to the Board of Adjustment, which I should have been able to go to directly, now prejudiced by an action of the hearing officer. This was having to do with a grandfathering issue for a use of storage on an adjacent parcel to a residential parcel. Without going into the details, the hearing officer didn't even understand the term grandfathering or conforming or non-conforming legal uses. These so-called, first of all, you should jettison the entire process of hearing officers. And if you maintain it, the hearing officers ought to be elected by the people, by the citizens. You'd avoid all this conflict and all this backrooms let's just say, the conflicts of interest or people rewarding their associates that have been involved in their campaigns directly or indirectly. You ought to scrap the whole thing. If you have a hearing officer, you ought to limit it to 1 or 2, make them full-time employees, not employees, make them elected by the people, like judges are, period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment?
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in, but just as a reminder, we have a motion and a second on item 10E1 and 10E2. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Thanks for reminding me. again, I want to make sure that before you vote, I'm very clear about this. I have no issue with any of these attorneys. I'm not singling out any of these attorneys. I have no beef with them. They're probably all excellent folks. I have a beef with the process of this and the lack of transparency with personal relationships with people on the list. So it has nothing to do with any attorney that I've named. Nothing whatsoever to do with those attorneys. It's the people sitting on the dais. It's the people up here, county manager, have relationships with these folks who haven't disclosed it. That's my whole beef here, is failure to share this with the public.
Well, I have DA Canderas signed in.
Just as a reminder, requires the board or any member of the board, with respect to any matter or person coming before the commission today, you should disclose if you have received a gift or a loan, if you have a pecuniary interest involved in the person who may be on the list, if you have a commitment in a private capacity, such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship. You should disclose whether you have provided representation or counseling before any agency or person which may be on the list. Once you disclose that, you can vote if it is clear that that commitment, it says, and further, let me read this the right way. You must abstain from voting on the matter if it is clear that the gift, loan, interest, or commitment would materially affect your independence of judgment. So first, is there a conflict? You have to disclose it. And even if there is a conflict, you have to say, is this going to affect my judgment? So the disclosure doesn't even necessarily preclude voting.
Thank you very much, DA Canderas. Commissioner Andriola, I've got you signed in.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding you, Ms. Canderas. So this is a small community. I do know Jason Ganasso. I've known him for over 20 years. There was I have no business relationship with him. I don't practice law. I have no law degree. There would be absolutely no conflict with whatever he does in this capacity with what I do. And I don't talk to folks about anything that's improper. I don't have any influence over any of these decisions. I am just fully disclosing that we are such a small community, even though we are growing. The fact is that, yes, I do know Jason Ganasso. Yes, he did make a video to support the fact that we have known each other a long time. I'm a very transparent person. I believe that understanding what you just shared, Ms. Canderas, would not preclude me from voting accordingly. And if there's any questions that you have to me, I'm happy to actually disclose anything that you feel that I need to disclose in that relationship. But honestly, I can't even tell you that there is anything that you have read that I see that would prevent me from moving forward with the vote accordingly.
Excuse me, you have met the obligations of the ethics law by disclosing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Okay, so my point is, my point is not just this particular meeting that we're having today. It's when, this is a small community and everybody knows everybody, but if you have a relationship, a business relationship, who's to say, not picking on you, that his video supporting you got you elected, and then you in turn, and some people think this way, so I'm just sharing it with you. You may not think so, but the people out there think, well, she got elected and now she's given him a job. Do you see that, how that connects? That's not that far of a stretch. So I want to, in the future, whenever we have any of these things, when somebody's getting a contract, when somebody's getting a job, when somebody's getting an appointment, when somebody's getting the appearance of impropriety, the appearance of a favor, the appearance of quid pro quo, that before it ever hits the dais, before it ever hits the agenda, somebody's making a disclosure and sharing with the public that I know this person and this may put money in their pocket, okay? That's what I'm asking about. And And I think that's the right thing to do. If I have first of all, I never get anybody on the agenda that I would ever be able to support, because I get nothing on the agenda, but that's another story for another day. But if somehow or another somebody who knew me got an appointment or a job or a contract, I would clearly state that. I think if you'll remember back when I got a contribution from a particular dispensary, that I wouldn't take the money. So I disclosed I got it, and I didn't cash the check. So because we were going to vote on the item on the agenda, so I didn't want the appearance of that. So I'm leading by example as far as what I say, and I'm asking the same thing to be done here on a regular basis. When we get a list of this many folks that have this many relationships, up to and including Manager Brown hired the wife of, hired the husband of one of these candidates, it looks like somebody's getting a reward here. And so I'd like to see disclosures, even if they're not voting on this. So that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Commissioner Andriolo.
So I couldn't agree more. I have a history of actually when I first came to this commission in April of 2023 of disclosing. Thanks for being so proactive. I didn't have the opportunity, and I was, so thank you for being so kind and thoughtful and giving me that opportunity, and I appreciate it. I do very much. Transparency is critical. I've proven that, and I don't intend to change. So thank you again for being so proactive and not giving me the opportunity to do that, but now I've had the opportunity, so thank you so much.
Thank you. And I would like to also say that this work is the work of the community, and these folks are stepping up to help us. And so, you know, any accusation that you're hearing that folks are trying to pad their pockets when they're just looking to support the county and looking to give back to their community is concerning to me.
I didn't make an accusation. Let me
I didn't
interrupt
call
you
on you,
because you always
Commissioner Clark.
interrupt me. I didn't say they were padding their pockets. Any type of remuneration is remuneration. Any type of form of payment is a form of payment. I'm not saying they're trying to enrich themselves. I have no beef with anybody on this list. I have a beef with people not disclosing, the people who are voting for these folks not disclosing it. That's the problem.
All right. Well, with that, we have a motion and a second. Any questions on the 10E1 and 10E2 from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And the motion passes 3-2 with Vice Chair Herman and Commissioner Clark in the negative. Okay, now we will go back to 10I5 and 10I6, and I know that we have public comment on those items for the toy run. Madam Clerk?
First up, we have Troy Regas, followed by Janet Butcher for 10I5.
Thank you. So I'm going to clear something up so we have an understanding here. Never, ever in the 30 years of the COC have we had a hate group, or would allow it, or the toy run, or we would allow it. We do not allow hate. We do not allow the symbols of hate. We have got along with the branded few because of what they said it represented and the way they acted. I'm leaving that there, and I'm done with that. Number two, the NBCOC stands on its own. We have over 50 clubs in northern Nevada. They do great work in this community. They do all kinds of things for this community. They raise things for backpacks for children. I could go on probably for a half hour of what they do. In 96, that morphed into the Toy Run 2. We took it over. And since then, we have done nothing but make it a great, it stands on itself. We've made this one of the greatest events in northern Nevada. It does great things for this community. Never has it done anything wrong for this community, ever. For all these years, we've done nothing but raise money, make sure children have toys. We never stand there and make sure everyone puts us in the newspaper. We don't care about all that. We care about our community. I don't think you understand bikers. Yes, we're for freedom, but we are for our communities. We stand up for our communities. Everything we do is for this community, from Elko to Tahoe, from Tonopah to the top of Nevada. We're everywhere, and we take care of everyone in our community. We do things like, there's people that can't raise enough money to bury someone. We raise the money ourselves. We pass a hat in our room and make sure they get buried. These are people not even in our COC. What, we just did that for 3 people in Tonopah that got killed by someone in a motorcycle accident. Never met them. We all raised $4,000 in our room for them. This is the type of things our community does. And for you to sit here and try to slander us, I'm tired of it. We're the Reno Toy Run, we're the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs, and we are good for this community.
Janet Butcher, followed by Blake Vanderwell.
Janet Butcher, for the record, that's probably my phone going off. I'm trying to work while I'm here too. Please enter my comments into the record verbatim. After the last meeting and this was brought up, I decided to go and do some research. And I would think somebody with a museum background would have also done a little bit of research. And people use different symbols for different things. They steal symbols. I grew up in a Masonic home. My parents were both, my dad was a Shriner and my mother was an Eastern Star. I also am a 50-year member of Eastern Star, but I grew up a rainbow girl. And guess what? My rainbow got stolen. But does it make it bad? Maybe. You can view it that way. But anyway, I did research, and this symbol in variations goes back thousands of years, not just the American Indians used it, Egyptians used it, so on and so forth. So you take a glimpse of something and you make it into something bad when it perhaps wasn't. These people are trying to do something good and you're making it bad? I just can't fathom the reason other than the fact that it was a particular commissioner that set forth the money. We know what goes on. I will put out a challenge to every person in this community, whether it's small or big, to donate to this toy run. Like I said before, I know the 2 commissioners that are against this can do for their children. There are people out there that can't be done for. They can't take care of their children. And so for you guys to make a big deal out of something that if you picked up something and researched it, and you would think that if you had college degrees, you'd be smart enough to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blake Vanderwell, followed by Gary Schmidt.
I don't see Blake.
Blake, not here. Okay, Gary Schmidt.
For the record, Gary Schmidt, my primary residence is in Virginia City, Story County. I got the hell out of Washoe County a few years ago. And I live in a county that's a lot more free and a lot more respectful than this county and many others. I'm familiar with this organization. this association of clubs, and I support the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia Burke-Bigler?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Marcia Burke-Bigler, and I'm appalled, totally appalled, that any commissioner would sit on this commission and tell other commissioners they don't have the right to make a donation to an organization that raises funds for children. I don't care what the symbol is. You didn't see any of us come up here and complain about the satanic preacher who preached when most of us are Christians. You didn't see anything about that, but to talk bad about a group of people who do nothing but good things for this community is simply unforgivable, and you should be ashamed.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, I think folks know where I stand on this issue. I asked for the organization's representatives to clarify their stance on swastikas. I am thrilled that the branded few have decided to rebrand. I think that that was very good, but to put it simply, a swastika is a sign of white supremacy, Nazism, totalitarianism for people that killed 6 million Jews, 7 million non-Jews, homosexuals, people of color, mentally ill folks, and children. I will not vote to give taxpayer dollars to any organization whose members wear swastikas. So that's where I'm at. I am looking for a motion on those items, 10I5 and 10I6.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I wanted to put on the record that I had an opportunity during the break to talk to Mr. Regis. I've done the homework, I've done the research, I'm well aware of how different cultures interpret this symbol. This isn't just a symbol to me. It's not just a symbol to a lot of communities out there. And as somebody that represents District 3, I have to take those perspectives into consideration. I voted to approve this when I first saw it. I have nothing against the toy run. I have nothing against the motorcycle clubs. I know there's great diversity within your groups, and I'm appreciative of that. And I recognize that it's a part of American culture, and I respect it. That said, given new information, I have the right to change my mind, and I voted to rescind the vote, or to rescind the donation. Again, I clarified my reasonings on the symbol meaning something entirely different to me and my children and my family. Having the opportunity to talk to Mr. Regis face to face, we, talked about a lot of what he said. I know it's been several weeks of this, and I can understand people's frustrations, and I get that, but I want to cut through the frustration and recognize that there is important work that needs to be done for children. I'm 1,000% supportive of that. Given the fact, with the new information that I received today, that the branded few will be replacing the swastika, bent cross, whatever you want to call it, they're going to be replacing that on the back of their, what are they called? Troy, help me out. Cuts. The cuts.
Patch.
Yeah, the patch
Either
on the
or.
back of the, yes. It's going to be replaced with the initials BF. And with that new information, I'm going to support it today.
Okay. All right. Any other comments before we look for a motion on this item? All right.
There wasn't a motion, was there?
I know I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Andriella. Looking for a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. Nay. And that motion passes 4-1 with me in the negative. Okay, we are now going to move to our block vote, and then we will take lunch. So looking to Vice Chair Herman, can you please help us with our block vote?
All right, so this is just a little more, another example of the lack of transparency. And am I coming out there okay, Mr.? Yeah. Okay, all right. And so we had, this morning, we had a lady that was one of the applicants for the position. And she was trying to relay her feelings about it, which she feels that she was treated very unfairly. And there was another gentleman that was also an applicant that was at that meeting as well, and he felt that the reasons that he was given were just not acceptable. And so in the effort to create a little bit more fairness and transparency, I thought it would be a very advisable thing for us to bring this back and rehear with adequate transparency.
And we will. That was voted on already by the board.
Okay.
Yes. And so thank you so much for bringing that to light, and I think that we're going to bring that back.
Okay.
Are you ready for the block vote, Madam Vice Chair?
The block vote?
Yes.
All right. We have 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 19, 21, and 22.
Thank you very much. And now I look to Madam Clerk to see, well, actually, with the block vote, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on those particular items?
Let me scroll through these. Looks like on item 16, we have Penny Brock.
Okay.
Penny Brock, for the record, I had actually filled out a card for 22.
Okay.
So now I have to see what 22 is all about. Because when you do this kind of thing, it takes us off guard and we can't be prepared. Again, I object to this kind of stuff going on. Again, it's another First Amendment right. Okay, so my question on 22 is, they're hiring a new financial manager for the thousands and thousands of funds. This company is out of Atlanta, Georgia. Again, I don't know why we don't hire companies within Washoe County. The last one, let's see, we went from one in Washoe to one down in Las Vegas. Then it went to one in I don't know, Illinois or somewhere. And now it's down, now it's going to be out of Buckhead, Georgia. So I do not understand why we are not giving this business to someone locally. Because if any question arises, it's very, very easy to knock on their door to find out what's going on. When it's in Atlanta, Georgia, how can you get true accountability should a question arise? So I don't know why whoever did this proposal, I think it's coming out of the treasurer's office. I don't recall we've ever seen our elected treasurer at a county commission meeting, but it might have been good to have him here to answer some questions. So I go on record objecting to Buckhead Capital Management because I do not feel that we, the public, have been duly informed about who's going to be handling our taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's see, now on item 19, we have Claire Munoz, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Good afternoon, Washoe County Commissioners. It's been a long day already, but thank you. First, I'd like to thank you for your time and your service to our community. I would also like to acknowledge the other notable organizations that are being recommended as recipients for the remaining ARPA funds under Agenda Item 19. My name is Claire Munoz. I'm the Vice President of Advancement and Deputy Director at the Nevada Museum of Art. I would like to thank the Commission for considering the allocation of remaining ARPA funds in support of the movement of 7 Magic Mountains from Southern Nevada to Washoe County. This large-scale, site-specific public art installation by internationally renowned Swiss artist Ugo Rondinone, Seven Magic Mountains, will need to move from its current location, approximately 10 miles south of the Las Vegas Strip, by the end of 2026. Moving Seven Magic Mountains at that time is required in order to make way for the expansion of the Harry Reid International Airport. Seven Magic Mountains was produced by the Nevada Museum of Art and Art Production Fund and opened in 2016. The installation is comprised of 7 towers of colorful stacked boulders carved from Nevada limestone and stands more than 30 feet high. It is an expression of human presence in the landscape and celebrates the rich diversity of Nevada's residents and visitors alike. The installation was originally scheduled to be on view for 2 years at its current location, and due to its popularity and the significant international attention that Seven Magic Mountains continues to garner, the artist has expressed a desire to explore opportunities to keep the artwork in the state of Nevada. Currently, Seven Magic Mountains is free and open to the public and receives more than 1,000 visitors daily. It's become a visual icon for Nevada. As stated, the BLM permit at the current location in southern Nevada has been extended through 2026. However, with the planned expansion of the airport, the sculpture must find a new home. This presents a unique opportunity for the Nevada Museum of Art to partner with the artist Ugo Rondinone and with the Washoe County to identify a new home for installation within the county, to support in part the deinstallation, transportation, and installation of the sculpture in Washoe County prior to December 2026, and to increase cultural tourism to the region. The Nevada Museum of Art is the only art museum in the state of Nevada accredited by the American Association of Museums. We are located in downtown Reno, and we serve as a cultural asset and amenity for residents of Washoe County and visitors to the region. We welcome more than 100,000 visitors and residents annually and have a commitment to preserving and promoting the rich cultural legacy of our state. We thank the county and the commission for past support of the museum's current expansion. You have enabled us to grow our service to the community, especially to students and educators in Washoe County who benefit from our expanded services. Today, the Nevada Museum of Art is committed to preserving the legacy of Seven Magic Mountains while bringing its cultural and economic benefits to Washoe County. We respectfully ask for your support and partnership in making this vision a reality, and thank the commission and staff for your.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Marcia Burke-Bigler.
Can I talk about 18 as well? Is that possible?
18 is not in the block.
Okay.
So you can talk about it when we come back or
It isn't-
during
oh,
general.
It isn't on your block?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good. Well, then I hate to follow her because what I have to say about that is probably not going to go well. I like art as much as the next person, but we've got people dying from alcoholism and drug addiction, and we want to spend almost $1 million on art. My mind is blown. I don't think that's where our priorities should be. I think we should be treating the homeless. We already do treat the homeless. We don't have one inpatient facility for an adult with addiction and alcoholism that doesn't have insurance, of course. If you're a homeless person and you have an addiction, you have a real problem in this town, and we want to spend $1 million to move an art installation. It doesn't seem like that should be a high priority. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Marcia Burke-Bigler, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Good afternoon, Marcia Burke-Bigler for the record. And on 19, I have just 2 questions. I'm curious about, actually, some of this stuff is fabulous. I really want to say something about the notables. Working with children who have disabilities, that's such a good project. And there's so many good opportunities in this notables accessibility, and I'm really delighted to see that you put that in there. But I am curious about number 1, where the Tennessee Support Program, providing case management for Tennessee Support. And I'm curious about, is that related to just people on the homeless facility, or is that related to people in general in Washoe County? Because we are dealing with seniors and veterans, and some people who are living at or below the poverty line, but are the working poor who are dealing with Tennessee problems in the city and throughout the county. And so I think that's something that we really need to know a little bit more about. Additionally, on number 12, I'm very curious about what the $400,000 that's being earmarked to TRPA regarding transportation, alternate transportation. There is no alternate transportation currently in Incline Village and Crystal Bay, which is the Washoe County portion of the lake, and I am very concerned about the concept of giving $400,000 of ARPA funds from Washoe County and designating it to something that's going to go to California. That money can be used for plenty of things that have already been talked about. So I think those two things are things that I have concerns about, and I think that citizens in general are going to have concerns about them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis.
Yeah, thank you for giving these guys some more money. So the kids are going to have a lot of toys. My question was also on that number 12. I'm kind of wondering, because there is no transportation system going up to the lake. I mean, so what's this going to be used on? Are you going to build buses or send buses up there back and forth? Kind of like down when you hike down in the Sears, like down by Bishop. You got a bus thing you can take if you don't have a car up to the trailhead. I mean, something like that. I mean, I think there needs to be accountability on this money, and I think, you know, there's some good things in here that can be given to, and I kind of like number 11 there. Maybe you should give a little more to that one. Maybe stick that 400,000 on the 11, maybe, because respite care is really important for people in need. So just my comments on that.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in from the public.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am wondering, since Mr. Taylor, Washoe County Treasurer, walked in, if you would be so kind to come up and share, especially the process, the in-depth process that you went through as a committee on how that was, how that organization was selected, and if you would mind, even the background of the people who were on that committee to make that selection.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Justin Taylor, County Treasurer. So the County Treasurer's Office decided to go joint RFP with the state and 3 other entities, the Public Utility Commission, the school district, and the city of Reno. In doing so, that gave us 5 subject matter experts from each one of these agencies to sit in and score on these RFPs. We did get, in partnering with the state, we did get 17 firms that reported to the state's RFP. Out of those 17, 7 went on ours. So in partnering with the state, we were swimming with bigger fish. We got a lot more attention, if you will, than if we just run it on our own. These were technical. It was a technical proposal scored based on experience, performance, and comparable engagements, firm background, expertise, availability of key personnel, administration, compliance, and reporting. The quantitative was investment performance provided and similarity to mandate and cost. So I guess in short, yes, by partnering with the state, it gave us the expertise from several other agencies to go through and pick out who would best manage the county's portfolio.
May I have a follow-up? Would you just share, I sit on this committee, as you know, not in the selection part. I don't want to mislead anyone, and for full transparency. And I wonder if you would be so kind to please share why they were selected in terms of their experience statewide and their expertise in terms of a long history of working in Nevada, if you will, and their government expertise in handling investments, and a good history, a long history of being in Nevada. So I wonder if you would share a little bit of that.
Absolutely, and if I miss one, please remind me. But yes, Buckhead Management has been in Nevada, doing business in Nevada with the state and several other entities for over 20 years. They are in the process of setting up an office in Nevada so that they will be located here. In that scoring process, the county, as we look at, I don't want to say narrowing C-tax, but as C-tax is supposed to flatten off, their performance is spectacular, above, bar none, of the rest of the companies that put in their, that submitted an RFP. So while we need to maintain security and liquidity, we also need to make sure return is right there. We don't need it down here. So, did I hit on most of it?
Yes, thank you. I think it's important that everyone had an opportunity to participate in the RFP process. They are opening up an office here. I think that's a plus. And then I would also add that the fact that they, again, have a long history in and following, Washoe County has an investment policy. I just wanted to touch upon that. That has to be adhered to protect taxpayer dollars. So there is that balance of being fiduciarily responsible for the funds while trying to maximize in the safest, most securest way of interest-bearing opportunities. And so I thought sharing that with everyone would be important. And so thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Taylor, for all you do, and the team. We don't see you much, so come visit, but I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That was much more eloquent. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I didn't have any questions for Mr. Taylor, no.
Great.
I had some comments about all of these items, so is it?
Go ahead.
So I'm looking at item number 3, item number 4, item number 8, and item 12. I think we should have had some more community involvement on how to spend some of this ARPA funds, some workshops, some town halls, something, get some community involvement here. I think it's a lot of money to spend $700,000 for art, even though I support the arts. Truckee River Rangers on item 8, patrolling the river. I mean, is that the county part of the river, or is that the city of Reno, city of Sparks part of the river? Shouldn't Reno Police Department and Sparks Police Department be patrolling the river? Why are we donating $200,000 to that? So I can't support that. And then the Tahoe Area Regional Transportation. To Mrs. Fianaka's comments earlier about getting rid of all of this discretionary funds, we're talking $5,000, $10,000 here and there. This is $400,000 going directly to Chair Hill's district, who happens to be in an election cycle right now. She's bringing home, this isn't pork, I don't know what is, bringing home $400,000 to District 1. I can't agree with that, especially during an election cycle. So I'm not going to support that either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other board comments or questions on the block vote? Commissioner Andriola?
I wonder if, again, just for full transparency, if Ms. Infield is here just to talk about the full process. I don't know if she's here or someone can speak to that, because is my understanding in meeting with Ms. Infield, and my understanding she met with all the commissioners. I can't speak whether they did or they didn't, but the fact is that all of this had a process, a very in-depth process. So I just didn't know if she was here. Doesn't look like she's here, so, okay, well, thanks.
Let me go on the record. I wasn't consulted about spending $400,000 at the lake. Just get that on the record right now. So they might have consulted with some commissioners and county manager, but District 2 commissioner was not consulted about $400,000 specifically to District 1. Thank you.
All right. We have Ms. Infield.
Ms. Infield just walked in. Thanks.
There's just a few questions on the process for item 19 for the last part of our ARPA dollars expenditures. And Commissioner Andriolo was talking about how in-depth you and your team worked to get these recommendations to the board, and she just kind of wanted you to go over what that process looked like and why those recommendations are what they are to us today.
Okay. So,
Closer.
Gabrielle Enfield, for the record, Community Reinvestment Manager. Sorry, I was watching from upstairs. A number of the awards that are identified were projects that we originally funded through the competitive grant process for nonprofits. Some of them have come up from the community as more of an immediate need, like the Seven Magic Mountains. It's an opportunity right now to bring it to Washoe County. And other projects, like the Sheriff's Office staffing study, are in support of other basically leveraging other invested funds. We currently have an appropriation for the infirmary, and this will support that. So we're really looking to utilize this. We're at the last tranche of funding for the state and local fiscal recovery funds, and in order to make those the best leveraged funding, that's where we focus these funds, as well as ensuring that they meet our strategic plan direction from the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Enfield. Any other board questions or comments? Not seeing any. Okay, we have a motion by the vice chair and a second by Commissioner Andriola. Any other questions on the block vote from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
I've got a comment before I vote. Again, with these block votes, I'm supportive of the sheriff, I'm supportive of the notables, I'm supportive of the treasurer, and somehow or another, the stuff, the good gets in with the bad as far as I'm concerned. And the issues that I have, and I'm going to vote, the issues I had are number 12, number 8, and number 3 and 4. So I guess I got to take the good with the bad. To support the sheriff and to support others, to support the treasurer. I'm going to vote yes, but I'm absolutely opposed to these other items being mixed in here.
Okay. So all those in favor? Okay, so we have, motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Herman in the negative. With that, we are going to take a lunch break. We will be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 3 o'clock, and I will be bringing this Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order. We will now start with item 13, Manager Brown.
Item 13 is a recommendation to approve a regional road impact fee offset agreement between the Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County, or RTC, Lemon Drive Villas Property LLC, and Washoe County for eligible improvements to be made to the intersection of Lemon Drive, Vista Knolls Parkway, and Sunset View Drive for the Lemon Drive Estates and Highland Project. Under the RIF program, other agreements are allowed to provide waivers of regional road impact fees in exchange for contributions of offered improvements, which may then be used to offset the regional road impact fees. The RIF offset agreement being authorized by this action will result in an estimated $534,635 in RIF waivers being issued to Lemon Drive Villas Property LLC in exchange for roadway infrastructure designed, built, and dedicated by the Lemon Drive Villas Property LLC within the Lemon Valley area of Washoe County.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Smith, do you have a brief staff report for us on this item?
Smith, Director of Engineering and Capital Projects. Chair, I'm here to introduce the item, kind of following up where the manager did, and I'm happy to provide some details about what this offset waiver agreement is, and to answer any questions. I might just quickly mention that Washoe County, the City Arena, the City of Sparks, and the RTC jointly administer the Regional Road Impact Program. And through that program, there's two ways that regional road impacts are mitigated, and that's either through the collection of regional road impact fees, which then go into a fund to fund those capacity projects, or, as also allowed, developers can build and dedicate that infrastructure for those approved projects. And so either one of those mechanisms requires the approval, and this waiver offset agreement is just that. This is your agreement to allow for the developer to expend their funds to design, to construct, and then dedicate that infrastructure in lieu of paying the fees to do that. So this is not a situation where the developer is not paying their fees, is not properly investing in the roadway network in our region. They are doing that through the design and construction and dedication of improvements. So this agreement was already seen by the RTC board. So this was approved by the RTC board back in June. And so under the general administrative manual requirements, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, because this is a Washoe County project, also has to approve that waiver offset agreement.
Thank you for that. I am looking to the board to see if there are particular questions on this item. I'm not seeing any from the board. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on item 13?
There's nobody signed in.
Okay, with that, if there's no other questions or comments from the board, I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Garcia, I see you signed in.
Yeah, Madam Chair, move to approve.
Thank you very much. Looking for a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Commissioner Clark, I need your vote. Thank you.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Smith. We will now move on to item 17. Manager Brown.
Item 17 is a recommendation to appoint one candidate from a pool of applicants, including, do I need to read all those names, sir? Those in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Wilson, do you want to lead us into what you'd like us to do for this item?
Absolutely. Alexandra Wilson for the record. So before you have 91 applicants. Originally there were 93, but we did have 2 removed, so you will see those not on your ballot and tally sheet for the clerk's office. But we will select our top 3 candidates, which was instructed when you guys reviewed the applications. And then from there, depending on how many applicants come out of that, we can either vote on the top candidate, or we can go to our next two and then our top one.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, public comment.
First up, we have Johnny Hammond, followed by Bruce Parks.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill and Commissioners. I'm Joni Hammond. I request that the Commission add a library member from District 4. The Library Board should represent the entire community, not just a couple districts. The Library Board should also represent all views, not just one view. The library manager and 4 or 5 of the members have represented a small group, a small percentage of Reno Sparks. Please appoint a person that is willing to represent the majority of our community. Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Marie Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bruce Parks for the record. I agree with the sentiment just expressed. For your further edification, research that I've done shows that 79.8 something, I just rounded up to 80% of all boards and commissions in Washoe County are staffed by liberals. Conservatives are woefully underrepresented in Washoe County. Now, I appreciate the fact that I'm being considered for a position on this board, but there's 3 other members of District 4 that are also in consideration here. Reva Crump, Linda Schmidt, Tracy Hilton Thomas, all very qualified, all from District 4, all conservatives, which, as I have pointed out, we need a balance. Not only do we need to represent all the districts, most of the boards in Washoe County consist of either 5 or more appointees. We should strive to strike that balance, I believe. With the diversity of views, because we're constantly hearing about diversity, equity, inclusion, and all that, well, here's an opportunity to show that you subscribe to those ideologies, or not, as the case may be. I implore you, please, let's level the playing field. Let's get those diversity of views that we so desperately need for our community. It does us no good to lean specifically to one side and one side only. It's not good for the community, and it certainly speaks volumes about this commission. And again, thank you for even considering me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Marie Rodriguez, followed by Janet Butcher.
Speaking of diversity, I agree with that. Más de 25% de este condado son latinos, son hispanos, y necesitamos eso en nuestras bibliotecas. Over 25% of our county is Hispanic or Latino, and we do need that on our library board. Just a little bit about my background. I'm very involved in the literary community of the Washoe County area. I'm on the literary board, and I'm also involved in the Reno Arts and Culture Commission. I strongly support literacy, and that's what our libraries are all about. I'm a published author, and I hate to say this because a lot of my friends are self-published, but I'm not. And I do speak, read, and write fluent Spanish, having grown up in Guadalajara, Mexico as a child. I use it in my day-to-day work, translating for a lot of our law enforcement community, since I do work for the city of Reno at the Reno Police Department. Libraries are our greatest resource and equalizers, and I do think we need to focus again on what matters on our library board instead of the politics that are happening, and we all know what I'm talking about. We need to be focusing on our family game nights, on our story time, on our social clubs, on our book on librarian program, on the science and math programs that they offer to students, and at the outreach services that they offer to our community, to our underrepresented community and those in need. One of the things that I have that I think would also be beneficial to our library board is my strong history in customer service and community service. I know how to effectively engage with all kinds of people, including angry people or confused people, having worked for over 10 years in the airline service. And you know the type of customers that we have sometimes at the gate and at the ticket counter. I was that person that was helping them. And I know how to engage with all types of people in our community, as I said, working for the police department. And kind of to back up, nothing to do with the library board, I know who to contact about replacing the flag on top of City Hall, having done that a couple of times on my own in my job with the city of Reno. So that will get taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Gail Townsend.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. Last time that we seemed to have a huge turnover with the library board, but the last time I did a good analysis of the demographics of the people, and it's very interesting how it seems like was said before, just one district seems to be overly used in the library board. And I know that when it came up for Mr. Rogers to be automatically reinstate or move forward, that Commissioner Hill made the comment about, well, something about the qualifications. Well, I have to say, if you read through a lot of those people that put forth their names, there are a lot of people in all the other districts that were just, if not more, qualified. And perhaps some that haven't been done the round circle of all the different positions, that committees and stuff. Last month, I filed an open meeting law violation having to do with I raised my hand. It was up at Incline Village, and I was ignored and wasn't allowed to speak. And one of the things I was going to speak about was Chair Jacks was up for re-election for the board, or to be the chair. And I wanted to make note of the fact that she has done probably more than any other person that has ever been appointed in the last probably 20 years to the library board. She spent her own time volunteering, going around talking to all of the different people that she needed to probably connect with, the DA's office, the human resources, so on and so forth. And I want to say that when she was voted out, there were particular people in the audience and the librarians that jeered and clapped. Why? Because she wants to talk to the community and find out what the whole of the community wants, not just a select individual group, the whole community. No other appointee has ever reached out to the community to say, what do you want? I would hope that you'll choose somebody that will want to hear from the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Townsend, followed by Frederick Clayton.
Hello, my name is Gail Townsend, and I'd like to point out that the library has suffered years now of drama, chaos, and confusion. Many of us want to put that behind us and get back to supporting. We should be so lucky to have such a fantastic library system. And your choice today can put us firmly on that path of getting back to business as usual for the library. I have attended every board meeting since May of '23. I went back and looked at the records. Starting in September '22 was when this protest first started. I went back and looked at older ones, so I've had a chance to really look at what is going on at the Library Board of Trustee meetings. One of the things that I have noticed is that most of the people on the board are white. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a white person. I've been one for nigh on 80 years. But I think that no matter how supportive or how sympathetic we are to different communities, we don't really see through their eyes. We had a person speak at public comment this morning, Tara Webster, eminently qualified. Marie Rodriguez just talked to us about the importance maybe of having an Hispanic person, a speaker on the board. At the April 2023 meeting, a church group of largely Hispanic people came to speak. They had to bring an interpreter. It would be valuable to have someone who could speak different languages. And so I hope that in diversity inclusion, you want to look at more than just that they're from District 4 or District 5. We should be looking for a person who can truly represent the library. I would like to see calm, consistent leadership going forward, an end to the drama of the past 2 years. I don't want to continue the dysfunctional political theater that seems to have embraced the library. So I really urge you to think about the diversity issue and think about who you are going to appoint so that hopefully we can get back to supporting our library. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Frederick Clayton, followed by Cliff Nellis.
For the record, Frederick Clayton. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I believe that the libraries play a significant role in a community, and well-run libraries would have a prominent presence in doing that. I believe I have the vitality and energy and time to bring to those concerns. And I'm more than willing to do so, to bring my varied career and life experiences, 85 years worth, to this opportunity. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Roger Edwards.
Yeah, I don't live in District 4, but my concern is that we have even representation, and that's why I'm speaking in regards to this issue here. I really think we do need someone in District 4 to be appointed. I never met her before, but this gal over here, Linda, I think she looks like a very promising person for that. But that's why my advice on this. There's a lot of other very good people in here, but we do need balance on the board. And right now, the library board is not balanced. And so I hope you can vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
It appears Roger Edwards has left the meeting, so last up we have Nathan Robison.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Nathan Robison. I'm a parent and a resident of unincorporated Washoe County. I'm just here to politely stand up for the LGBTQI library users and their allies, of which I'm proud to be one. Of the 40-plus letters that were submitted to the July Commission meeting, at which Mr. Rogers' candidacy was considered, by my reading, only one of them was in favor of censorship. So with that kind of odds and community support behind you, I trust that the people of Washoe County and you as their representatives will do the only thing that works against bullies, and that's just stand up to them again and again until they go away. So I would urge you to continue selecting librarians and people who are professionals, and trust the parents, each individual parent, to look out for their own kids, rather than having one point of view decide that for all of us. I expect there's a lot of excellent people on this list. I only personally can speak to the character and competency of Mr. Manny Becerra, who is a Hispanic, and Mr. William Lucart, who I worked with back in the Pneumatic Diner days. But again, I trust you'll know more about other people and trust you to make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I look to Alexandra. Ms. Wilson, are we ready for our ballots?
Yes, Alexandra Wilson for the record. The clerk has the ballots to distribute.
Okay, so top three, any questions from the board as we get the ballots circulated? Not seeing any.
Commissioner Herman, we have Reva Crump, Linda Schmidt, and Tracy Thomas. Chair Hill, we have Manny Becerra, Marie Rodriguez, and Tara Webster. Commissioner Andriola, Bonnie Billings, Andrea Caldwell, and Heather Drew. Commissioner Garcia, Manny Becerra, Marie Rodriguez, and Tara Webster. Commissioner Clark, Melissa Olson, Marie Rodriguez, and Linda Schmidt.
Okay, So from my calculations, we have 3 votes for Ms. Rodriguez. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay, I am looking for a motion in support of that nomination.
Move to approve Marie Rodriguez.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Looking for a second. I will second. Any questions on the vote from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And yes, that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Herman in the negative. And congratulations, Ms. Rodriguez. And thank you to all of our applicants. Please stay engaged. We have appointments to the library board all the time, and we really want to see new candidates come through. So we're so grateful for your involvement in the process. Any other board comments or question on that item? Seeing none.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I do have something to add to the record.
Absolutely.
Our DA's changed over at 3 o'clock. We now have representative from the DA's office, Nathan Edwards.
Thank you very much for that note. All right, we will now move into item 18. Mr. Manager.
Item 18 is a discussion and possible action to amend Resolution R24-62 designated as the Renew Washoe Libraries Resolution, which approved the submittal of a question to the registered voters of Washoe County at the general election on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, concerning the imposition and effective date of a renewal of certain taxes for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, improving, equipping, operating, and maintaining library facilities for Washoe County Library to correct the amount to be raised for fiscal year 2025-2026 to be approximately $4.5 million rather than the $1.12 million as originally stated, retroactive to June 18th, 2024. The original approval date of resolution R24-62.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Are there particular questions that the board has on this item before I open it up to public comment? I don't see anyone to do a quick staff presentation unless the board would like to see that. Not seeing that anyone does. Okay, Madam Clerk, public comment, please.
First up, we have Joni Hammond, followed by Bruce Parks.
Good afternoon again, Chair Hill and Commission. This tax has been in effect for 20 years. Libraries are already supported by our tax dollars. When this originally went into effect, the date to expire was 20 years. Why not sunset it? I know my property taxes continue to go up, up, up. All of the inflation, all of the taxes that are burdening us as middle-class citizens need to stop. You could start with that by saying no to this tax. And my understanding is, even though we didn't get an explanation, that there are procedural errors here, a $3 million math error.
Thank you very much.
Bruce Parks, followed by Janet Butcher.
Bruce Parks for the record. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to correct the language from the resolution. That's commendable. However, I would also ask that we stop referring to this as a renewal when a tax is due to sunset. According to the Nevada Supreme Court, it sunsets. Thank you, Jim Settlemeyer. So this is not a renewal of anything. This is, in effect, a brand-new tax. And the language should reflect that it is a brand-new tax. And I commend this board for putting it to the people, letting the people decide. I'm not sure that having a dedicated revenue stream for a specific entity in Washoe County is the right way to do business for Washoe County. I do know that the libraries have never been underfunded, ever. I don't foresee any point in the future where they would be either. However, again, I appreciate what you're doing here. In my world, there's rules. If I can't tell you when you did good, I haven't earned the right to complain when you don't. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. This is a new tax, it's not a renewal, it's a new tax. You know that, we know that. You can smirk at me, dear. But until the library director can learn how to do cost analysis on any programs and what have you, why does he need more money? I went to one of the libraries out in Southwest Reno, and my God, that's absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. It's kind of like the CARES campus. We don't have money for parks. Chair Hill said that the other day at the forum. But I really and truly think that we need to live within the budget. And that's another issue, too. The budget is ridiculous. I've stood before you before and told you and shared with you analysis that other counties in the United States, the similar size, are running on anywhere from 1/3 to 1/2 of what our budget is. We've got to start learning to live within our means. We don't need this tax. It was a 30-year tax before. It's done. It's a new tax.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianacca, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Commissioners, I'm not in favor of the renewal of this library tax. I've been attending library board meetings for several years now, and they're quite the cluster, as you've witnessed. Recently, several library board trustee members asked for detailed financial reports from Director Scott, and several members of the public have also asked for the same. None have been produced, at least not to the public, and at least not that I'm aware of. However, Director Scott has on multiple occasions given presentations during these meetings stating that if this tax initiative is not passed, he will be forced to cut librarians' jobs and reduce library hours. This indicates to me that he has used these funds to create a protected class of county employees, not what the tax was intended for. He has indeed created a culture at the library that does not serve our entire community. And if any of you doubt that, all you got to do is open up any of those 3,400 emails that I requested, that I gave you on thumb drives, gave to Mike, and they were produced to the press. It's clear that most of their employees, I'll say most because not all, hate conservatives. And I say that with a capital H-A-T-E, hate conservatives. Of the 136 employees at the library, as Mr. Parks pointed out, only 19 are Republican, independent, or nonpartisan. This has occurred under Director Scott. It wasn't always that way. As a matter of fact, there are HR complaints. People left the library because of harassment under him. If this tax passes, it will effectively create a protected income source and protected class of county employees. And I'm sure there are a lot of county employees here who will have a problem with that. A lot of them. Because when times are tough, and they're going to get tough because all that COVID money is running out, when budgets get slashed, there's going to be a protected class of employees, and that's not going to sit well. Only schools, police, and fire departments have some form of protection, as I understand it, in the county budget. I suggest this department in our government live by a budget like every other department in Washoe County, and you figure that into your budget, not hit people with another tax.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis.
You know, in America, I think we're paying an effective 80 to 90% tax rate. And I'll email it to you guys, my reasoning on that. But the people of Washoe County need relief. This is going to provide some relief. Now, Mr. Scott will say, well, it just goes into the general fund. Well, there's probably going to be a need for a property tax increase. So this will help eliminate that possibility. And also there's some, okay, from what I understand, there's about 12 million to the libraries from the county budget, and then this is an extra 4.5 million. So if it turns out the libraries need more, I mean, the county can easily afford a few more million, it looks like, of all the money being spent on all these other things, right? So, and then the other thing too, this is not, I mean, you can't just renew a tax like this. It has to be a petition drive and signatures, and so how can you how can you introduce this new tax without all of that process? So if the people of Washoe County really want it, then, you know, I suggest Mr. Scott start that initiative process and get it going. But, so I suggest to you folks, to help relieve the tax burden on Washoe County citizens. And we're struggling and paying for food and things like that is very difficult for many, many people. Food is doubled, tripled, quadrupled. Gasoline has doubled under the Biden administration. I mean, housing has tripled at least. I mean, all of these things have gone way up. There has to be some relief, and this is a small step forward. And if the county, I mean, if the libraries need more, then let Mr. Scott bring forth, hey, we need more in our budget. We need 14 million instead of 12, you know. It's pretty easy. So I suggest that you guys vote no on this, and for the sake of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, any board questions on this item? I'm not seeing that anyone has any questions. We've taken public comment that is the case. Oh, sir, will you sign in for public comment?
For the record, Frederick Clayton on this proposed resolution. One of the challenges libraries are facing is accelerating technology. And I know from experience in my current full-time position that is chasing that or pursuing it is not cheap. So I would encourage you to consider voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other person signed in, Penny Brock.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I apologize. Penny Brock, I thought I'd filled out the card. I hadn't, so thank you for letting me speak. The other thing, my glasses broke. So I think it was kind of like I'm not supposed to speak, but I'm fighting to be able to speak, so thank you. So I have great concerns about this agenda item. Number one, according to state law, and I'm so glad we're rule of law people here, that any change in this had to be done by July 26th. According to NRS, it was not. That's changes to the general election budget. Secondly, it's already been addressed that this is not a renewal. When a bond ends, it ends. You have to start all over again with a new bond. So this is new, this is not a renewal. That was determined by the Nevada Supreme Court. The other thing, according to NRS 295, is the county commission only has the authority to place advisory measures on the ballot. However, a tax initiative must be done by a petition referendum process, which this was not done that way. Secondly, I don't know who was the attorney, or if there was an attorney, advising Library Director Scott on drafting this. It appears not, because there's so many possible violations of NRS. So I think that the commissioners should vote no to not put this on the ballot, and if Director Scott wants it, he can do it the right way for 2 years from now. Let's see. What else is there? Well, there's also the concern about, the tax burden on the people. Right now, as we're giving them, the library, $12 million out of the budget of $1.2 billion. For the last 30 years, we've been giving the library system an additional, I think it's about $5 million. Most of the other non-critical county agencies have to live within their budget. So I think it's time for Director Scott to learn to live within the budget. If he needs more money, he should do like all the other county agencies do and go to the budget committee or whoever they go to when it comes time for the new budget to be drafted. I don't think it's fair to the other county agencies to say, well, we're going to give the library a special slush fund. I know he's saying the South Valley's library needs remodeled, which that's questionable. Earlier this year, you just gave them extra money. I think it was for the furniture.
Thank you.
Nobody else signed it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a
Commissioner
question,
Andriola, yes.
For full transparency, I'd like to ask for clarification, Mr. Edwards. If I recall, the way the legislation was written is that this would go before the voters, and the ballot question would allow the voters to decide if they wanted to continue. Is that a correct recollection?
Yes.
I have a follow-up. Is there any concern in terms of a July 26th date that has alleged not been met and therefore deeming this invalid?
No, the references to July 26th come from the provisions governing certain initiatives, referendums, and advisory questions in Chapter 295 of the NRS, which also loop into NRS 293.481. This, however, is a different type of provision, and the main provision for this law is in Chapter 354. It's 354.5982. That does not loop into the July deadline that you've heard about.
So again, for full transparency, the intent and the spirit of legislation that was written 30 years ago was intended to let the voters decide on moving forward with this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments? I'm not seeing, Commissioner Clark.
On here, okay. I've got a question. As a former candidate, somebody running for office or trying to get something passed and something to try and get the public's attention. If this goes forward and it's on the ballot, then the Commissioner Androla's point, the public will get a vote on this. Who's going to fund the campaign to encourage people to vote for this? How is that going to play out? Maybe Mr. Scott could share that with us. Is the county going to fund his campaign to get this approved on the ballot? Let's follow the money. How's this going to work out? TV commercials, mailers, radio spots, whatever.
Good afternoon, Jeff Scott, Library Director, for the record. So a political action committee is actually doing the work for funding the yes vote. All the library can do is voter education. So we can tell you what the tax does, what happens if it passes, what happens if it fails, but voter education is all we can do. So we're not even paying for all that. We can't even coordinate with the group that is.
So there's a political action group that's been formed to raise the funds to campaign and for the affirmative on this particular issue.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Then if that is the case, I'd like to entertain a motion. Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I move to amend Renew Washoe Library's resolution as stated.
Thank you very much. Looking for a second. And I'll do the, Commissioner, Commissioner
In the spirit
Andriel.
of the legislature
Yes.
30 years ago, I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you very much.
Putting it to the voters for full transparency.
Absolutely. Any questions on that motion and second? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And the motion passes 3-2 with Vice Chair Herman and Commissioner Clark in the negative. So we will now move on to item 20, Manager Brown.
Item 20 is a discussion and direction to staff regarding potential bill draft requests, or BDRs, for the 83rd or 2025 session of the Nevada Legislature. The subjects of possible BDRs to be considered include changes to the provisions of NRS Chapter 293, governing recounts of votes and elections, if the board directs staff to submit a BDR to revise Nevada's laws pertaining to recounts of votes, provide the staff direction from on the substance of changes to provisions of NRS 293, including not limited to threshold at which an automatic recount take place and the costs associated with an automatic recount. The board may direct staff to pursue a BDR on the identified subject and/or to bring back information on subjects of other BDRs that the board identifies as being in the best interest of the county for approval at a future meeting.
Thank you, Manager Brown. And it looks like Ms. Matievich is here. Do you have a staff presentation to us on this item?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Cadence Matievich. I have the privilege of serving as Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. And yes, Madam Chair, if you would like a presentation, I would be glad to give you one.
That would be great.
Great. At your July 23rd board meeting, the board asked that staff conduct research into automatic election recount laws in other states and jurisdictions. The findings of that research are included in detail in your staff report and the supporting documents that are included in today's agenda. It is a rather nuanced topic. As I researched it, I learned a lot about it, so thanks for the assignment. And I will do my best to try to give you a quick overview, but get into each of the considerations that I think that the board may want to contemplate as you consider this item. So in conducting the research, what I found was that currently 24 states and Washington, D.C. provide for automatic election recounts of elections that result within a certain margin or numerical threshold. Thresholds range between a margin of an automatic recount only in the case of a tie to as much as 1% of total votes cast in the election, with varying thresholds in between. The most common threshold amongst those states is 0.5%. Applicability of the recount provisions may vary between primary and general elections, or in elections where voters are asked to vote for multiple candidates. In some cases, you're appointing more than one candidate to a board or a commission or something like that. And so sort of how those thresholds work together, how they're calculated, those margins vary depending upon the nature of the contest that you're contemplating. In all states with automatic recounts, either the county or the state pays for the cost of the recount. In no case in an automatic recount does the candidate pay the cost of such recount. 39 states, including Nevada, have a process to demand a recount, and some states limit the ability to request a recount to only those elections with outcomes that fall within a certain margin, though those margins are generally higher than the margins established for automatic recounts. During this process, I have received some feedback from legislators and from other counties that I think is important to share with you. While the item has not yet been presented for any formal position from Clark County, their registrar of voters did express some concern about potential fiscal impacts from this, given the significant number of contests that are on their ballot. In the 2024 primary election, they had 77 individual contests. And so, for them, statistically speaking, they're the entity that is most likely to have a recount. So they did express some concerns about that. I felt that that was important for this board to hear. And then I also wanted to share with you that I was contacted by Assemblywoman Cecilia Gonzalez. She represents Assembly District 16 in Clark County. And she let me know that she has a bill draft request of her own that she intends to submit on the topic of automatic election recounts. She was glad for me to share that with all of you, and that she would be interested in, she is not interested in competing bill draft requests, but that she is open to the feedback from this board if there is an interest to work with her on that bill draft. She has served previously on the Assembly Committee for Legislative Operations and Elections, served on the Joint Interim Standing Committee for Leg Ops and Elections this interim, and I certainly believe she'll be appointed to that committee again in the upcoming session. And so, certainly where there is a legislator with a BDR who sits on the committee with the provenance over the subject, where there are competing BDRs or duplicate BDRs, oftentimes the member of the legislative body's bill will receive preference as the committee chairs are trying to determine their workload for their committees. So information that I would just share with you there to consider. If in fact this board wishes to move forward with your own BDR on this topic, or if you wish to provide feedback that I can provide to the Assemblywoman, your related decision points that I would ask for your input on would be identification of the threshold or numeric value at which an automatic recount would be required, how such threshold is to be calculated, applicability, if any, of the automatic recount thresholds to candidates other than the two candidates who earned the most votes. If so, it's recommended that the board indicate if such allowance should only apply in a primary election and/or in election contests where a voter is authorized to select more than one candidate, or if such an allowance should apply in all elections. Who should pay the cost of an automatic recount? And if the existing provisions regarding candidate demanded recounts should remain in place as is, be repealed, or be modified.
Thank you very much. So I will just go down the line, start with the vice chair and get some feedback. Vice Chair Herman, do you have any thoughts when reviewing all of these intricacies when we're looking at recounts?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you for all your research. I am leaning towards the 0.5% threshold, as that is the most common threshold. I would prefer that the county or state pay for it as my preference, and how it could be calculated. I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we're looking at the primary and the general election, in most cases it would make sense to have the recount apply to the first and second place candidates, right? So a candidate to candidate recount rather than a total vote recount. Does that make sense?
If I may,
Yes,
Madam Chair,
go
through
ahead.
you to Commissioner Garcia. I hesitate a little bit to say what makes sense because we see different things in different places. And so I think it's really looking to this board for what you think makes the most sense for our community or our state. There, more often than not, particularly in general election contests where you're talking about one candidate advancing, that the outcome of that election will determine who is going to take that seat, versus a primary where you're talking about who's going to advance into a general election. So typically results 1 and 2 matter, but 2 and 3 could matter because number 2 is advancing into a general election. So there's some nuance there. In the cases where it's a two-person contest, I think it does make sense to limit it to recounts of just those candidates, or unless a third candidate is tied with the second candidate. And in almost all of those cases in the other states that I looked at, you calculate the margin based on the total number of votes cast in the contest. So again, in a general election, you're typically only talking about two candidates. Where in a primary, you can be talking about, in some cases, dozens of candidates. And so the way that you calculate that margin in some states, in some types of contests, typically primary contest, then you would calculate that margin of difference between the two offices which have the close result, either based on the total number of votes cast in the election or just the total number of votes cast for those two candidates. So again, it's kind of nuanced. I am not a statistician, but statistically speaking, it looks in many cases that that they are modeled on what the potential outcomes could be. Again, in those cases where it's two candidates, only one is advancing to the office. It's total number of votes cast, simple margin. It really becomes more nuanced in those primary contests or in the multiple candidate being appointed to the office. And so I would take this board's direction on what you think is most appropriate for our community and our state.
Remind me not to say most sense anymore ever again. So the opportunity to ask for a recount has been in existence in the state of Nevada for how long, approximately?
Forgive me, Commissioner, I don't have the date of when that statute was put into place.
So whether or not this BDR moves forward, that can still remain intact, and we can put a threshold on that too, so that we're not kind of frivolously doing recounts over and over again. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Commissioner Garcia, Cadence Matievich, for the record, yes, if that's the desire of this board, that is something that you could submit as a BDR, as a Washoe County BDR, or I could suggest that to the Assemblywoman who has indicated her intention to carry a bill.
Okay, I need to chew on this some more, but I'm really excited that we have an Assemblywoman, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, that's willing to champion this. I think that is the right place for something like this to really get across the finish line, and that's something that we're supportive of as a body. I think she would be the right person to do that work, but thank you for answering my initial questions.
Commissioner Andriella.
Thanks for all your research. You'll be a statistician yet. I think the points that you made are really, really important to repeat. And so the fact that there is a standing history that when a legislative person who especially is in leadership is carrying a BDR, if there's another BDR, that may essentially either go away or cooperate. So I think the fact that Washoe County, just from my experience of over 20 years working at the legislature, I think having us have a BDR is a competing factor that I don't think is good. But I do think that LCB is going to love you for doing all this initial research. So I think that talking to Assemblywoman Gonzalez and letting her know that you've done all this research, and the fact that she is willing to work, and the fact that the legislative process allows for everyone in the state, if you will, to cooperate in the discussion. I think the fact that the comment of 0.5%, to Commissioner Garcia's point, seemed to resonate. But I do think it's interesting that you did a great job on looking at all of this. You are now going to be well-equipped to talk about recounts in terms of what what other states are doing. But what does it look like in Nevada as well? Historically, I think that's an important point that will probably be factored in as the legislature goes through those hearings and that is vetted. I think there's an opportunity because of your involvement and your position in representing the county at the legislature to be, have a pulse read on that and to come back and help us formulate where that direction might be going. And so from my perspective, I think it's a little premature to see exactly what the consensus is until we see what the legislature looks like, who the committees are, how that, what that picture's painted. So from my perspective, I think everyone agrees that recount is definitely something that needs to be looked at. I do like the fact that the primary seems to be the best place, looking at the 1-2, a lot of what Commissioner Garcia, so I don't want to take up time and repeat it, but I do think there's probably going to be a sentiment. I think the fiscal impact is something that's going to, I hope, be brought back to this body, because I know you mentioned Clark County, which obviously is, we're 25% of the state, they're 75% of the state, but still, that doesn't mean that we couldn't have a lot as well. And so I think looking at that fiscal note, and LCB will put a fiscal note on it and break that down, but I think Washoe County helping to look at that will help us as a body have further, more concrete discussions. And so it's a long way of saying, I'm sorry for being vague, but I don't think we're in a position right now to actually give that direction from my experience at the legislature. So, but thank you for, who would have thought, that, were you surprised? I guess that's a personal question. Maybe I shouldn't put you on the spot.
I'm happy to answer that question, Cadence Matievich, for the record, through you, Madam Chair, to Commissioner Andriola. I've been doing this a long time, probably longer than I should admit. And I feel really, as I said earlier, it's a privilege to serve in this position, and I get to learn so much all the time. And so, there's no simple assignment when you're looking at legislation and policy. So was I surprised that it was more nuanced? No, not necessarily. Were there lots of new things that I learned? Absolutely.
Well, thank you for all your hard work, and I look forward to continuing the discussion as it moves through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is where we get down to the hair-splitting times. We need some actuarials, we need some other information. I'd like to know, right away Clark County says, well, they've got 77 elections. Well, we're in a gaming state. What do you think the odds are all of those 77 would be tied in any one year? Nil. It's not going to happen. So since 1861, this county's been here. How many times has this actually come up where it might come into play? So we're talking about the finances. How much is it going to cost when it happens? What's the percentages? I'd like to know how often it actually could be used or has had the need to be used. I understand recent memory with Ms. Barron's race, but how often is that going to happen? And the next thing is talking about, well, we're only going to count the top two. Well, with the computerization that we have now, I think the whole race should be redone on each race. If, let's say, it's the assessor's office, and there was a couple of people close, and you're going to recount them anyhow electronically, how much more does that cost the county to run those through? All of them at the same time. So if there were in a primary where there were 4 or 5 people vying for the office, in the primary you'd run them all through, because I don't think it would cost that much more. We got the Registrar of Voters here. Maybe she could answer that question. But if you're doing one particular race, I don't see why we would only limit it to the top 2 or 3. In this particular case, again, coming to mind, Ms. Barron, coming in third, potentially could have come in second, which would have kept her in the running. So if you said, well, only the top 2 people get a recount, then the heck with her. She didn't have a chance anyhow. So why would somebody spend the money if they had to? So again, the cost of this should be, the taxpayers are already paying for a registrar voter and the staff. If it's a few extra hours or an extra day's work to run a race, to run all the people in the race, I think we need to be looking at that. And then lastly, I'm always worried when somebody in Las Vegas wants to legislate for us. Well, if we have an opportunity to get our sentiment in here, rather than turn it over to somebody in Clark County. But just my thoughts.
Cadence Matievich, for the record, Madam Chair, if I may, through you to
Yes.
Commissioner Clark. You made a couple of points there, so I'll try to address those. And perhaps I can clarify, and I apologize if I wasn't clear in my explanation, because it sounds like I didn't explain myself well because I think perhaps you didn't understand me on a couple of those pieces, so if I may clarify. First off, I felt it was important to bring to this board considerations as you think about sponsoring legislation as to where any opposition would come from. So I did feel it was important to share that information from Clark County. You asked a question about how often would this come into play. In our county, without knowing specific direction from this board about 0.5%, 1%, how it's to be calculated in which case, I did go back and look at the abstracts for all of our elections from 2016 into the present. And in doing that, I found one race where if your threshold was established at 0.5%, that race would have
I was in that race,
triggered
wasn't I?
a recount.
Yeah.
And so, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Again, not knowing how this board was going to, if indeed you were going to give any direction. So that was one instance. So could it happen? Yes, it could. Again, not a statistician, so I think you're right, Commissioner Clark, that all 77 races on that ballot, no, I think it's a statistical almost impossibility. But because they do have so many more races on their ballot, they just expressed that. And because they do have so much more population, their cost to conduct a recount is higher than what ours is. So I provide that for information. So I think to your questions and your comments about how you would conduct the recount and counting the votes, what I was trying to convey, and I'll take another run at this, so hopefully I do a better job, is that within the law that, if indeed this were to move forward, that would govern automatic recounts, there would need to be specific direction in the law to the clerks and registrar of voters as to how they arrived at determining whether or not an election contest met the threshold for recount. Not that once it met that threshold, you wouldn't complete a full recount of all the votes, that you would only be looking at those votes cast for a specific candidate. That wasn't what I was expressing. But rather, in some cases, the laws in other states say that the formula that you use to determine whether that threshold has been met is based on the total number of votes cast in the election, which it would be different than the total number of votes cast for the two candidates who had the close result. That exists, both of those things exist in our country, and it varies based on primary versus general in some of those states, where you would have, as an example, in the recent primary election for Reno City Council Ward 1, there were a total of 3,536 votes cast in that election. If you were going to look at the threshold based on total number of votes counted, votes cast, your number at 5% is different than if you're looking at the total number of votes cast for the two candidates who had the close outcome, which is 1,689, 18 versus 8. And so, again, was not suggesting that we wouldn't count that, but looking for direction from this board as to what your preference would be on the methodology, the formula used, if you will, that would need to be in the legislation so that the clerks and registrars could properly determine whether or not the contest was eligible for the automatic recount, and then they would perform a full recount. I hope that clarifies, Commissioner.
Absolutely. So let me follow up with that. So then we've got to look at, this is the Washoe County Registrar of Voters. But the race that I'm talking about particularly is the City of Reno recount. So then will we task every taxpayer in the county, or will we bill the registrar of voters ask the city of Reno to participate in this. Do the people in Washoe Valley have to pay for part of the recall if it's only a county race? It's not a county race, it's a city race. So there's another wild card for you to think about. Who's paying for it? I mean, who's going to benefit from this? The city of Reno, the city of Sparks, when we're doing their work for them, do we have to task all of our taxpayers who live in the county? Would the county taxpayers be charged with this? So, you know, how we share bills with the cities on other things. So that's something to consider as well.
To round out the comments from the board to make you fully confused, I think I'm with Commissioner Andriola. I have a headache talking about this. I was in support of us bringing this information back and you doing the research. Bless you, Cadence, for doing it. And it will be used because it sounds like this will be a discussion at the legislature, but I'm not prepared to give a recommendation today. I'd like to say, let's follow what legislation is out there. Bring back to us what the discussions are. I don't want to be at ends with Clark County because we want to work with them on many other pieces of legislation. So I appreciate you letting us know of that and seeing how we can support the Assemblywoman if she chooses to go down this path, but also, see how kind of her direction, how it would affect Washoe County and weigh in the same way we would with any other bills that you bring to us during the session. That's where I'm at and where I'm sitting right now. Vice Chair Herman.
I always heard that not to try and fix something that's not broken, and it kind of looks like we might be in that position on this. More work than it's worth. I'm not sure. So.
Okay. With that muddled, not from all of us, I think there's not a clear direction. So I'm looking to both Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Clark, who kind of wanted to take on this mantle, and your thoughts on how you want the board to proceed.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the timeline. So no later than September 1st, 2024 is when we, the county, are able to pass along any potential BDRs. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner. And for clarification, I made a mistake at the last meeting. I said September 1st was a Saturday. It's actually a Sunday. So the BDRs are due to the Legislative Council Bureau on Friday, August 30th. So next Friday, if we were going to submit something. Time to draft that. If we were going to do it, I would really need the direction from you today to do that so that we could complete the forms and other things that are necessary for that submission by that deadline.
Well, for me personally, I'm grateful for your research, the pre-work that you did. I'm sure they're going to be grateful for it as well, and I'm comfortable with handing the baton off to Assemblywoman Gonzalez to see if she can move this forward.
Great. And Commissioner Clark, does that sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Madievich, and we learned a lot. And just bless you and the ROV's office. It's a hard job reading all that law. So thank you for your time. Do you have anything else for us? Sorry.
Madam Chair, I know the hour is somewhat late. You've had a long meeting. I can update you on the other items that you had discussed regarding BDRs, dating back to the initial presentation to this board in April. But if you're ready to move on to the other items in your agenda, I'll take my seat.
So I guess do we still have two BDRs moving through NACO, our original two BDRs?
We do. Cadence Matievich for the record. So in April, the board provided direction to me to submit to the Nevada Association of Counties for submission as their own bill draft requests, a BDR clarifying the applicability of public records laws to the records of the medical examiner in the coroner, and also a BDR establishing that voter registration signatures are to be made available for inspection at offices of the registrar of voters or county clerks, but the copies of such records are not to be distributed to the public in response to public records requests. The NACO Board of Directors considered both of those items at their most recent meeting, I believe, and determined that they would be submitting those as NACO BDRs. So those are moving forward. At the July 23rd meeting, this board directed that I submit recommendations to the Legislative Committee for the Oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake Water System. We did submit those recommendations. A modified version of one of those recommendations that has to do with a surcharge on the per night room rental of transient lodging in Incline Village in Crystal Bay was considered by that committee and approved for submission as a BDR. The other one that had to do with redirection of existing room tax was not considered. So the room night surcharge one will be moving forward. It was modified slightly.
Great. Any other questions for Ms. Matievich? I'm not seeing any, and thank you so much for your time on this and efforts, and can't wait to work with you during the session. It's going to be a fun 120 days.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, did I take public comment on this item? Okay, thank you very much. We now will, there's my, apologize. We'll now move to item 23.
Right. 23 is a recommendation pursuant to NRS 295.121 for the Board of County Commissioners, number one, to appoint up to 3 individuals to serve on the Arguments Committee advocating passage of WC1. Persons being presented by the Registrar of Voters include Sharon Honing-Bear, Gail Townsend, and Megan Downs, and 2, to appoint up to 3 individuals to serve on the Arguments Committee advocating against passage of WC1. Persons being presented by the Registrar of Voters includes Bruce Parks, Ron Ariel, and Penny Brock. WC1 is a ballot question authorized by the Board of County Commissioners regarding a 30-year tax override to fund certain aspects of the Washoe County Library system.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And it looks like we have the interim ROV here to address any questions or do a quick brief staff report. Do we need a staff report? I'm not seeing that we are clamoring for that. So any questions to Ms. Burgess? I'm not seeing any from the board. So we do have public comment, so we'll call it public comment. And Madam Clerk.
Penny Brock.
Penny Brock for the record. I need some clarification should you approve me to be on the opposition committee. It is my understanding per open meeting laws that a committee is to have a public hearing before you draft your statement. My question is, the statement has to be submitted by August 27th. This is Tuesday. How can we as a committee, we're supposed to meet and appoint a chairman, then we're to draft an agenda for a meeting, and according to open meeting law, it has to be posted 3 days prior to the actual committee hearing or the committee meeting. So my concern, I don't see how we can get that done. I want it to go on record that I posed this question in case there's any ethics questions that comes up or legal questions. I would like it to be on record that I posed this. I'm seeking direction. I have concern that we cannot meet the requirements of open meeting law, and I don't know what we're supposed to do. So I leave it with you to discuss should you wish to discuss it, and in your discussion give us direction. Perhaps Attorney Edwards can help in that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Any other public comment?
There's no one else I did.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Looking to DA Edwards for the question posed by Ms. Brock.
Well, we will work with the ROV and the clerk as needed to help shepherd this through once the appointments are made, but you do have to make the appointments.
Okay.
Since it's going on the ballot. And I will point out subsection 12 of the statute on committees here says that the provisions of the open meeting law do not apply to any consultations, deliberations, hearings, or meetings conducted under that statute. So
Okay,
that
that's a
should be
great
helpful.
clarification. Yes, thank you for that. Then if there's no other questions or comments from the board, I am looking for a motion.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriolo. Looking for a second. Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. And now we will move into our public hearings. We'll open up our public hearings, starting with item 24. Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1731, and ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, and Article 438, Grading Standards, Article 810, Special Use Permits, and Article 902, Definitions, to update provisions related to grading. The amendments include deleting sections in Article 438 related to grading fees, definitions, the grading of slopes, cuts, fills, and phasing out stabilization of grading. Revising existing sections in Article 438 relating to scope, required permits, exempted work, major grading permit thresholds, major grading permit application requirements, minor grading permit thresholds, minor grading permit application requirements, financial security for grading, unpermitted grading, stop activity orders, notice of violations and enforcement, penalties and procedures, grading and retaining walls within setbacks and drainage, terracing, erosion control, grading inspections, notification of completion of work, grading within floodplains, drainage, ways enclosed hydrologic basins, and adding sections in Article 438 relating to grading standards and rockery walls, adding a section to Article 810 related to determinations of substantial conformance for major grading, and revising an existing section of Article 902 to add or revise various definitions and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. It's formerly Bill number 1922.
And I apologize, I missed the ordinance number, Madam Clerk.
1731.
1731. Commissioner Andriolo was on it anyway. Okay. Would the board like to see a staff report on this? I'm not saying that anyone does. Okay. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Okay. If that is the case, I am looking for a motion.
Move to approve as presented with ordinance number 1731 for the second reading.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriolo. Looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. It's on your screen now. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move into item 25. Back to you, Madam Clerk. Or do you not do appeals?
I think I'll do this.
Sorry, Manager Brown, thank you.
Okay, item 25 in the public hearing is an appeal of the Washoe County Board of Adjustments approval of special use permit case number WSUP 24-0007 for the construction of a 6,810 square foot three-story single-family dwelling with a basement. The single-family dwelling previously at 425 Pahut Road, which was constructed in 1941, was demolished under building permit WBL D24-100-965, issued on April 25th, 2024, in order to construct the proposed single-family dwelling. The applicant is Kurt Collier, who owns the subject parcel located at 425 Pahut Road, Crystal Bay, Nevada. Assessor's parcel number 123-143-21. The appellant is a neighbor, Victor Igohari, who owns 450 Pahut Road, Crystal Bay, Nevada. The Board of County Commissioners shall consider the appeal based on the record on appeal and any additional evidence presented at the board's public hearing. The Board of County Commissioners may affirm, reverse, or modify the Board of Adjustments' decision to approve special use permit case number WSU P24-0007. The board's analysis may also include a finding on whether the appellant has standing to challenge the board's decision.
Okay, we will start with a brief staff presentation on this item, and then I'll allow the appellant 10 minutes, and then the applicant or the applicant's representative 10 minutes, and then we'll do public comment and our discussion. Welcome.
Thank you. Tim Evans, planner. So what is before you today is an appeal for special use permit case number WSUP 24-007, and it is in relation to a single-family dwelling located up in Crystal Bay. So the Board of Adjustment unanimously approved a special use permit for a replacement home on a residential property on June 14th, 2024. And the appellant is Victor Elgahari, and he is the only person that actually submitted public comment during the public hearing held on June 14th by the Board of Adjustment. And as you can see there on the screen, there is 3 reasons that he is alleging, that is alleged by the appellant in relation to this appeal. The first is in relation to that he is a neighbor to this property at 450 Pahut Road. The second is in relation to the findings, specifically findings B and D of Washoe County Code in Article 810. And the very last is in relation to an abandonment, which I'll touch on in a bit, that was done in 2020. And I want to make it completely clear that in relation to this project, the special use permit that is before you today, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District provided comment on this project, and they had no concerns in relation to access. So on the screen, on the top left, you will see the subject property, and it's somewhat difficult to see, but the prior house that has recently been demolished this year is in that picture there. And you can see that the topography of this property and in this area of Crystal Bay is fairly steep, and some of the roadways are narrow, as you can see on that picture on the lower left. That is the portion of Pahut Road that is before the subject property. And then to the right on the screen there, this shows a vicinity map of where this property is located within Crystal Bay. So you can see the white line there is the state line. To the left would be California, and then to the right is Lake Tahoe. So the subject parcel is 0.295 acres, and it is similarly developed with the parcels surrounding it are similarly developed with single-family dwellings. And as mentioned, it is in Crystal Bay, therefore the zoning there is Crystal Bay. And due to the zoning, a special use permit is required for a single-family dwelling. So the zoning there is residential, and it allows for this type of use with a special use permit. And the area there is all residential. So we're just allowing the replacement of a prior dwelling with a new dwelling in a residential area with a special use permit. And I'll go into a little bit more detail later on in the presentation as to why a special use permit is required. So why is a special use permit even required for this area? So specifically for Crystal Bay, there's 4 different things that are required under Washoe County Code that need to be reviewed. The first is environmental sensitivity of the area. The second is limited emergency access. The third is geologic hazards, and the fourth is public safety issues. So diving a little bit deeper into each one of those and what staff looked at, one is avalanche. This part of Crystal Bay is subject to potential avalanches, fire, seismic, flood, and access. And no concerns during staff's review, as well as other agencies' reviews of this project, no concerns were raised. And as mentioned earlier, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District did review this project, the special use permit, and no concerns were provided in relation to what's proposed for this single-family dwelling in a residential area. So on the screen there, you can see this is a portion of the site plan that was submitted for this special use permit. The area in yellow is the proposed 6,810 square foot dwelling. And then you can see the lighter yellow is to the north and to the east on that, or top and left, are the property boundaries in yellow highlight. And then for some reason, I'm not sure why the screen there, it should be highlighted in green. But Pahoot Road itself is all supposed to be highlighted in green, showing you exactly where it's at. For some reason, it isn't reflecting correctly on the screen. In 2020, an abandonment was applied for, or approved, excuse me, for approximately 1,200 square feet for a portion of Pahoot Road. And the whole reason was in relation to the dwelling that was previously existing was located within a portion of that road. So to help things along, an abandonment occurred in relation to that. And so that abandonment was approved by the Planning Commission, and it went to the County Commission as well. It was appealed, and then it was also went to the Nevada Supreme Court and was upheld. And so, as mentioned, that dwelling that was previously existing has been demolished. It was demolished this year. And the proposed structure, the proposed dwelling, meets all required setbacks. And the one thing that is very important to note is that the proposed dwelling is improving the situation that is there in relation to the setbacks. Before, the prior dwelling was almost right on the property line, and that was part of the reason for the abandonment. The new dwelling that's proposed meets all required setbacks. So the improvement is the situation has been improved as a result of what's being proposed. So this project was sent out to 13 different agencies for review, including North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. One agency provided conditions, and those are included as an exhibit to the staff report. And so the conditions that were included from engineering were in relation to grading, an encroachment permit, and a traffic control plan, specifically to address access and any potential issues that could arise as a result of construction traffic. And as mentioned earlier, no concerns were voiced by North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. So, the Board of Adjustment on June 14th of this year was able to make all the required findings in relation to this project and approved the special use permit. Therefore, staff is recommending that the Board of County Commissioners review the whole of the record and consider the record and testimony and materials and evidence and take one of the following actions. Either deny the appeal and inform the Board of Adjustment's decision to approve the special use permit, or 2, grant the appeal and reverse the Board of Adjustment's decision. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, do we have all the things that you need for the appellant's 10 minutes? I know there was paperwork and documentation.
All the documentation has been put online, and I
Perfect.
believe that the links are live for
Okay.
the PowerPoint presentation.
Perfect. Then I would ask the appellant to come up.
Here I am. How do I share my
I
screen
hear ya.
here?
Great.
Okay, how do I share my screen so I can make my presentation?
We've got a person, Diana's looking into it to see what she can do here.
While we're working on that, I do have a document that was submitted online or through email that will be distributed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Huh.
Okay. It
Are you
looks
seeing
like
my,
I see your PowerPoint.
okay, so,
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if you'll start the timer.
all right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Let's go ahead and begin with a quick flyover of the road so you have a better idea of what this looks like. For those of you unfamiliar with the area, Crystal Bay has very narrow streets. It also has sharp line turns, making navigation more challenging. Some of the vehicles you see present or parked alongside the road will help you gauge the narrowness. The house was originally in the area in blue, and it encroached onto the roadway depicted by the dotted red circle. Post-abandonment, the northern boundary of the applicant's property is now the solid red line. The yellow area is an easement that Washoe County got from the state of Nevada, and it is improved with a hard gravel surface that everyone has used for decades to facilitate turning around and also for snow removal. I want you to pay particular attention to the areas in green and in yellow as you view the following video. As you can see here, as this truck attempts to extricate itself, it's using every millimeter of the area in yellow, which is where its front wheels are at the beginning of the video. It's also using the area in green since the back of the truck encroaches into that area. Without having access into that area in green, this maneuver becomes impossible. In the winter, this maneuver is altogether impossible, especially when there's a lot of snow like we experienced 2 years ago. Here are the rules that would apply to this. I'm not going to get into it. It's detailed in my written response, but of particular importance is Section 32.2 of the Code of Ordinances for TRPA. Kathy Emerson, who is a Board of Adjustment member and Incline Village resident, made a prescient observation at the hearing in June. Let's take a listen.
We cannot hear it for some reason.
Did you hear the truck beeping from before?
No, we didn't hear any beeping.
So the video isn't, all right. Can I get more time to figure it out, or do I need to move on?
Yes, sir. We'll give you 2 minutes. We'll add 2 minutes to the clock.
Do you hear it now?
Yes, yes.
Hi, this is Joshua Newman from Technology Services. If you stop sharing your screen and reshare it, before you hit the share window, there should be a toggle box that says include computer sound.
I'm sorry, let me go back. So I need to get out of this altogether?
Yeah, so if you go navigate to the top of your screen and click stop sharing.
Remote control, start video, participants. So new share. No, I don't see stop sharing. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Okay.
And then when you go to click to share, there should be a square, a clickable checkbox that says include computer sound.
Let me go back to Zoom. I'm not seeing. Oh, go here. So reshare it
Yeah.
and then optimize or share sound is what you said, right?
Yeah, you'll want to make sure you check the box to share sound.
All right, so share. And then, so you see my presentation now?
Yes, we do.
All right, so let's try
Thank you,
this
Josh.
again.
Kathy,
Go ahead.
Julie.
Kathy, go ahead.
Okay, obviously I live here in Incline Village and I went out to the property yesterday and toured it and took pictures and saw how incredibly narrow this road was. And my count of the houses affected on that road was upwards of 9 to 11 houses that are along Pahut. And I would think that these houses along that road do use that turnaround because it is an extremely, extremely narrow road. At one point, there is a tree that has been scraped by vehicles going by it. It's so narrow. Perhaps staff can address the issues raised in the comment that we got from the law offices of Victor Al-Ghahari about the comments made during the abandonment hearing about improving the turnaround and to what extent those comments about, yes, we will improve the turnaround, to what extent that has been done. And if you can make that clearer. Thank you.
So answering Miss Emerson was a true exercise in evasiveness and non-responsiveness. Evan claims that engineering was consulted, but the only concession was the addition of a traffic plan during demolition and construction so other owners could access their homes. There were comments referencing the easement that I highlighted in yellow, but is as large as it can get, and it's on a very steep slope, and it's already fully utilized and graded. Furthermore, contrary to Mr. Evans's assertion, the fire department and EMS refused to opine on vehicular access, as you can see in the slide. This is an excerpt of an email that I received on Friday based on my public information request back in June 2024. It shows that Director Mullins now sees that she has been profoundly misled by Mr. Gillenfarb regarding the footprint of the house as now proposed. She further points out previous representations made. She also reminds him of the county's policies, which focus on limited emergency access and asks for an easement or other mechanism that addresses access concerns. Mr. Gillenfarb's response was very dismissive, claiming there is no responsibility for the applicant to improve the county's roads. Despite the original house being in the county right-of-way and promising to create something workable, Mr. Gillenfarb now reneges on all those previous promises. In fact, before this very body back in 2021, Gillenfarb made express promises. He made similar promises to the Planning Commission. My written comments in the administrative record show the precise transcribed words he uttered repeatedly. This current plan profoundly violates that promise. In fact, here was a slide that was presented in this very room about how he intended to create more access, which he now doesn't do. The Board of Adjustment Chair, Rob Pierce, sees the same issue and suggests a potential solution. Let's listen.
To mitigate any of this going forward with the potential appearance of a loss of ability to safely turn around, if we pushed everything back a little bit and gave them a little less of a setback, would that possibly mitigate any of this?
You mean as far as like a potential turnaround access type
So
of
if we
thing?
push I don't know what's behind the property, where the house is, if we pushed it back a little bit and gave them like a 10-foot setback, would that?
So the difficulty with that is that people would be potentially, at least if I'm understanding it correctly from your perspective, is that people would be driving onto their property. So you're moving the house back. Yeah,
Right.
it would potentially help, but then people would be crossing on a private property to turn
What if
around.
we gave them a little easement or something up there in the front?
That could be an option. I mean, potentially, but that would be.
The proposed footprint the house doesn't need to be moved from the proposed plan. It's already out of the original roadway. The county simply needs an easement denoted by the lower half of the red circle so it can make necessary improvements, just as is it done on neighboring Ganawabi Road. It is the duty of the county to provide safe access to improved property. Evidence deferring to Gillenfarr on issues of safety and access is utterly absurd. It's also contrary to what Director Mullen stated in her email to Mr. Gillenfarr. It's also noteworthy to highlight Mr. Gillenfarr's comments in the TRPA permit hearing, where he indicated that he will be making sure that the areas you saw earlier in green are completely inaccessible. That makes access substantially worse than the pre-abandonment condition, which he expressly promised to alleviate. Very briefly on the abandonment was challenged solely on the proposed order and because it didn't make any reservations. Now we see the consequences of that fateful decision. What is quite disheartening is that although everyone involved sees the problem that has now been created, there appears to be no fortitude to simply say no and require Gillenfarr to adhere to previous representations and promises. What's even more concerning is that the real applicant, Mr. Callier, appears to be agreeable to providing access for his neighbors and himself. But Callier's architect, Mr. Gillenfarr, has decided to misinform and outright lie to the county to get his way in obtaining free coverage. Now Mr. Gillenfarr has even chosen to retain attorneys to send me threatening letters if I make any public comments on his permit request. As an attorney with 30-plus years in real estate and trial law, it's quite absurd and offensive conduct. Here, the county need not demand anything from the applicant other than to decline the special use permit and suggest that the applicant present a plan, in whatever form he wishes, that better addresses the access issues he promised to alleviate for the past several years. The applicant can use my proposal, a modification of my proposal, or something completely different. But the one before you needs to be rejected on the grounds of safety and inaccessibilities for the neighbor, the general public, and the emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will have the applicant come and present.
Applicant's representative, or the property owner's representative. I appreciate everyone being here so long. It's been
Could you put 10
long
minutes
process.
on the timer? Thank you. Sorry, go on.
But I learned a lot listening to everything that you all do, so I appreciate that. I appreciate staff, again, after multiple different times, for a concise and thorough review. Just a little history. During the adoption of the Tahoe Area Plan and the Crystal Bay Regulatory Zone, Washoe County did not have any other criteria at the time to implement or enforce special use in single family in Crystal Bay. Because this was something that first came up because TRPA was concerned with an avalanche area within Crystal Bay. I worked on the community plan in the Vision 2020 or 2002, and also again in the Tahoe Area Plan update, and was on those committees in both cases, and worked very diligently with the county planning office and also with the county commissioner at the time to try to find ways to adopt an avalanche report so that that wouldn't be an issue as a special use in that community plan. This is actually the first project in I went back and looked in the records, over 78 projects were reviewed by the county, and no special use applications were requested of any of those projects until this time. We had believed that the county had intentionally waived those requirements for the special use process in Crystal Bay because TRPA was also doing it already. And instead, we believe we were kind of selectively required to process a special use permit. This came much to the surprise of myself, along with some of the people in the county planning department who were surprised to find that that actually was a requirement. This has, of course, caused year or more plus many months of delay. So the special use is what's really the question here. I didn't realize that we were going to be reopening the case of the appeal, of the abandonment. The abandonment was approved unanimously by the Board of Adjustment. It came here a year or two ago and was reviewed by this Board of County Commissioners, and it was upheld to be maintained. And then subsequently, this particular person, who's the only neighbor in the entire complex that has not been a proponent of the project in the neighborhood, has then filed at Wash County District Court and then subsequently to the Nevada Supreme Court, and will probably do that again. It has been a constant barrage over many issues that he has brought up, and I thought I would just address some of those. We have in fact received TRPA approval for the project, which includes a hold harmless agreement with respect to the avalanche area, which also has language hold harmless against Wash County, or in favor of Wash County, along with TRPA. The building permits are prepared to be issued, which means there's been a full review by every department, including the General Improvement District, the Fire Department, Health Department, Engineering Department, et cetera, along with county roads. This is the only neighbor who has, just come after us day after day, has come with multiple letters to the county, has called the county road department, has brought up multiple issues. During the demo, he parked his cars outside of his garage along the road, in fact, encroaching on the asphalt after he had said that no one should be able to park along the road in order to further prevent us from accessibility or ease of accessibility in a narrow road. The proposal of the project, and I don't know, I guess it's up there on the screen. Is this the same one as me? Yeah, so the original project is, or the original house built in 1941, did not sit in the road as this gentleman alludes to. The existing road ends where this red line is. So the red line is here, and then it comes across here and goes back up there. That's the road asphalt that in our proposal has not been changed. It has not been encroached upon. It has not been taken away. So the current Washoe County cul-de-sac has been maintained in the entire process of our proposal, which includes removing the existing house and moving the house back onto the site. The blue area that you see is all of the improvements that had been done in 1941 or thereabouts for the construction of that original house. Property lines throughout the entire Crystal Bay area have been shifted and moved around because of GIS intelligence, because of the Nevada state line shift. And so we don't know whether these houses were properly sited on the right position. It wasn't until, I believe, 1986 that Washoe County actually incorporated a survey requirement to substantiate where the building is placed within a site. Either way, we proposed to have an abandonment at the time in order to meet the TRPA requirement, which was in order for us to utilize any of the coverage within the right-of-way for this property, we had to do an abandonment. There's no other mechanism within TRPA to allow us to utilize that coverage. If we didn't utilize that coverage on that site, we would have had about, just under 1,000 square feet of coverage available to build a home on that site. The Board of Adjustment recognized that as a challenge and approved the abandonment at that time. One of the things that was noted was this green area that you see here. In 1981, Washoe County Road Department, I believe, not really sure, acquired that land, or Washoe County did through the Washoe County Road Department, acquired this piece of land here, probably with the understanding that maybe this house at 425 would never move, and so they assumed that they were going to have to enhance the cul-de-sac further east by acquiring that piece of land. We have met with the county road supervisor multiple times as a homeowner and as the homeowner, with the homeowner and as the architect. We have discussed ways that we can help and assist in enhancing that cul-de-sac area. It is not necessarily, as I stated to Kelly Mullins, not necessarily the responsibility of a homeowner to be building county roads, but certainly we're not going to prevent that from occurring. And we've offered things like bringing gravel, utilizing our excavation equipment during the construction of the house to help enhance that cul-de-sac area. So we have been trying to find ways, but that cul-de-sac is over 50 years old and it hasn't changed. And it hasn't changed as a result of the development or the abandonment. There was a comment about 7 homes utilizing Paiute. There are 7 homes on Paiute. This is the 7th home at the end of the street. It's interesting to note that 9 of the homes that are on Paiute all had variance requests and variance approvals because their setbacks were shifted or their houses were not necessarily on their property. But really, when you're at this home and you notice people in their driveway, they're pulling into their garage and they're backing out of their garage and they're going back down Paiute. They're not driving all the way to the end of the cul-de-sac, turning around and then going down. There's no reason for that. So the cul-de-sac is really primarily used by the emergency vehicles, by the snow removal, by delivery trucks, et cetera, and by the person at the end of the street. We have a robust construction management plan that we went and met with a number of the neighbors and tried to make sure would function, which has been approved by the county engineering department, so that during construction we are working very diligently with how we move on and off the site during construction. Setting the house back was the proposal, 20-foot setback, which you saw on the previous exhibit. We don't have coverage to allow additional asphalt to go onto the site, so I'm not quite sure the purpose of having an easement when in fact there is this large 1981 piece that's already there, already graded out and gravelled that could easily be enhanced by the county. The county road department has indicated that they are looking at that as a possible enhancement, which will further better that cul-de-sac area. There was a couple other notes that I had that we don't encroach on the cul-de-sac. The appellant brought up this idea of 400 Ganawabi's abandonment and easement. You know, they didn't have an encroachment. It was a completely different situation. That particular property owner had already, the county road went through their property. They weren't looking at abandoning that section. They were looking at closing off access to the rest of their property because people would park on that road and go down to the lake area. Completely different situation than we have here. I didn't renege on any comment because we have offered to assist and help even financially with the county road department, and they have indicated at this point that they don't need us. The Board of Adjustment approved this. In fact, the 2 who spoke about other comments also voted in favor, and I would hope that you would also review this and affirm the Board of Adjustment's SUP approval. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. And Mr. Edwards, now that we've done both presentations, and I'll open it to public comment, but just so the board has in mind what we're being asked to do today, that would be very helpful to give us some context.
Right, yes. You're reviewing the decision of the Board of Adjustment that granted this special use permit. The special use permit is required pursuant to the area plan ordinance provisions in Chapter 220, Article 220 of the Development Code. So you have to grant a special use permit in order for this construction to take place. Typically, special use permits are designed to help mitigate effects and impacts on surrounding property owners of a more intense use. And so you're free to put conditions on the SUP if you decide you want to do that. You have findings listed for you in the staff report. I'm looking at page 5 of 7 on the staff report that are required to be made. Consistency with the master plan and the Tahoe area plan. That there are adequate utilities, roadway improvements, sanitation, water supply, drainage, and other necessary facilities are provided. That's improvements. Site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on a military installation, which I don't believe there are any at issue in this particular matter. So you are today considering the evidence that's presented. You're making a decision based on the evidence in the record whether or not you think this special use permit should or should not be approved.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is none.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll just go down the line, see if there's any comments or questions from the board. Vice Chair Herman.
I don't see any reason not to approve this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garcia, no comments or questions. Commissioner Andriola, no. Commissioner Clark, no? Okay. I am with the Vice Chair. I see that this meets the findings, and so if there's no other comments or questions, I'm looking for a motion, or I can make it. Any other comments or questions?
I'll move to affirm the decision by the BOE on this particular item before us.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. I will second that. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. All right, and that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now going to move into item 26, our last public comment. Mr. Manager.
Item 26 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I do want to say that I have an article here that was written by someone, a Patsy Dandridge, and sent into the Nevada Signal. And it goes into in depth about the people in the audience and the library staff that jeered and said ha 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 when Trustee Jacks was voted out of being chair. And I believe a couple of them may be here today. I'm going to turn this into and then I have a question about, and I've talked about this before because working in the world of software for many, many years, if you have a project that is slated to go in at a timeline, yes, timelines can change. I see you're smirking at me again. Timelines can change, but a 2-year timeline difference? Okay, very interesting. So now we have 17 counties that are going to be on this new system. Have they done parallel testing? Have they done any stress testing? And is there really ample time being allocated to training. You're going to have a lot of older people who volunteered to work the polls. And, you know, old dogs can be taught new tricks, but, you know, sometimes technology can be frustrating, even for people who have been in technology for many years. I sometimes have problems with PCs because I mostly do most of my work on a mainframe. And then last but not least, I did a little bit of research, and DEI is now kind of DIE. As large companies such as Zoom, Snap, Tesla, DoorDash, Lyft, Home Depot, Wayfair, Microsoft, John Deere, and Tractor Supply are now dropping their DEI programs as they are not beneficial in the business world.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we'll move into item 27, Manager Brown.
27 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? Okay. Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Andriola, Commissioner Clark.
Couple of items. Number one, Manager Brown mentioned that we are going to have a workshop in the near future, and I'd like to request that we have the workshop here. We've got the seating, we've got the parking, we've got the technology to record the meetings properly. I think moving this around as a traveling circus to the library or Sparks or the fire department really cramped the public and kept people away. People don't know where these facilities are. The parking's bad at these facilities. The seating's bad. The technology, even when we went across the campus here to the health department, very poor place to have a meeting when we have this beautiful facility. So I'd request that we hold all meetings here in the chambers, number one. Number two, I've got a couple of agenda items I'd like to see on. I'd like to see an agenda item with the county commissioners voting to support the Parks Board vote on the South Valley soccer fields. I think we should be on the record as the commissioners supporting the Parks Board based on their unanimous decision in regards to the soccer field. I'd like to see that on the next agenda. And I'd also like to see something on the agenda to make it against county code to knowingly direct a county employee to share disinformation with an elected or any other employee or any department head. Somebody directed somebody to tell me something, send me an email, so it was incorrect, and I'd like to make that a violation of county policy to knowingly direct someone to send disinformation to someone who requested information. And I'd like to see that on the next agenda next week. Thanks.
With that, thank you for a wonderful meeting. It's 5:06. We are adjourned.